On November 11th, 2022, on September 6th, 2023, well, really September 1st, 2023, Bethesda released their first single-player game since Fallout 4 in 2015, and their first new IP in 25 years. The reception to it was, well...
We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all.
Here are the nominees for Best RPG: Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 16, Lies of P, Sea of Stars, and Starfield. And the Game Award goes to Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3. Congratulations, Larian. Baldur's Gate 3. Having a pretty good night. Here are the nominees for our Player's Voice Award, 100% voted by the fans. Baldur's Gate 3. Congratulations, Larian.
And the game of the year is Baldur's Gate 3.
My question for you is the reception at launch of Starfield. And so when you get there and you get a game that is then polarizing to this level, what was the takeaway? What was the office like on launch day, review day, all those?
On the review side, and we've been through this, so it's not sort of new to us. What's new is it's a new IP. I think the majority of our reviews were in the 90s, which, look, that's great. I don't want to ever be in a world where that is not a great place to be in terms of kind of critical reception, particularly in a year where there are so many amazing games out.
Our own hubris caught up with us. We had so many, not just successes, but literal game of the years, industry-wide accepted game of the years, not just in our own heads or in these two little magazines over there, but everybody's saying this is the game of the year.
Right.
We started to talk ourselves into the fact of, we were infallible, that there was nothing we couldn't do. And clearly that's wrong.
Starfield was perhaps the best thing that could have happened for Skyrim. With just a single release, Bethesda managed to secure Skyrim's legacy as one of their greatest hits of all time. After getting bored with the magnum opus of the big space game genre, a lot of Bethesda fans went flocking back to older titles to remind themselves of what was missing in Starfield. For many players, it was a distinct, beautiful, fun, and immersive handcrafted world packed with things to discover. In their mind, Skyrim was Bethesda at their absolute peak in that regard. And so when they returned to Skyrim, fans felt validated in thinking it was the GOAT because the difference between it and Starfield's barren, procedurally generated planets is one of the starkest contrasts in modern gaming. Legacies are a funny thing. As a creator, you generally want the stuff you make to stand the test of time, but at the same time, you don't want your past work to overshadow your present work. The only way forward seems to be to just keep one-upping yourself, and it's that sort of mentality that no doubt led to Starfield being made at all. What if the Bethesda game in space? But I argued in my Starfield video that it wasn't really ambition at all that killed the game. It was a lack of understanding. A lack of understanding of the genre and type of game they were making, and more importantly, a lack of understanding of what people liked about their earlier games.
And I do think, for us, particularly me going into a science fiction game, I want to be able to land on all the planets. I want the game to say yes to us, knowing that content is going to be different than you've seen from us in the past when you're exploring a landscape. And that's some of the trade-offs we'll make to do what we think makes, a science fiction game like this that's kind of based in this kind of fiction and reality to make it what it should be. And, each of the franchises should kind of be its own thing.
When Todd Howard said the lack of a handcrafted world in Starfield was just a different take on their world design process, that's a red flag. That's like the CEO of McDonald's saying tater tots are just like French fries to justify why they will be replacing fries with tater tots in their menu going forward. It speaks to a complete lack of understanding of their audience and their core competency. The Bethesda world is the main pillar their games are built upon. To do anything that puts that in jeopardy is extremely risky and in all likelihood a really bad idea that should be avoided at all costs, especially since that handcrafted world design approach was still differentiating their games since they started doing it with Morrowind. When you still have a leg up on the competition 20 years later, I think it's safe to say you got a winning formula you don't want to be tweaking much. Just Google New Coke to see how disastrous trying to reinvent something people love could really be. I'll be honest, I wasn't planning on doing a dedicated section on the world of Skyrim. I really didn't think it was necessary since it's one of the most talked about aspects of this game. It's one of the few areas even Skyrim's detractors will usually give some ground on. However, I guess I do. If not for the audience, then for Bethesda themselves. Personally, I think the world of Skyrim is a little bit oversold by its fans, but not by much. There is a certain magic to its design that can be felt if you're not completely checked out by the gameplay story and quest design, a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. But once you start to put those parts beneath a microscope, the shortcuts come hard into focus and it's difficult to unsee them. Cities that are often just one or two roads, dungeons that, despite the best efforts of their designers and artists, begin to get dull from overuse of a limited number of assets, while also being hamstrung by design mandates meant to make them more accessible and convenient, and an overworld that, while beautiful and inviting to explore, often gets passed up because players are repeatedly encouraged to fast travel due to a lack of diegetic methods of travel, and quests that rarely consider travel time or where the player has already been. These shortcuts are to be expected though when a team of about 20 artists and designers are creating a world that's around 14 square miles and packed with 200 dungeons and many other handcrafted locations. I find it extremely fascinating that a world art team almost as big as the entire dev team of Skyrim, armed with a procedural generation system and much more powerful hardware, with over a decade of experience in hindsight, could not even come close to what this team of 20 did in Skyrim. So interesting, in fact, that I went and dug up a couple of presentations Joel Burgess did on the design process of Skyrim's dungeons. I mentioned Burgess in passing in the Skyrim Mage video when talking about Blackreach. Not only did he and Nate Perkypile manage to build Blackreach in the 11th hour of Skyrim's development, but Burgess was also kinda instrumental in coming up with the design paradigm that dominated Bethesda's games prior to Starfield. Purpose-built locations. Prior to him coming on late in Oblivion's development, Bethesda was just looking at dungeons as places players did combat and got loot. Burgess came on and started pushing the idea that these locations should be tied to some sort of narrative, even if the player isn't explicitly made aware of what that narrative is. These narratives would be quickly drawn up during the concept phase of the level design process, a little more than a few sentences meant to inform the devs working on the location as to the purpose and history of the place. A former imperial fortress sinking into a lake now inhabited by necromancers performing evil experiments. Something like that. Just a little blurb, designers and artists now have a much stronger idea of what they should and should not do with the location. And even the quest designers can look at it and go, oh hey, I got a quest that would be perfect for that location. These blurbs were then jotted down in an in-studio wiki anyone can look at and see all kinds of notes related to the places in the game world. The world and level design process used in Fallout 3, Skyrim, and I presume Fallout 4 and 76 is a really sophisticated and oftentimes kinda genius approach to building all of this handcrafted content. Bethesda likes to mention their iterative design process, but their take on the process differs from what most other studios do. Rather than focusing on getting a playable and mostly complete build of a location right off the rip, and then iterating through constant playtesting and revision cycles before moving on to the next location, the first half of the creation process with Bethesda is done in passes over all locations with clear objectives. Pass 1 is all about concepting out the locations, giving them names, purpose, and figuring out roughly where they'll be on the map. If there are any actual maps made of the location, they're hand-drawn and done in an abstract way as opposed to drawing a blueprint. Anything more than that is a waste at this stage since they don't have the art assets yet. They don't even know the scale the levels are going to be designed to. Layout comes after this and is usually done with placeholder art that, while not complete, is good enough to be used to start mapping out locations. This allows artists making those assets to see how their art is going to be used and to update things that are inhibiting layouts, like an alcove in a kit piece that clips into another kit piece if they're placed next to each other. This allows artists and designers to work together to break things early so that they aren't forcing changes later down the line that will have cascading effects that requires designers to go back and manually correct a bunch of issues in locations they had already considered complete. Third pass is gameplay. This is when things like encounters, loot containers, puzzles, and whatever art assets that are available will be put in. By this point, more gameplay systems will be implemented, and so designers are able to do things like account for certain spells and items. Fourth pass is the adorably named Ship It With Shame pass. By the end of this stage, the location will technically be complete. It could be shipped with the game entirely untouched and will be playable, but it's probably going to be rough. There hasn't been much playtesting, there's probably going to be a certain lack of polish, and it just might not be the best it can be. After that comes the polish stage, which looks like the iterative process many other studios use. There's a quote-unquote complete build of the location, and now it's about playtesting, getting feedback, and making tweaks. Some locations only need one pass, others need several. If a location can't make it past this stage, it's a likely candidate to either be cut or be focused on by a strike team of developers. I'm paraphrasing and simplifying a lot of the process, which Burgess no doubt was also simplifying for his presentation. However, a few upsides to this approach are already obvious. For starters, this process allows the world designers to be productive during most of the development cycle since they aren't waiting for all the necessary art and systems to be completed and implemented. They also can work with the art team to build assets that they know they will need, as opposed to what they think they will need. Other teams, like the quest design team, can also see locations sooner, allowing them to make quests that are a better fit for those locations. One of the biggest perks of this method, though, is ensuring consistency across a massive amount of content over the course of a long development period. It's tempting to break projects up into smaller projects that are built to completion, but in the case of a dungeon, this will often make dungeons built earlier in a project more bare bones than later dungeons if they do not receive an updating pass. Or the opposite happens, later stuff is more bare bones because launch is approaching and the devs gotta start cutting corners to increase productivity. Now, I'm not saying none of that happens with Bethesda games, but in iterating the way they do, they are building in guaranteed revision passes that come later and later into the development cycle. Any new stuff can easily be integrated into any location where it's appropriate and ensure it's being distributed rationally. And this is why it's hard to pick which dungeons were made earlier than others in Skyrim, because they really weren't made consecutively, they were made concurrently. Sure, Bleak Falls Barrow is a standout dungeon, but that's owed to it being part of the vertical slice Bethesda was building for promoting the game, and because it was such a visible destination for first-time players. It's not because Bleak Falls Barrow was made near the end of development when the designers had more toys to play with. I kept saying in my Starfield video how I felt there was some serious mismanagement and likely a breakdown in communication and the development process going on in Bethesda during the making of that game. Not a far-fetched theory in a post-2020 world. However, upon reading Burgess's presentation on their iterative design process, I feel more validated than ever before. See, the big drawback to this sort of process is that it requires a lot of coordination between pretty much every team. Things must be carefully scheduled out, and that schedule needs to be maintained. Any disruption on any team can hinder the people whose job it is to just make content. The example I used in my Starfield video was zero gravity. How can a level designer create a dungeon that fully utilizes the strength of zero gravity combat if they aren't even sure zero gravity will be in the game? With how their pipeline works, there really isn't room for the team to go back and make a bunch of zero gravity dungeons late in the process when the system is finally implemented. And the system needs to be in the game to test the levels and make sure they're fun, or at the very least functional. That's of course ignoring the fact that zero gravity dungeons would be such a novel concept to a Bethesda developer that they're going to need time just to experiment and find what works. So the only course of action is to either make a bunch of radically different dungeons and hope some of them work when the system is finally in the game, or only make a few and block some time off for a strike team to go in and smooth things out when they can finally playtest the maps. Oh yeah, did I mention Burgess left before Starfield even entered pre-production? I don't know if he made the process, but he certainly was well acquainted with how to use it. Actually, a bunch of talented and knowledgeable people left between 76 and Starfield's release, which only further explains why a breakdown in the development process and a delay was inevitable. However, Todd Howard seems to think Starfield's weak reception was due to the game being too different from their previous titles, which is kind of insane and definitely does not make me hopeful for TES 6.
Obviously, look, we see the feedback. We see a lot of players saying, this is what I want out of a Bethesda game, which is to explore a world in a certain way. And Starfield didn't give me that. I prefer the way it's done in Fallout or Elder Scrolls. And perfectly understandable, right? In terms of, hey, this is a different experience.
If Todd thinks they can just revert to Skyrim in terms of quality, I got a long list of games people will be calling upon to draw comparisons. The Witcher 3, Cyberpunk 2077, Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate 3, Hogwarts Legacy, Red Dead 2, Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom, Ghost of Tsushima, Dragon's Dogma, Bloodborne, Do you realize how much time and how many games have released since Skyrim came out? Fallout New Vegas and Dark Souls 1 are contemporary with it. But didn't you just say they had a leg up on the competition since 2004? Sure, in certain regards, but I don't trust modern Bethesda to identify those aspects, isolate them, and build a game that complements them. If they did, TES 6 would be some hybrid of Daggerfall, Morrowind, party-based dungeon crawlers, and survival crafting games, possibly with co-op multiplayer. Now, that would be something different. I'm sure most of you took umbrage with one or more of the things I just listed, and therein lies the quandary Bethesda now finds themselves in. If they were going to reinvent themselves, as Todd Howard thought they did, and they really ought to have, Starfield was the perfect chance to do it. New IP, new genre, new publisher. Perfect conditions to take chances and test the waters on a whole bunch of ideas. Take what people loved from Starfield and work them into future titles. Maybe rework some of the ideas people were tepid about and toss out whatever people really hated. Now, Bethesda is in the unenviable position of having to do something radical in a beloved and well-established franchise, their cash cow at that, after just proving several times in a row that they have no fucking clue what they are doing. On top of that, there's the internal turmoil going on within the studio as more talent leaves and Microsoft exerts more control, Game Pass floundering, and the entire AAA industry being flushed down the pipes. But on the off chance Bethesda still has time to find their way again, let's gush a little about Skyrim's world. I think Skyrim is a decently pretty game. There are areas where the game shows its age, or it was never good to begin with, like its textures, animations, and interior lighting, but the game makes up for that with a solid art style and some pleasant-looking vistas. The dynamic global lighting and subtle weather effects pair well with the geography of Skyrim, which is often dramatic and exaggerated, creating a striking contrast. My personal favorite region is the snowy forest south of Dawnstar. I often find myself stopping to soak in the atmosphere of that region whenever I'm passing through, which is sadly not very often since it's small and there's not a lot to do there. I'm kind of just a sucker for evergreens and snowy landscapes, so pairing the two is naturally going to score high for me. But it's also a place that just looks good no matter the time of day or weather. It's one of the few places that almost sells me on the fantasy of Skyrim being brutally cold. That's kind of the irony of Skyrim's world. Visually, it does a lot to sell itself, but the gameplay betrays a lot. This is no doubt why survival mods are so popular. Playing as an Argonian and being able to go splashing around in the Sea of Ghosts without immediately becoming hypothermic and dying just doesn't really seem right. Likewise, height and distance are constantly at odds with what NPCs and lore like to state. Famous example being the third of the world with its 7,000 steps. I already did the obligatory 700 steps meme in my mage video, but with the benefit of Starfield hindsight now, I really gotta wonder what Bethesda has against mountains. I figured Skyrim's lack of verticality was due to 7th gen console hardware, but what's Starfield's excuse? Players not being able to climb those mountains? We got the boost pack— oh, wait, that's a mechanic gated behind a perk. Never mind. Where Starfield just lets the player practice their straight-line theory to traverse the map in a few minutes, Skyrim is a maze of mountains, valleys, rivers, gorges, and many other obstacles to prevent such a journey. Walking the length of Skyrim is actually a bit of an involved process, and there's usually some encounters along the way that are meant to slow you down and even get you distracted. Again, Starfield. These help make the world feel alive, and there's a surprising number of these encounters. I literally saw one for the first time while recording for this video. A bunch of bandits were trying to impersonate Imperial soldiers in Stormcloak territory, but they didn't know the jargon and their uniforms weren't correct. They tried shaking me down for a toll, and figuring something was afoul, I called them out and a fight ensued. It's ironic that Sarah Morgan says the allure of exploration is figuring out what's out there, considering when the player does that, they find it's really a whole lot of nothing and they'd be better off sticking to the signposted major content. Whereas Skyrim's appeal really does hinge on the player giving into the little voice in their head telling them to go get sidetracked. It's an impulse a lot of other game developers have been cynically trying to force by stuffing their games with towers to climb, outposts to clear, and maps to paint with markers. There's a difference between impulsively having to cross things off a to-do list and exploring something out of genuine curiosity. Bethesda has managed to tap into that curiosity in all but the most checked out of players, and that's the competitive edge I mentioned earlier. This is because their worlds are beautiful in design and immersive thanks to these games being systems-driven first-person action games. There's also variety in the world's biomes, but again, it's subtle. This is another thing Bethesda demonstrated a surprising amount of in the past: restraint in scope. Yeah, the maps are big, but they don't try forcing totally different themes and biomes into a single game. Skyrim is the snowy province. Whatever they make, it's gotta be something you'd see in a northern setting. So no jungles or deserts. This means the designers must get creative and focus on the often overlooked transitional biomes, cold bogs, hot springs, and boreal forests. These transitional biomes make the world feel bigger by avoiding stark contrasts that would allow the player to easily spot the borders between them. It's also just more immersive. I will say Skyrim feels a little cramped. It's not as bad as Fallout 4's Boston, which felt downright claustrophobic, but it's still a bit too dense. This means Skyrim has a bit of a quicker pace to it than, say, Fallout 76, which, despite it being a meme, the larger map really allows the player to breathe and actually get lost. I really would love to see Skyrim, but on a map the scale of 76's Appalachia. And that would give us more opportunities to freeze to death when playing with survival mods. It's a shame Bethesda poisoned the proc gen well with Starfield, because I do think there's great potential for it in the Elder Scrolls. I mean, for one, Daggerfall already broke that ground by implementing proc gen in its overworld and dungeons. Okay, so saying Daggerfall uses proc gen invokes a lot of preconceptions we've come to develop in recent years thanks to how these systems have evolved and been implemented. However, Daggerfall's implementation is a lot more complicated owed to its use of different techniques for different parts of the game world. The overworld uses a sophisticated seed that instructs the engine what landscape to generate. So if you're running around outside of a town or a dungeon, all the hills, valleys, and other geography are being generated on the fly, dictated by that seed. Imagine if you generated a Minecraft world from a specific seed you found online, and how the world will generate exactly the same each time. Same principle applies in Daggerfall. This allowed the game to have a gigantic map without consuming a dump truck of floppy disks. The trade-off was that the geography had to be very simple. So the end results are something very monotonous by today's standards. However, that's fine because the map was only meant to create a sense of scale for the world. It was not something you were expected to traverse on foot in real time. All you'd be getting out of that is bragging rights and carpal tunnel. When it came to dungeons, proc gen was used for similar ends, to generate space on the fly to save disk space. Again, seeds were used to create uniform layouts between playthroughs. However, the building blocks for dungeons differ from the overworld's resources. Dungeons are constructed by the engine stitching together different modules to create the physical space the player will explore. These modules were handcrafted and could be things like a chapel or an armory or a cave or the entire tutorial dungeon. After stitching a few of these modules together, the game will then randomize the enemy and loot spawns and quest objective locations. The beauty of Daggerfall's proc gen systems is that it allowed the developers to pretty much have their cake and eat it too. They got the scale of a massive world that could still fit on an install disk. Meanwhile, the seeds the system is bound by allowed them to avoid many pitfalls an unchecked proc gen system can create. The results are something that actually feels purpose-built without needing the developers to do the impossible and handcraft that entire game space. Bethesda would use this sort of proc gen again when it came time to make Oblivion's overworld. However, the map was then heavily edited by hand to reduce monotony, correct errors the systems created, and allow for more creative freedom. Also, the way the game decided which Oblivion gates to spawn in the overworld was sorta proc gen. The locations were fixed, it was just a dice roll on whether it would appear when the player walked by. In the case of the Elder Scrolls, I'm imagining a blend of proc gen and handcrafted content. Make all the cities, important locations, and tons of point of interests handcrafted, then have the game generate the landscape between those features. You know, like what Starfield did, but this time not terrible. There's actually plenty of reasons why it can work better in TES. For one, we're limiting it to just 1 or 2 provinces. Now, the artists, level, and world designers don't have to make a ton of radically different assets that will be mutually exclusive to one another. It's all going to be variations of a few distinct biomes. This also means the system will have more assets it can use more regularly. Major formations like mountains can be done with seeds, just like how Minecraft handles its biomes. Break the map into different biomes, set the parameters for those biomes, and let the system do the rest. Maybe even handcraft the major features like important mountain peaks and rivers and such. I honestly thought proc gen dungeons were going to be on the table for Starfield. With how Bethesda builds their dungeons with kits set to uniform grids, creating a system that would stitch those together wouldn't be a tall order. Personally, I think having a mix of proc gen dungeons and handcrafted dungeons would be the right call, and then just signposting to the player which is which. Didn't Bloodborne do that with its Chalice dungeon? I get the anxiety of proc gen dungeons getting monotonous for players, but I don't think Skyrim dungeons, and especially Starfield dungeons, fared better in that regard. proc-gen cities would be an interesting concept if cities were broken up into separate districts. Imagine if the main parts of a city were handcrafted, like the market, palace, and guild districts, but the residential districts were all proc-gen. That would be neat for a thief character having a huge number of houses to break into. Again, it's a shame Bethesda poisoned loading screens with Starfield because that's really the only way a lot of this could work. I don't mind loading screens if they are quick, infrequent, and used intelligently. Aside from the Thieves Guild, we'll get into that later, I don't really have a problem with loading screens in Skyrim. Starfield had me running into frequent loading screens when doing just about anything. Traveling, for instance, wasn't possible without running into several loading screens. Loading screens constantly disrupted the flow of the game in Starfield, and I imagine it was deemed acceptable because they were a lot quicker than the loading screens in previous Bethesda games. You also had fast travel killing any sense of scale for that game's setting, but again, that's another system that needs to be implemented thoughtfully. The TES game I'm proposing here would need some method of fast travel, but that's fine. Add some mechanics to it, like getting ambushed on the road, needing to camp and maintain supplies, pay for inns and travel services, like Daggerfall. But yeah, I guess we should get back on topic and talk about Skyrim again. And this is why I wasn't really keen on the idea of doing a section like this. The discussion almost inevitably devolves into tangents or listing off random trivia for Skyrim locations. That's because describing the appeal of exploration can be done in pretty much a single paragraph. Shit, I'll do it in a single phrase. A sense of adventure. I went into this in my Warrior video about what creates a sense of adventure, and there was some hiking analogy I used. But basically, risk creates tension, tension creates excitement, excitement plus exploration creates adventure. You can throw a bit of wonder in there too if you're feeling spicy. Now forgive me, but I must invoke World of Warcraft here. I know, but Patrician and I have been playing it for a video he's doing, and now I got it on the brain. There's two ways you can encourage adventure in your open world game: reward and punishment, or the carrot and the stick. World of Warcraft absolutely fucking loves giving the player the stick. Classic WoW punishes players for the smallest mistakes. That's because the best tool it has for motivating the player is wasting their time and boring them. That is why players will endure a very painful quest chain just to get the carrot on a stick trinket. Alright, look here, listen. That 3% movement speed is very important if you're playing this game for 1,000 hours. It's like investing for retirement. Do it as early as possible. Although we don't get the benefit of compounding interest here, but you get my point. In chasing the carrot on a stick though, you're almost guaranteed to walk away with an experience. Might not be a pleasant experience, but you're probably going to have some stories to tell your fellow Asylum impatients while waiting for public transit. World of Warcraft will sometimes give you carrot sprinkles, and that's how they keep you hooked. You'll go out, do a quest, and it's actually worth your time because you got a nice gear upgrade. Or you run a dungeon, do some cringe RP with randos, win a roll on another gear upgrade, and actually have some fun. That sense of adventure in WoW can only be achieved because there's a risk of punishment. In the case of WoW, that punishment is usually having to walk a considerable distance back to your corpse, or having to walk across the world to talk to some guy, or losing out on some gear, or having to, God forbid, talk to other players. Blizzard knew what their players hated, and they weren't afraid of subjecting them to that shit over and over again. That constant risk of getting mildly annoyed was just enough to create tension though, and eventually, it might be a few hours later, it might be 3 weeks later, long after you've canceled your subscription, you look back and go, you know, it really wasn't that bad. In fact, it was even kind of fun. I always associate adventure with story. If I walk away with some story I can tell people, I probably had an adventure. WoW is a project I'm dying to do because I got a ton of stories out of that game. Whereas on the opposite end of the spectrum, we got Starfield, a game so dull that I genuinely hated working on its video because I had only a handful of kind of amusing anecdotes after 150 hours of playtime. Skyrim lands in this awkward middle where I get some funny stuff, but it's usually at the expense of the game itself. It's entertaining, but it's not really something that I describe as a story. I think a big part of that is that I'm just too savvy with RPGs for the game to really challenge me. However, for people who don't play many games, or for people whose first RPG is Skyrim, the game is probably going to challenge them quite a bit. Just navigating a city can be a challenge, and thus an adventure. If they go to work and tell their story to other people who aren't deep into RPGs, they might get a kick out of it. Even experienced Skyrim players might enjoy hearing the story because it'll remind them of when Skyrim and RPGs were still fresh for them. And I think that's the heart of the enjoyment for a lot of players. We then install survival mods, do no fast travel runs, or do other challenges to try and make things fresh again. It's about rekindling that initial sense of adventure. It's just a shame that Skyrim cannot keep it fresh for very long. As well, some parts of its design works against that appeal, like fast traveling. Something Skyrim and WoW share are really beautiful worlds that are a pleasure to walk through. I think Starfield could have skated by had their barren worlds actually looked really good and had some more variety to them. I approve of not making every planet host some exotic life, but we couldn't even get some rivers or volcanoes. Most of its barren worlds were basically deserts, and I'll let you take a guess as to what zones are the most hated in World of Warcraft. I really don't mean to keep picking on Starfield so much, but it's great contrast material for this sort of discussion, especially since adventure was quite literally its tagline leading up to release. Starfield technically has all the ingredients needed to make exploration work, but there's never a spark to ignite that desire to engage with the world. Or rather, the sparks are there, but the kindling is dampened, so no number of sparks is going to make it catch. How do you want to explore Starfield's world when it's just so dull? I know there are people who will argue Skyrim's world is also dull, and frankly, I wouldn't even argue that hard against it. It's absolutely a lot plainer than many other game worlds I've explored. However, Skyrim at least has a sense of identity and purpose. While I do hate the weapon and armor designs in Skyrim, the architecture is pretty great. Markarth, Solitude, Whiterun, Windhelm, these places have a very distinct identity to them. Even the smaller towns like Falkreath, Riverwood, and Rorikstead have their place and act as a baseline so that the more extravagant stuff can stand out. A sense of purpose doesn't necessarily mean it needs to serve an actual purpose for the player. However, seeing the farms outside of Whiterun lets us know where the veggie vendor gets her wares. We can also see why not everyone lives in the cities of Skyrim. There's even some vague culture going on with the Nords, even if it's all over the place. And there's at least a vibe we can pick up on that helps make Skyrim feel like a place that could, on some level, exist. Again, these are two areas Starfield fails completely. The cities do have their own distinct identity, as absurd as they are, but there's no baseline to compare them against except the barren worlds. While there are tiny communities settlers threw together with some basic prefabs, they're very repetitive, are tied to the POI system, and just don't show up very often. Starfield's cities also feel inconsequential. They have virtually no presence outside of their map square on their respective planets. Whereas Skyrim cities often had a huge influence over their respective holds. People talked about those cities in the surrounding settlements, made trips to them, some of the guards belonged to them. The people in Riverwood weren't going, "Jarl who?" Identity and purpose. That's how you get players interested in a setting. And getting them interested in a setting is how you get them to explore and find adventure. But no adventure is complete without a great soundtrack to set the mood. Again, another topic I had no real interest getting into because it usually just becomes sitting there going, "It's good," while the soundtrack awkwardly plays too loudly for too long. With that said, Skyrim's soundtrack transcends good. It's masterful. Jeremy Soule truly outdid himself with Skyrim's music. It pairs beautifully with the atmosphere of the world and strikes a perfect balance between tranquility, excitement, and wonder. It's also great to work, study, sleep, and meditate to. What I find interesting about the music, though, is how the game engine plays it. While it does have songs that will just play as you're strolling through the world, and those songs are categorized by a general theme, exploration, combat, town, and dungeon, Skyrim takes things several steps further with the exploration music. Some songs are broken down into little snippets called palettes. These palettes are then associated with different biomes and even the time of the day. The game will then select appropriate palettes based on what the player is experiencing and stitch them together to create a subtle background ambience. These tracks will then be punctuated by combat music and the occasional dedicated exploration track. In doing it this way, the game keeps the exploration tracks from getting monotonous from overexposure. You can hear the system in action if you open the pause menu or the quest journal and just keep it open. Eventually, whatever exploration track that was playing will finish, and the atmospheric track will begin. If you've ever wondered what that 42-minute Skyrim Atmospheres track on disc 4 of the official OST is, it's samples of these radiantly generated tracks. Huh. I guess that means Skyrim has a proc-gen music feature. It's often said the ultimate fate of every Skyrim character is for it to become Stealth Archer. Now, while I don't think that's actually the case, and I've been going out of my way these past 2 videos to showcase builds that don't use stealth at all, I still think it's fitting that the last playstyle we'll be covering in this series of Skyrim videos is a Stealth Archer. But because I like making more work for myself, I also made 2 other stealth-based characters who helped me explore what Skyrim's stealth field has to offer. Not only that, they were also essential for exploring all the different branches of the 2 main faction questlines we'll be covering in this video, the Thieves Guild and the Dark Brotherhood. Yes, you heard me right. We have options in 2 of Skyrim's main questlines. Not only that, both questlines have stories with characters, and joining and completing said factions is actually rewarding for their respective playstyles. All this snark aside, these two questlines really are some of the best content vanilla Skyrim has to offer. Low bar to be sure, and my overall impressions of these questlines almost mirrors my overall impressions of their Oblivion counterparts, but you know what? After doing the companions in Civil War in the previous video, the Thieves Guild and the Dark Brotherhood really were refreshing. But all of that in due time, we first got to talk about stealth in Skyrim. The problem with stealth-based builds in Skyrim is that, well, they're just boring. Sure, pure mages in vanilla Skyrim are extremely tedious until pretty much the end game, where exploits elevate them to a comparable power level of the other two main playstyles, but at least I had options and variety whenever I felt like playing suboptimally. As well, some of the support magic schools can work to spice up hybrid builds. Aside from some bad skill trees, melee can actually provide a lot of mindless fun, especially with smithing and enchanting thrown in. Due to their lack of worthwhile perk investments, melee builds practically demand some sort of hybrid experimentation. But stealth builds lack any of the experimentation and flexibility the other two encourage. Stealth archers in particular are a special kind of mind-numbing boring. Because I'd always heard that stealth archers are the most overpowered characters in Skyrim, I set out with the objective of making mine as brokenly OP as I could imagine. Funnily enough, that happened a lot quicker than I was expecting just by playing the character intelligently. All of my other characters up until this point have required some degree of cheese for them to start getting stupidly powerful, but not the stealth archer. Just by sticking to using stealth attacks as often as I could, investing into the right perks to continue to scale my damage, and staying on top of gear progression, I was already making a mockery of expert difficulty. A couple of choice creation club items later, and my character was steamrolling master difficulty. No cheese necessary. Once I started stacking powerful custom enchanted items and endgame smithing, the stealth archer entered the one-shotting enemies on legendary difficulty territory. The second character I made was a dual-wielding dagger build. All she used was stealth and daggers. I didn't even bother with any crafting skills for her. Surprisingly, she ended up breaking the game's difficulty the quickest. I didn't play her long enough to know if she'd fall off, but I imagined she would, which would have eventually necessitated custom crafted gear. The third was really just a meme character for the sake of a few live streams I did, a Khajiit hand-to-hand heavy armor monk with some backup illusion. Yeah, that one didn't go over so well because hand-to-hand isn't a skill, so I ended up cheesing Shield Bash and rushing some Creation Club items to make him viable. Still, he showed me just how insane illusion and stealth can get when paired together. If you literally want to play Skyrim with enemies disabled without using console commands, just do a stealth illusion character. As for the skills that make up the playstyle, I'd say these are the weakest of the perk trees. Almost none of these skill trees have more than a handful of useful perks. Lockpicking is pretty much a joke, and even the sneak skill is kind of hit or miss. You would think this would hamper the power progression for stealth characters, but if anything, it allows stealth players to focus their points purely on the perks that would increase combat effectiveness. Where mages need a ton of perks just to start getting themselves off the ground, stealth characters pretty much start the game perfectly viable. As a result, I never really found myself aching for perk points with these characters. Had I not tried investing into all 3 crafting skills, I would have run out of things to put points into by my mid-level 30s. Even with me just working on all the crafting skills, there were still times I'd be sitting on a couple of perk points just because I was accumulating them faster than I could spend them. Leveling stealth characters is very easy, especially if you're only focused on a few skills. This is due to how character levels are tied to the proportionate gaps between your highest and lowest skills. If you're leveling only a few skills and ignoring the rest, you're going to earn character level ups very quickly, but you'll eventually hit a wall where those character level ups slow down as your main skills reach their maximum. The sneak skill is a good example. If you're focused on training it and you're using it all the time while in combat and using sneak attacks, which gives bonus XP gain to the sneak skill, you can level sneak very fast in the early game. This resulted in the early game barely existing for all my stealth characters because sneak would rocket from its starting value up into the 50s within a few hours of playtime. As stealth characters, they'd obviously be investing those earned perk points back into sneak, which made them better at sneaking, which made leveling sneak even easier, and yeah, it didn't take long at all for my stealth characters to become extremely proficient at sneaking around. Oddly enough though, sneak took a long time to get to 100 on my stealth archer. My best guess is that it's due to the XP curve for that skill and the fact that sneak XP gain is static. Where something like melee damage will increase the amount of XP earned for the one-handed skill, sneaking and sneak attacks gives a flat amount of XP. Sneak attacks with melee weapons also rewards 12 times the amount of XP as sneak attacks with bows, which explains why my stealth dagger character earned 4 character level ups while in Bleak Falls Barrow. Literally, at one point, she was earning a sneak skill level up with each kill. So the problem I ended up running into was over-leveling my stealth characters in the beginning. It's certainly harder to over-level a character in Skyrim than it is in Oblivion, what with level scaling being reined in with Skyrim, but it's absolutely still possible. The issue really manifests itself if you level your non-combat skills much faster than your combat skills. You can see this come up if you're focused on leveling a couple of crafting skills in the early game. However, in the case of those skills, you usually have materials and money limiting your progression. Even going out of your way to farm crafting ingredients usually results in some combat skills being trained. With only one offensive skill being tied to the stealth playstyle, it's pretty easy to overlevel your character in the early game. Coupled with the fact that players might be spending their perk points in those non-combat skills and investing their attribute increases into stamina, a character can lose combat effectiveness pretty quickly. A good way to offset this is by investing every attribute increase into health. While green juice is meant for the stealth characters in Skyrim, it turns out stamina has pretty much no use for most stealth builds. My dagger character made the most use of stamina because once she landed a sneak attack, she'd be in close quarters combat, so I'd rely on spamming dual-wielded power attacks to end the fights as quickly as possible. In her case, stamina increases would be the smart investment, but remembering how veggie soup grants infinite stamina for power attacks, I just made a bunch of that and made health her dump attribute too. But in the case of a stealth archer, I have no idea why you'd be picking stamina. There's some abilities with bows that consume stamina, but it's not many and they're not at all essential for the playstyle. Maybe you'd want stamina to sprint away, but you could just take the health increases and stand there tanking the hits while pelting your opponent with arrows. Honestly, most enemies you don't need to sprint in order to break away from because you can just strafe around their telegraphed attacks and then jump onto ledges where they can't pathfind to you. Really, as a stealth archer, your worst foes are mages and other archers. But unlike a warrior where you gotta get up in their faces to do any damage, as an archer, the same principles apply. Strafe and jump to avoid their incoming attacks, and just pelt them with arrows. With just a little bit of mobility, you can invalidate stamina as a mechanic entirely. As a stealth character, the only way you'd be worried about magicka is if you're doing illusion. Despite what old Festus from the Dark Brotherhood would have you believe, a stealth destruction mage isn't really a thing in Skyrim because destruction spells do not get sneak attack multipliers. I mean, you can do it, there's even a perk that will make your magic and dragon shouts silent, but without a sneak attack multiplier, you're just making more work for yourself for no payoff because the gameplay will remain exactly the same for the entire playthrough. I think the only intended magic for stealth characters is illusion and maybe restoration because that's kind of the gateway magic school. While early game illusion can have some high upfront costs, it doesn't take many skill level ups to decrease those costs to tolerable levels. As well, when playing a stealth illusion character, you're only popping off 1 or 2 spells every few minutes, in which case you don't need a huge pool of magicka like a destruction mage needs, and natural magicka regen will pretty much ensure you're topped off before your next fight. So don't fall for the green or blue juice memes as stealth characters. Fruit punch all day, every day. Seeing as I already mentioned them, let's talk about shouts. Stealth players really get shafted on the shouts. Out of all the characters I played, my stealth archer used them the least. Kind of funny that even my mage was using more shouts, but that's because there were shouts that had no magic equivalents. Even the almighty dragon rend is not a necessity for a stealth archer, though it is still a nice thing to be able to whip out to cut a dragon fight short. Really, dragons are one of the only enemies in the game that can offer up a challenge for a stealth archer because they can, fly away. Anyways, shouts. There's only 2 that are geared for stealth characters. Throw voice and or whisper. Throw voice allows you to distract enemies and draw them to wherever you cast the shout at. I don't have any problems with the functionality of the shout itself. It's a basic mechanic for any stealth game, and it can come in handy if the player isn't just stealth killing everything in their path. The way the shout is implemented into the game, though, makes it feel like a complete afterthought. You get all 3 words of the shout from a random word wall out between Whiterun and Windhelm. I appreciate parts of the shout not being quest-gated like so many others, but the fact that the entire shout is quarantined to this single random word wall means many players are likely to never even know the shout exists at all, especially since the Thieves Guild of Dark Brotherhood questlines never even put you on a path to come in contact with the place. I imagine the reason all 3 words are dumped onto the player at once is because each word has the same effect. Instead, using more powerful versions will reduce the cooldown of the shout from its base 30 seconds down to just 5 seconds. You do have to unlock each word individually, which, okay, I guess that's one way to slow players from getting the fully powered version, but that comes across as a little, petty. How about, instead of just decreasing the cooldown, different versions of the shout give added effects to the shout? Like, maybe using the shout on a target will cause those around them to start attacking the target, or using it on a target will not only distract the target, but deafen or stun them for a while. I'd be remiss in not mentioning the dialogue lines that play when using the shout. What? Oh god. So this is the first time I've ever used this shout before. There's voice lines for it. Oh god. Considering I'm not, 5 years old, these lines didn't really do anything for me, so I went ahead and modified the game files and swapped the audio with some classic Mercer Frey lines.
I've mastered the shadows,
What's the matter with
and now
powers
your
then?
life is mine. You've just written your own epitaph. Carlia, when will you learn you can't get the drop on me? Carlia, when will you learn you can't get the drop on me? I've mastered on me. Now your life is mine. Carlia, when will you learn your own epitaph? Your own coward.
I had some big-brained plans to have unique Mercer lines for every race and gender combination in the game, but it turns out only a few race and gender combinations get unique files for that to work. More proof that this shout was just something hacked together in an afternoon, I guess. Aura Whisper is the only other stealth-focused shout in the game, and it's just a discount detect life spell in shout form. Neat. Higher levels make it last longer, but increases the cooldown time by the same duration, making the higher level versions kinda pointless. Level 1 lasts 10 seconds with a 30-second cooldown, level 2 lasts 20 seconds with a 40-second cooldown, and level 3 lasts 30 seconds with a 50-second cooldown. Neat. Also, even though it's not a shout but a whisper, you can still alert enemies if you use it near them unless you have quiet casting. Neat! It's actually a somewhat useful shout, but its detection range is quite limited, and yeah, its cooldown and short duration make it a bit of a pain in the ass to use all the time while in a dungeon. I'll also give it credit for not being gated behind any quests. All 3 shouts are just out in random dungeons in the world, so you can rush off to grab these if your stealth character isn't going to be using detect life spells, which is now an alteration spell for some reason. It can be used to detect unliving enemies like Daedra and automatons, so it's got that over detect life, I guess. And that's it for the stealth-focused shouts. I imagine stealth players using shouts will still mostly be using the universally useful shouts like Unrelenting Force, Become Ethereal, Marked for Death, and Dragonrend. I rarely did though, because as a stealth archer, my enemies were often dead long before I needed to whip out a shout. Iceform is another shout that stealth characters could get some serious mileage from, thanks to it being able to freeze multiple targets. If Disarm wasn't such a poorly tuned shout, that could have been a good one as well. A level of it is even locked behind a quest during the Thieves Guild, which seems to imply stealth players ought to be using it. Shouts could have been a blank check to integrate a ton of different stealth-based mechanics into the game. For example, blowing out torches in wall sconces. Bethesda did a game jam following Skyrim's release where they showed off the team's ability to make new tools, mechanics, and features for the game when freed from the constraints they're normally bound by during the development period. Given only a week, some team members were able to implement things like water arrows that could be used to put out light sources, and scripting guard AI to relight them. So it's clear we could have gotten more stealth mechanics, but I guess the production schedule couldn't afford to give a handful of developers a couple of weeks to do the work. Man, if only Skyrim got some post-release DLC or patches or something. As the player, you get access to very few of the numbers being crunched behind the scenes to determine how effective you'll be at avoiding NPC detection. The only numbers that affect your detection chance that you can readily see are your sneak skill level, magical effects fortifying that skill level, and the weight value of your equipment. I'll put the formula that dictates detection chance on screen, but it's kind of indecipherable because there's other formulas buried in there. For example, your base sneak value is a combination of your sneak skill level, magical fortifications, perk investments, and a few other things. Then you start getting into NPC detection values, light levels, sound levels, and yeah, you get the picture. I can understand why Bethesda would want to hide a lot of this system and instead try to create a seamless experience for the player that summarizes a lot of this info with a nifty little UI element. For the most part, I think the system worked well enough that I didn't mind having a lot of its inner workings hidden from me because the end result is pretty intuitive. I'd say the worst part was trying to decide when I should stop investing into buffing stealth values because I was aware that after a point, I'd pretty much be undetectable to most things in the game, at which point investing into any more stealth buffs would be a waste. If you watched my video on the melee playstyle, you might recall I had a serious issue with the armor cap. Basically, there's an arbitrary unlisted cap in the game that makes pushing your armor rating past it pointless. I figured there had to be a similar point with stealth, even if that cap was that I'd just literally be undetectable all the time. The thing is, while the armor cap was arbitrary, I at least could see my total armor rating in the UI, so all I had to do was remember the cap was 542 with the shield. Figuring out where I was with my detection rating was actually impossible. Fortunately, there really is no cap. Sure, you'll pretty much be invisible to human NPCs, but you could still be detectable to something like, say, a dragon. Or the Falmer, apparently. The Falmer are a weird fringe case with stealth due to how Sneak's formula works. The sound the player makes has a much greater impact on detection chance than the enemy being able to see the player, which is kinda weird. In essence, you can dance in front of a target all you want, so long as you aren't producing much noise for them to hear you. I would argue this is meant to simulate Falmer having great hearing due to being blind, except this formula is global, affecting all NPCs. Also, Falmer are only 80% blind, which, with how the detection formula works, is actually pretty negligible. And if that wasn't enough, they also have a high sneak skill, which improves their ability to detect. So if you ever wondered why the Falmer are always blowing your cover, now you know. And don't be shy about picking up sneak skill fortifications and the stealth perks, which make you 20 to 40% harder to detect. You don't really need all 5 of those perks if you only care about sneaking around humanoid opponents, but they certainly are not a waste. What is mostly a waste, though, is pretty much anything on the left side of the tree. At first glance, a lot of these look pretty good, but upon further consideration, they're actually kind of iffy, especially by endgame. We start with muffled movement. Wearing armor makes half as much noise when you move. As the perk implies, moving with armor equipped generates noise. How much noise depends upon the total weight of your equipped armor. For example, if you have a full set of light armor that adds up to 10 pounds, you will make less noise than if you're equipping just a pair of heavy armor, gloves, and boots that add up to 15. Alright, so Muffle is a needlessly complicated mess because the magical effect has a magnitude associated with it that is never explicitly shown to the player. When you cast the Muffle spell from the Illusion School, it will apply Muffle at 100%, which makes you completely silent. The same goes for if you custom enchant it on an item. Where the confusion starts is that enchanted items found out in the world, especially quest rewards such as Cicero's boots, will have the muffle effect applied at 50%, which only halves the amount of noise your movement generates. There's no way to differentiate what's 100% and what's 50% in-game because the UI just lists it all as muffle. As the description states, the muffled movement perk is only 50%, whereas the level 70 silence perk, which states walking and running doesn't affect detection chance, is achieved by applying 100% muffle on the player at all times. So already you might see the problem here. Muffled movement is completely replaced by silence, but because silence requires you to invest in muffled movement essentially becomes a wasted perk. As well, both perks are a waste if you just acquire boots with 100% muffle applied to them, which, being a static enchantment, is actually pretty easy to custom enchant once you acquire the effect. There is an argument to make to get those perks so that you don't have to commit an enchanting slot to the muffle effect, but boots are one of those items that have a very limited pool of enchantment effects you can slap on them, so unless you're stacking elemental resistances, muffle tends to be a good pick even for non-stealthy characters. So those are 2 perks on the left side of the tree that are rendered pointless pretty easily. We then have Lightfoot, which lets you avoid triggering pressure plates when you step on them. While this does also affect runes, this will not affect tripwires, ceiling spike platforms, bear traps, or any other traps. Considering traps aren't really that terrifying in Skyrim to begin with, I don't really see the point in picking this one up, especially since it requires investing in muffled movement and 1 point into stealth. Silent roll allows you to do a silent roll by sprinting while sneaking. This can be used to get out of a tricky situation and pull off some movement shenanigans, but is it worth investing 3 sneak perks in order to get? Personally, I don't think so. I get wanting to increase that sneaking movement speed because crawling through dungeons is maddening, so I won't blame you for dumping points just to pick this one up. Personally though, I just bunny hopped when sneaking, which also increased my movement speed. With 100% muffle, you can jump around without making a sound, and as I just explained, enemies seeing you doesn't matter all that much when you get into the higher sneak levels. Now we're up to the Shadow Warrior, the level 100 perk. Crouching stops combat for a moment and forces distant opponents to search for a target. Basically, if you're far enough away or even remotely hidden and quiet, enemies will stop detecting you. This is achieved by applying a temporary invisibility spell on the player. Seeing as you need the muffle perks in order to get this perk, you'll be invisible as well as silent. This one is sort of useful. Shaking enemy detection gives you an opportunity to escape or get more stealth attacks, which for many stealth builds is how they deal most of their damage. Funny thing though, without the unofficial patch, the invisibility spell this perk casts can be absorbed by the player if they have a spell absorption effect active or something like the Atronach Stone. Once again, this perk falls victim to being deep into the perk tree, so I couldn't justify sinking so many points into worthless perks just to pick this one up. As well, getting into combat wasn't a death sentence for my stealth archer, because I was always picking up health when leveling her up. And if that weren't enough nails in the Shadow Warrior's coffin, I also had a bow from the Creation Club that, when unsheathed, would make me invisible for 30 seconds. So yeah, I'd argue the left side of Sneak is pretty much all pointless investments. The right side of the tree is no bargain either. These are all perks that increase sneak attack bonuses for different weapon types. Without their bonus perks, fists, bows, and two-handed weapons get a 2x sneak attack bonus, while swords, maces, axes, and daggers get a 3x multiplier. At level 20, you get backstab, which increases sneak attacks with one-handed weapons by 6 times. At level 40, there's deadly aim, which increases sneak attacks with bows by 3 times. Then at level 50, there's assassin's blade, which increases sneak attack with daggers by 15 times. The problem isn't the perks themselves. In fact, I'd argue they're too good. The problem is that they are laid out in the tree linearly. So this meant my stealth archer just had to burn a point on backstab even though she never handled one-handed weapons. Similarly, my dagger assassin had to take deadly aim even though she never used a bow. Assassin's blade also requires picking up backstab, which is not additive with assassin's blade even though daggers are one-handed weapons. Therefore, the perk really should read, grants an additional 9 times sneak attack damage when using daggers. An argument of semantics, sure, but this is not an isolated incident because Skyrim has this weird fetish for trying to upsell the player on perks by misrepresenting their numerical added values. At face value, sneak attacks and bonus sneak attack damage seems straightforward. However, if you have any experience with how obtuse Skyrim systems can be, especially with what it chooses to multiply and not multiply when doing anything bonus, you might have some questions about how this all works. For example, will the damage value of arrows be affected by deadly aim? Will smithing bonuses to weapons apply to sneak attacks? How about enchantments? Surprisingly, in most cases, the answer is yes. The game lets you do a lot of number stacking on stealth attacks, which can result in some insane numbers. However, enchantments and poisons are 2 exceptions. They are just added at the end, which I guess we should just be grateful that they aren't entirely nullified or something. Also, arrows do have their damage multiplied by stealth attacks, which is probably why the perk is only a 3x multiplier. Sneak attack bonuses for one-handed weapons can also be doubled by a specific enchantment on some Dark Brotherhood gear. This can multiply the effect of the backstab and assassin's blade perks, resulting in daggers doing up to 30 times sneak attack damage. Sadly, there is no comparable enchantment for bows or two-handed weapons. So with all the technical stuff out of the way, how does stealth feel in-game? I've heard a wide range of opinions on this. Some players really enjoy sneaking, and especially sneak attacks. They claim fishing for sneak attacks and landing big hits that can one-shot opponents is satisfying and rewarding. I've also heard other players claim that the sneak attack meta is boring, horribly destructive to the game experience, and should be nerfed in TES 6. My opinion is yes, all of the above. Because I don't respect the combat experience of Skyrim, the best enjoyment it's able to offer me is the ability to break the game over my knee with silly exploits and busted builds. Sneak's absurd sneak attack system really delivers on that front. It is certainly hilarious crawling through a dungeon on legendary difficulty and deleting every enemy without alerting a single one. Sometimes it even felt rewarding when I'd managed to pull off a string of successful stealth kills or used all my tools and a little planning in order to drop a boss opponent in a couple of shots. Long term, this gets very boring, and after a point, I just found myself sneaking past opponents because why bother fighting opponents who don't know I'm even there? Sure, I'll be missing out on some precious skill XP, but if I can win encounters by just not getting into them, isn't that just being more efficient? This is the main reason why stealth in Skyrim pretty much kills the game for a lot of players. If endgame is just me skipping encounters in dungeons, and I have enough money to make looting dungeons pointless, why am I still playing the game? I don't think I should have to point this out, but if a game mechanic is inducing nihilism in your players, that's probably a sign something is wrong. Sneak is one of those skills that is kinda doomed to be boring in a game like Skyrim no matter how creative the perks get. The problem is that the game lacks the mechanics, AI, and level design necessary to make the playstyle appropriately challenging and fun. When doing one of these videos where I run into a skill I struggle to think of how to make fun, I like to look at mods to see if more creative and savvy people have managed to figure it out. More often than not, they haven't, and Sneak is no exception. When I look at what Ordinator did to the Sneak skill, I can see they tried hard to nerf how quickly you can become a ghost to NPCs, and they tried to tame the sneak attack meta, but that only saps what little fun there was to the playstyle. The mod resorts to making the skill do things like spawning traps and hazards for pursuing enemies, and adding new unique methods of shaking pursuers. Considering this game's AI already seems to be fighting with both hands tied behind its back, these added tools seem unnecessary to me. Regardless, this might be interesting for players whose playstyle has them frequently losing the element of stealth, but it still doesn't address the fact that the most boring passive playstyle is the most powerful. I like the idea of a stealth skill encouraging players to remain undetected, but the act of remaining undetected needs to be what makes it fun. Sneaking should not be a means to an end for a dedicated stealth playstyle. It should be the end that incentivizes remaining undetected. I suppose being forced to engage in regular Skyrim combat if you lose the stealth advantage is an incentive of sorts, but I'm fonder of the carrot approach to motivating players. People have been dunking on Skyrim's and Bethesda's AI for years, and I'm not going to be contradicting anyone here. I'm not going to get into what makes good enemy AI because others more qualified have already tackled the subject, and there is a slew of mods that have tried to correct the issues in Skyrim itself. Instead, I'd like to focus on the main issues I ran into with Skyrim's AI when it comes to stealth. Mainly, it boils down to issues with enemy patrol, investigation, and detection routines. If an enemy sees or hears you, they will usually immediately engage in combat. If, however, they suspect someone is sneaking around, they might go into investigative state instead. If they believe no one is around, they'll return to their default behavior. The problem is that which state the AI will switch to when alerted and for how long often feels arbitrary and unrealistic. For example, an enemy might take one of my arrows to the back, and rather than immediately going into their combat state, they'll go into their investigation state instead. Then, after only a few seconds of searching for who shot them, they'll return to their default state and figure it must have just been the wind that shot them with an arrow. Another example might be an enemy sees one of their buddies drop dead, go over and swear vengeance over their fallen comrade, and then return back to their seat to finish eating dinner. NPCs are only aware of the allies in their immediate vicinity, so even if you alert a group of bandits, no one will think to retreat further into the dungeon and fetch reinforcements. They may retreat to another room, which can sometimes cause those enemies to become alerted and enter their investigation state, but they will not return to where the player is unless the player is causing a serious enough ruckus to force those enemies into their combat state. One of the most famous limitations of enemy AI, though, is their inability to recognize a dead body means there's an enemy around. Unless they saw that ally die, they will not react to dead bodies. This means an enemy patrol can't stumble upon your handiwork and alert the rest of the allies that there is a killer around. Granted, even if they had the capability to alert allies and recognize dead bodies, this scenario still wouldn't play out because enemies don't patrol. Not really. Enemies don't so much patrol as they instead wander and pace around. Some quests might have guards that are scripted to patrol, but this is not a default behavior in, say, a random Draugr crypt. This means if you have a room with a bunch of enemies clustered together, no amount of waiting will let you isolate them to a room where you can pick them off one by one. You just gotta hope your sneak skill and sneak attack bonuses are enough to take them out quickly and quietly. I don't think I need to go into why these issues make stealth in this game unfun. I will say though, it often felt like enemies were laid out so that picking them off was easy to accomplish even with a very low sneak skill. So where the system could have been boring and frustrating, level designers seem to just settle on keeping it boring. AI is only part of the issue though. The lack of compelling mechanics and levels designed to let players use their environment intelligently really did the bulk of the work ruining the playstyle. There was a quest during the Dark Brotherhood that suggested you hide a body using the dedicated grab button in order to move it to a hiding spot. I found this noteworthy because there was a lot of potential with implementing this as a standard mechanic throughout the rest of the game. The simple act of having to hide your handiwork as you move through a dungeon could do a lot to make stealth more fun. Maybe enemies could be alerted by just seeing a pool of blood or a dropped weapon. Maybe you could use that to bait them into an area where you could jump down from overhead and knock them to the ground and disarm them. Enemies will sometimes respond to distant sounds and might walk over a few steps to investigate, but without the dedicated shout to lure enemies over to it, this sort of behavior isn't something the player can depend upon. More often than not, I had enemies responding to the sound my bow was making rather than the sound of my arrow loudly slamming into a crate on the other side of the room. A lot of my ideas for what to do to make stealth engagement more fun are unfortunately physics-based, and Bethesda has a very hate-hate relationship when it comes to implementing anything physics mechanics into their engine. This is a problem because the only other options we're really left with is leaning into skills and stats to influence gameplay. The issue here is that runs counter to Skyrim's design goals of making everything more action-based. This could also have the effect of making stealth gameplay feel random because enemies will just detect a player because their skill failed a roll against the enemy's skill. So that just leaves good level design. Unfortunately, good stealth level design usually requires some degree of movement-enhancing mechanics like climbing, crawling, or double jumping. There's some level design gimmicks Skyrim could have adopted, such as very exposed walkways where, if the player sneaks across them, can allow them to avoid enemies, but if they are spotted, they'll be left defenseless. Access to those shortcuts can even be gated by, say, locked gates. Having a ton of these stealth shortcuts throughout all the dungeons in Skyrim might start to feel artificial and too gamey though. Also, this design philosophy only further encourages players to just avoid combat. There are other variations of stealth though, such as social stealth. Skyrim does have the ability to recognize faction equipment, so that's another thing the designers could have leaned into. Ultimately though, Skyrim didn't even use the limited tools it had to provide stealth players with options outside of shopping for stealth kills. Archery has always paired well with stealth, but Skyrim really takes that relationship to new heights. It goes so well with stealth that, in some instances, the game still considers it a part of the stealth playstyle and not the combat playstyle, even though it's now in the red part of the skills UI. For example, the Thief Standing Stone includes a bonus XP gain to Archery, rather than the Warrior Stone. The unofficial patch changes that by putting Archery under the Warrior Stone where it's implied to be. This means the Thief Stone actually has no offensive skills under it, which I find pretty funny for a playstyle universally known for its insane damage output. It makes me wonder if Archery was a stealth skill early on in development, considering it's still referred to by its old name of Marksman in the game engine. As we'll see, Marksman underwent a lot of development between games, which really beefed up the technical side of the skill. It's still dogged by some weirdness, but as a whole, it's actually pretty mechanically impressive, and opens up some new playstyle options which, along with balancing out the combat styles in the UI, might have been what led to its defection to the red side. Unfortunately, its complexity is almost entirely unexplained, which means you just gotta get a feel for its nuances and deduce what you're supposed to be doing. Or you gotta read an all-encompassing breakdown of it like what you can find in the UESP. Considering there's a bunch of stuff I didn't know about until I read this page to write this section, let's just say some of Skyrim's archery mechanics are a bit esoteric. With melee weapons, swing speed technically had an appreciable impact on total DPS, which meant swords were technically the best weapon type. Bows have something similar going on where their draw speed ends up having an impact on their total DPS, resulting in some bows punching well above their weight class. For example, a basic untempered unenchanted Imperial bow with its 13.82 DPS can beat out an untempered unenchanted Daedric bow's 12.38 DPS. In fact, in terms of base DPS, the Daedric bow is one of the lowest ranking. This is because the Daedric bow is the heaviest bow in the game, which means it has the slowest draw speed. That doesn't mean the Daedric bow and other heavier bows are useless, it just depends upon what sort of build you're going for. If your build is about hitting enemies with dump truck amounts of sneak attack damage and you're only expecting most enemies to need 2 or 3 arrows to take down, then the Daedric bow with its much higher damage value is the obvious winner. If your build is about sticking as many arrows as possible into an opponent in open combat, those quicker bows might be what you want. I like this trade-off because it means no bow is ever worthless. Looking at melee weapons, there was never any reason to not jump to the next material in your weapon type. Bigger base values are always better, and swing speed is only tied to weapon type, meaning all swords swing at the same speed. This also means the bound bow spell with its 0 weight is made to be the best bow in terms of base DPS. You of course can't upgrade it, but its high speed unobtainable by any other bow in base Skyrim means it will always have some utility to certain builds. Another surprising standout is the Nord Hero bow that will technically outclass every conventional material type outside of Dragonbone. You have to complete the Companion's questline in order to unlock the ability to convert Draugr bows into Nord Hero bows, which actually incentivizes doing the Companions in order to unlock the true power of the Skyforge. My apology to Skyforge Steel in the previous video. Turns out I was sleeping on it, so +1 point for the Companion's questline, I suppose. I love systems that encourage players to think more strategically about their equipment. Still, it's funny to see the most mindless autopilot playstyle in Skyrim is built upon the most thought-provoking weapon progression. Game designers seem to have this anxiety that players will get bored if they are encouraged to use a limited number of weapons during a playthrough. This is why we see games now that are nothing more than loot treadmills, where level-scaled loot and randomized systems are meant to keep players constantly swapping up gear. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a game that saturates my dopamine receptors with pretty colors and bigger numbers. However, a lot of the time I'd much rather a system that offers me flexibility and gets me to agonize over advantages and trade-offs with equipment I'm not meant to dispose of once the next thing is tossed in my lap. While Skyrim's bows didn't quite reach that level for me, it was certainly a change of pace compared to my experience with melee characters. Unfortunately, what ruined a lot of this experience for me were crossbows. Crossbows were a post-launch addition from the Dawnguard DLC. Originally, there were only 2 crossbows added with that expansion, the normal crossbow and the dwarven crossbow. There were also enhanced versions of them that added 50% armor negation as a passive effect, so you can still slap some custom enchantments on it. The problem with the crossbows is that they don't have different draw speeds or anything like that, which deprives them of that extra layer of consideration bows have. I'm willing to forgive this in Dawnguard's case though, because there's only 4 of them, and unlocking them requires doing some quests and using a dedicated crafting system to make the dwarven and enhanced versions. For all that effort, you'd want the reward to be something of an upgrade for all players. No, the problem with crossbows stems from the Creation Club. What a surprise. There are actually 2 creations that add new crossbows to the game, which can be crafted and even enhanced like the Dawnguard ones, without having to do any quests or using the Forge and Fort Dawnguard. These creations just fill out the roster of crossbows with missing material types. So now you can acquire a Dragonbone crossbow, slap the 50% armor negation enhancement on it, and have yourself an unequivocally best-in-slot crossbow. When it was all said and done, this left me with a crossbow that did 573 damage with 50% armor negation and 39 points of fire and frost damage. Even with it being the slowest weapon, this completely trounced my custom Dragonbone bow with its 480 damage and 39 fire and frost enchantment. Surprisingly, with all the bows the Creation Club added, the only one that was overpowered was the Bow of Shadows. This bow has the same damage and weight values of a Daedric bow at 19 damage and 18 pounds. It's upgradable with an ebony ingot, but it actually doesn't have a material type assigned to it, so it won't get a bonus from having the ebony smithing perk. What it does have is a passive ability that makes the player invisible for 30 seconds when they unsheath it, and another passive ability that just makes the bow shoot 20% faster. The invisibility is nice, but the draw speed is the real killer. If you get the quick shot perk to increase draw speed, this thing basically turns into a machine gun. It's kind of absurd. It does 94 damage? What? 94 damage, and it shoots super fast. Makes you invisible when you pull it out. What the fuck is this thing? Regardless, the fact that it can't be upgraded as well as Daedric and Dragonbone means it cannot compete in the endgame in terms of damage output. Also, those passive abilities, while not requiring charges or soul gems to use, blocks the player from being able to put custom enchantments on the thing. Still, I couldn't bring myself to ditch the thing entirely, even when I had my G-tier custom Dragonbone bow and crossbow. Dawnguard added a little obscure bow to one of its dungeons that, on paper, sounds like it should be the best bow in the game with everything we've discussed so far. Zephyr, I think that's how it's pronounced, is a dwarven bow with a passive effect on it that makes it shoot 30% faster than a standard bow, according to the description. This just means it will shoot 30% faster than a normal dwarven bow, meaning it's not the fastest bow in the game. Still, it's a neat bit of gear that has a lot of room for improvement if you got the perks for tempering it. Bows require arrows, crossbows require bolts. There's not a lot to this. Higher level materials provide more damage. The weight of arrows does not affect flight properties or anything like that, so really you'll just be looking to use the best arrows and bolts you can afford to keep stocked in your inventory. I just abused shopkeepers to instantly refresh their inventory so I could buy a ton of ebony arrows and dwarven bolts and called it a day. They can't be tempered or enchanted, unfortunately, and with the removal of enchanted arrows you can find in the game world, ammunition as a whole is pretty much a downgrade from their Oblivion counterpart. But we got Creation Club to come in and save the day with some new ammunition types. The most notable example is the Arcane Archer pack, which adds a few magically enhanced archery options, including some new arrows. The fire and lightning arrows lay down and instantly detonate level-scaled elemental runes that, at levels 1 through 9, does 40 points of damage for 3 seconds, and at level 30 plus does 120 points of damage for 3 seconds. The frost arrows do a flat 50 points of slowness to the target and 40 points of health and stamina damage. The descriptions for these arrows don't state any of that, which might make the player think they are worthless, until they realize how powerful they are, either due to experimentation or being shot by an NPC using them. And just be warned, NPCs using these arrows can cause game crashes. The pack adds a few other unique arrows, like telekinesis arrows, which won't fly until loosed by a dedicated spell, and soul stealer arrows, which, upon delivering a killing blow, will spawn a filled soul gem appropriate for the soul level of the target. You only need to use some of those useless clutter object soul gem shards to make them. If you're using them on bandits, well, congrats. Filled black soul gems for dirt cheap. In keeping with the surprising amount of praise going, the perks for archery are actually pretty good. As a whole, it might be one of the best skill trees in the game. Many of the perks add unique mechanics to archery that blend well with how bows work, resulting in different playstyles being born out of the different perk investments. I'd say the two main archery playstyles boil down to combat archer and stealth archer. Are you doing your shooting as part of normal combat where enemies have a chance of fighting back, or are you trying to kill an opponent before they even have the chance to respond? There's some more nuance these perks allow you to finesse, but it's just nice to see the game really trying to make archery in straight-up fights more viable than it was in Oblivion. First, you got your usual multi-level damage boosting perk in the form of Overdraw. 5 levels increasing bow damage from 20 up to 100%. This pairs with the critical shot perk that at level 1 gives a 10% chance for bows to do half their base damage in addition to critical damage that also ignores armor rating. Level 2 ups the chance to 15% and ups the critical damage to 25%. Level 3 ups that chance again to 20% with 50% additional critical damage. Critical strikes are not multiplied by sneak attack bonuses, and arrows do not do additional critical damage either. As a result, these perks are better suited for combat archers who are going to be firing a bunch of arrows. Continuing along the right side of the tree, there's Hunter's Discipline, which allows you to recover twice as many arrows off enemy bodies. Not really something I worried about because buying arrows was one of the only few money sinks I had for my stealth archer, but I could see this being useful for players who don't like having to buy arrows as often or using expensive rare arrows. Ranger allows the player to move at their normal movement speed with their bow fully drawn. This confirms the right side of the perk tree really being for the combat archery characters. Being able to move around easier for those sorts of players is naturally very useful. Something I'm surprised about is missing on the right side of the perk tree and missing from the game entirely are perks that improve bashing enemies with your bow. If you tap the block button when your bow is at rest, you'll perform a bash. This consumes a bit of stamina, but if it connects, it will stagger an opponent, allowing you to buy some time to reposition. Before I got into this character, I genuinely thought there was a perk that made this do increased damage or something. The Mandela effect, you know. Turns out, though, this bash ability is actually affected by a perk in the block skill, specifically Deadly Bash, which will increase the damage dealt with bashing with a shield. While it is cool to see some overlap here that further differentiates combat archers from stealth archers, I still would have liked to see 1 or 2 dedicated perks in the archery tree to flesh the ability out. If you're a stealth archer, you're in luck because the right side of the tree can mostly be ignored. The critical shot perk might be useful, but it's definitely not essential. For combat archers, though, you really gotta invest in both sides of the tree, especially with how powerful quick shot and power shot turns out to be. This probably isn't that big of a deal though because combat archers will not be investing into sneak perks, freeing up a few points for archery. Moving on to the left side of the tree, we start with Eagle Eye, which just adds an ability to aim down sights if you hold block while drawing your bow. Definitely a useful feature if you're trying to hit a distant target, but it does feel like something that probably should have been optional, like its related perk Steady Hand. We'll get into that perk in a bit because it's something. Power Shot grants a 50% chance to stun an enemy when shot with an arrow. I found this to be a great way to bully enemies by stun locking them with a barrage of arrows I was spamming with my Bow of Shadows. While not as busted as the impact perk from the destruction skill tree, this really did trivialize a few fights just because the 50% kept landing my favor, and so my opponent was rendered entirely helpless. It probably should have been reduced to 25% with an effect that simply slows the target, but I still approve of a perk that actually changes the dynamic of fights. Quickshot allows you to shoot a bow 30% faster. Seeing as we just went into detail about how bow speed affects DPS, you should recognize that this is probably the single most useful perk in this entire tree for any type of archer. There's one more element to archery gameplay I held off talking about, and that's shot timing. When you draw a bow, you want to time your shots to when you're fully drawn back on the bow. Release the arrow too soon and your arrow isn't going to fly as far and, more importantly, won't do as much damage. Holding a shot too long doesn't do anything, which, in my opinion, firing arrows ought to consume stamina, holding a shot even more so, but let's stay focused. This is where Quickshot and the Bow of Shadows really shines. Not only are you able to shoot faster, it also closes the timing window considerably, which decreases the odds of you fouling a shot and doing less damage. Or say a target is moving, a faster draw speed will let you intercept them easier and do more damage. This is why I'd argue that draw speed is the most important element to Skyrim Archery. Now we get into the Steady Hand perk, which adds a slow time effect when you zoom in with a bow. The obvious benefit of this perk is being able to land your shots more easily. Thing is, it also has some weird interactions with other elements of archery mechanics. Most notably, it allows you to fire arrows more quickly. When you draw on the bow with this effect active, the game's internal timing does not account for the time dilation. Basically, the arrow is ready to be fired at max strength long before the bow is fully drawn during its slowdown animation. This means you can release a half-drawn arrow at full strength. Not only that, because it slows your enemies down, it allows you to fire off more arrows relative to their perspective. Put another way, the real-life time it takes for you to charge your arrow doesn't change, but according to in-game time, it's up to 50% faster. That means with both levels of this perk and the Quickshot perk, the Bow of Shadow shoots 110% faster than a comparable Daedric bow without these perks active. Also, the timing on this trick is very easy and forgiving, especially with both levels of Steady Hand. This is still an unconfirmed bug on the UESP, but I can confirm with the unofficial patch, this bug very much exists. I am heartbroken I only discovered this exploit as I was researching and shooting some B-roll for this section, because this is seriously on par with Veggie Soup Shield Bash spam in terms of exploits. Now, if you're thinking, wow, this is a lot of stuff I've never seen Skyrim teach me, well, guess what? We're not even done yet. You see, bows and crossbows have different flight paths for their projectiles, which oddly can change depending upon which camera perspective you're using. Being in third person with a bow will make your arrows drift upward more than shooting them in first person. Crossbows don't have different first and third person flight trajectories, but they have less loft than arrows do. What this means is that at closer range, you actually want to aim a little below where you want to hit. After a certain distance, gravity will affect the arrow enough to make it start to drop. Turns out bows have a hidden speed stat similar to what melee weapons have. Unlike melee weapons, however, this stat is not fixed across the board. Different bows have different speeds. This isn't how fast you can charge a shot, but rather how much speed is imparted on the arrow when it's fully charged. The longbow, for instance, has the highest speed, while the Daedric bow has the lowest. Projectile speed also influences flight properties of an arrow. To explain that, I'm just gonna quote the UESP here. On a full draw, slower bows will shoot arrows higher with less drop, while faster bows will shoot arrows lower with more drop. This means, at short ranges, arrows shot from faster bows will be more accurate to their crosshairs, while slower bows will shoot high. At long ranges, arrows shot from faster bows will drop considerably, requiring you to aim higher to compensate. Slower bows will hit the target much closer to the crosshairs, though you may still need to compensate for drop depending on the range. Also, slower bows have a flatter ballistic trajectory, which means they will travel further than arrows shot from a faster bow. This effect comes solely from weapon speed. Other factors such as weight and damage do not play a role. A further note, the perk Quickshot has no effect on range and trajectory, but Eagle Eye does, as it effectively decreases the gravity value of the projectile. You got all that? Because learning all of this is instrumental to becoming a master marksman in Skyrim. Or you can ignore almost all of these mechanics by just using crossbows. I hope I'm beginning to demonstrate what I meant when I said archery in this game is very esoteric. Don't get me wrong, this is actually really cool to see all these elements at play that help differentiate all the bows and create unique use case scenarios for each of them. The problem is, as it often is, Skyrim not explaining things. When I was doing live streams with some archery characters, people in chat would give me vague general advice like aim lower when they saw me consistently whiffing my shots. The reason I never adopted it was because I'd used other bows where aiming higher was sometimes necessary. I wasn't aware just how many different elements were at play with flight trajectories, and frankly chat probably didn't know either. As well, whenever I'd switch to a different bow, obviously those conditions were changing. This is that classic Skyrim idea that the players will just get a feel for it taken to its most extreme logical conclusion. I would have been satisfied with some of this stuff just being explained in a loading tooltip, because boy was my face red when I realized I got through a whole stealth archer character without learning how to shoot my bow correctly. But here's the biggest vibe check of all. When I'd whiff a shot, I usually just assumed it was the game's fault and not a skill issue, because I have tons of footage of my arrows just going through targets for no reason at all. What? Nice. Arrow went, or bolt went right through. Nice. Bolt just goes right through him. I love it. You know what I don't love? Is my arrows just going through my target for no fucking reason. This man does not stand a chance. Oh, maybe they weren't going through him. They were getting stuck in the floor there, and I just couldn't fucking see. Any day now, one of these shots will actually fucking hit the target. Ah, yes. 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 How do I get a bounty? Right. Okay. Because she was lying down in her animation?
What was that?
What? What? Explain. Are you reporting me? When I would see kill cam animations of my character whiffing shots, I knew there was some busted jank with Skyrim's archery. Or how about the paralyze effect from the level 100 archery perk making it so that my character would whiff shots in kill cams? Because that was also a thing. Oh yeah, the bullseye perk. It's kind of busted and pretty OP. 15% chance a shot will paralyze an opponent for 10 seconds. It achieves the effect by hitting the target with an instant paralysis spell the moment the player takes the shot, not when the shot hits the target. The spell is actually the one from Alteration, which means it's affected by Alteration perks like Stability, which increases the duration of paralysis. Anyways, it's issues like arrows phasing through opponents that erode faith in a system that turns out is actually pretty sweet when it's working correctly. Sure, the perk tree could use a bit more expansion, but the act of shooting a bow is surprisingly mechanically deep. Also, I appreciate that there are different niches different bows are meant to fill. It's clear a lot of thought and testing went into upgrading archery. It's just a shame NPCs really let the whole experience down. Between stealth archers stacking massive sneak attack bonuses on mindless NPCs, and combat archers pelting unresponsive NPCs who start to resemble pincushions, the effort that went into mechanically upgrading archery often goes completely unappreciated. Simple reason being, it's still not a fun playstyle. I believe the best way to improve the experience is to improve the kinetics of archery. Add limb-based damage and physical armor coverage that encourages players to target different locations on enemies for different effects. Headshots do bonus damage, targeting legs slows, targeting arms can disarm. Throw armor into the mix, which could encourage players to aim for gaps in target's armor. Maybe certain spots and different sets of armor would be more vulnerable to arrows. For example, maybe the belly of elven armor was a weak point, and we could get a perk that highlights those weak points when we aim down sights with our bow. Different arrow materials will penetrate certain materials better, and please let us finally custom enchant arrows. Dang. Oh. I didn't one-shot it. I love kill cams that aren't actually kill cams. Getting those a lot lately. Nice. Glad to see the kill cams are still busted. Those death animations, though. There's something else, alright. I love whiffing shots because they're invulnerable when getting out of their animations. Damn it. I love Skyrim's hitboxes. God damn. What? God, that fucking hit detection in this game is abysmal. What the fuck? What? What was that bug? Oh god, are we getting that bug again? Yeah. God, that's so annoying. Hello? Hello? Light or heavy? It's a contentious topic in TES games which armor type is superior, but the consensus in Skyrim seems to land in light armor's favor, mostly due to the armor cap. Sure, it's going to take more effort to get light armor to the cap, and you probably won't have the option down the line to forego pieces in order to swap to something like robes if you're a battle mage, but light armor really makes a strong showing in Skyrim. As a skill though, I think it's one of the worst in the game. Its perk sucks, its tree layout is thoughtless, and leveling it is miserable for stealth characters who are meant to avoid getting hit. Unlike the heavy armor skill, which, in my previous video, I argued you could forego any perk investments and make up for with smithing, light armor does need some perk investments to get it in line with heavy armor, especially in the late game. We might as well get the perks out of the way now because it's really the saddest selection of perks in the game. We start with Agile Defender, a 5-rank perk that increases armor rating 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100%. When discussing heavy armor, I criticized these sorts of perks for armor because they don't really make much sense. How does getting better at wearing my armor increase its armor rating? It's also just not a very interesting series of perks. However, you can use these instead of getting into smithing, which light armor kinda gets screwed with thanks to how light armor's side of the smithing tree is laid out. Moving up, we got Custom Fit, 25% bonus armor rating if wearing all light armor. Here it forks with the right side only having one exclusive perk, Matching Set, additional 25% bonus armor rating if wearing a matching set of light armor. I'll at least give light armor credit in giving players the option of skipping matching set if they just want to level the 100 perk. That is more consideration than heavy armor users got. The left side of the tree is where the non-armor rating perks reside. Unhindered just makes equipped light armor weigh nothing. This really isn't that big of a bonus though because light armor weighs considerably less than heavy armor, and light armor players are likely to ignore my suggestions from earlier and are going to be investing into stamina at level up, so they'd have the carrying capacity to spare regardless. Windwalker increases stamina regen 50% if wearing all light armor, which is a nice bonus if you aren't doing the veggie soup strat. It's a level 60 perk though, which is pretty damn far into the progression if you're the sort of light player who is avoiding taking hits. Then we're already up to the final level 100 perk. Deft Movement grants a 10% chance to just ignore incoming damage if wearing all light armor. This is definitely a worthwhile reward for sticking it out with the perk tree and the process of leveling an armor skill all the way to 100. If you're a light armor character that takes a lot of hits, you'll likely feel this perk. Despite their perks being quite similar in a lot of ways, there are distinctions between the two armor types. Obviously there's weight, but it might surprise you just how much lighter light armor truly is. In some cases, up to 6 sets of light armor can add up to the weight of 1 set of heavy armor. This makes light armor a great candidate for enchanting because you could create different sets for different scenarios and swap between them when needed. That is, if you actually cared to do all that micromanaging and found enough enchantments you thought useful. Light armor makes less noise than heavy armor, so if you're a stealth character who lacks any muffle abilities, light is probably what you'd want to use. You can sprint faster in light armor, and doing so consumes less stamina. That's something, I suppose. I feel like the importance of sprinting in Skyrim is grossly overstated. Even as a stealth archer in the early game where I had hardly any defense and no health, I never found myself in a situation where, had I had more stamina to sprint with, I'd have survived the encounter. More often than not, it's jumping that gets me out of a situation, and jumping doesn't depend on stamina. More stamina can be a real game changer for builds that do a lot of power attacks, such as a dual-wielding build, and if you aren't doing veggie soup, light armor's ability to increase your total DPS might edge it out over greater damage reduction. Really though, the differences are pretty negligible. In past TES games, the deciding factor for what sort of armor you're going to go with was what attributes and combat style they fell under during character creation. Armor suffered a lot with the removal of those systems, and now it barely registers higher than just personal preference. Personally, I think the heavy armor sets look better than the light armor sets in Skyrim, and so I gravitate towards heavy for that reason alone. In its current state, there's not a lot that can be done in Skyrim to make either skill interesting. We need the armor system to do more than just apply passive damage reduction. Differentiating armor types by having them protect against different attack types and giving unique properties to different materials would be a great way to achieve this. I propose that light armor would emphasize players to avoid damage with some sort of auto-dodging system. With a greater emphasis on stamina usefulness, light armor would allow players to manage that resource more effectively. Staying on the topic of worthless skill trees, lockpicking. With the removal of unlocked spells and scrolls, lockpicking has become the only way to get past locks. As a result, it has become a universal skill. This is most likely owed to people praising the Fallout 3 lockpicking minigame, which made it an easy substitute for Oblivion's tumblers. In Fallout 3, if you hit an expert lock, you needed to be at least level 75 in lockpicking in order to attempt the minigame. In Skyrim, that limitation was not implemented, meaning the only reason you might not want to attempt an expert lock with a lockpicking skill level of, say, 25 is that you'd likely burn a few more picks trying to get through it. This is likely owed to the two different XP systems the franchises use. If you can't pick higher level locks as a novice, leveling lockpicking in Skyrim would be more challenging than it already is, whereas in Fallout 3, you just put points into lockpicking on the level up screen. The problem is that lockpicks are ubiquitous in Skyrim, even being sold by upstanding general goods vendors and not exclusively sold by shady organizations. I'd say by level 10 I'm usually good on lockpicks and won't have to ever worry about running out of them for the rest of the playthrough. This means breaking picks in Skyrim is not a concern. There is also the Unbreakable Skeleton Key players can acquire near the end of the Thieves Guild questline. While not as much of an off-switch for the minigame as Oblivion's Skeleton Key was, which was only gated behind a simple low-level Daedra quest, Skyrim's Skeleton Key is still a meta for those who just want to get through every lock without effort. Now, despite being a universal skill, it's very hard to justify putting points into the tree itself. With 11 perks in the skill, we're already starting on the low end, but then 5 of those are just perks to make picking a certain rank of lock easier, leaving only 6 unique perks. The first thing to note is how investing into the tree is off-putting to begin with, because the tree has been tiered like the magic skill tree. This means in order to unlock certain perks, you need to pick up every perk that falls along the trunk of the tree to reach the branch you're interested in. The first branch has 2 perks, Quick Hands and Wax Key. Quick Hands allows you to pick locks without being detected. From how it's worded, it sounds like picking locks can grab the attention of unaware NPCs, but that's not it at all. What it actually does is removes the crime associated with picking a lock, which is in fact more useful. No more skulking around waiting to be undetected, you can just brazenly stand there picking a lock in broad daylight and no one will care. Personally, I've never had any trouble with fishing for the perfect opportunity to pick a lock, especially with time freezing once I'm in the minigame, but this could be used to get past locks that are under constant guard. With it being a level 40 perk early in the tree, I could see some players justifying it. Unfortunately, it requires picking up the Novice and Apprentice locks perks, which are pretty much worthless perks because even at lockpicking skill level 15, those locks are a breeze to get through. Wax Key just gives the player a copy of a key to any lock they pick if it has an associated key. For example, you won't get a key to a random chest in a dungeon, but you would get a key to a shop in Whiterun. I guess this could be useful if you're frequently robbing particular places, but I did a ton of thieving and never felt like locks were a barrier to my theft sprees. This perk, as with almost all the perks in the tree, is predicated on the belief that players will find lockpicking difficult or tedious. In my case, the former was never a concern, and the latter, while true, still wasn't enough to justify burning 3 perk points to get. As we'll see going forward with this tree, that value calculation only gets harder and harder for the lockpicking skill to win out on. The second branch of the tree, unlocked after investing 3 perks into Novice, Apprentice, and Adept locks, focuses on increasing loot. Golden Touch increases gold found in chests, and Treasure Hunter bequeaths a 50% greater chance to find special treasure. How Golden Touch really works is it adds 20 to 100 gold to every generic dungeon chest, and 2 to 10 gold on bodies, urns, and various other containers. Considering it doesn't take long for my character to generate enough gold to rival the Empire's treasury, I really don't see the value in this perk. Treasure Hunter is no bargain either. What it really does is increases the chance of finding 1 extra weapon or armor item, possibly enchanted, in generic dungeon chests from 10 to 15%. Assuming generic treasure is worth looting past character level 20, which is a big assumption, 15% still isn't much, especially since this ain't Oblivion where you could find enchanted gear in a random alien urn. Now, gear is mostly found in boss chests at the end of a dungeon. So you're getting lockpicking up to level 70 and dropping 5 points into frankly worthless perks just to get an extra 5% chance to find gear in 1 out of maybe 20 containers you'll be looting during a dungeon. Wow. The third and final branch is unlocked once the player hits lockpicking level 80 and has invested all the way up to expert locks. Locksmith starts the player's pick closer to the correct unlock position for the lock they are trying to get through. It helps remove the initial guesswork to dial in what part of the lock the solution is on, and when you break your pick, you'll start at the closer position again. The problem is that, for me personally, with how I play the minigame, most of my broken locks are rarely in the initial hunting phase where I'd be looking for the solution's neighborhood. Most of my broken picks come when I'm trying to dial it in and find the exact solution, and this perk does not really help during that phase. I console commanded this perk in and I only noticed a marginal difference in my performance. The truth is, by level 80 lockpicking, even without any perks invested into any skill fortifications, picking a master lock isn't that hard. That's because just skill level ups makes the minigame substantially easier. By the time I'm in my character level 30s, I'll usually have a lockpicking skill in the 50s, which is more than enough to get through an expert lock without burning more than a couple of picks. Add to that a stash of over 100 picks, and the only consideration to lockpicking becomes if I can be bothered to spend the time doing it. Due to how leveling lockpicking works, it's not a skill that you can easily grind. Sure, you can get some training and you can pick every lock in every city, but that's not going to get you to mastery. The reason being, locks only award XP when you unlock them for the first time. You can also gain a modest amount of XP whenever you break a pick, but that falls off really fast when you're past the first few skill levels. So your options for leveling boils down to stockpiling an insane amount of lockpicks and intentionally breaking them until you reach level 100, or picking every lock you find as you play the game. Going the second route, by the time I was wrapping up my playthrough, I was in my 90s for lockpicking. It's not really a skill you're going to master quickly, and you definitely don't want to legendary it. As a result, by the time you'd even be unlocking these last few perks, your run is likely already done. And once again, that's assuming you're struggling with the minigame or you didn't flick the skeleton key off switch. Unbreakable follows Locksmith, which is just the skeleton key rendered into a perk. Level 100 and requires 6 perk points to unlock. Useful, I guess, if you want to appease Mommy Knockers and return her key to receive her blessings. I'm talking about her Nightingale powers, guys, not her tit. Let's hold a contest in the comments section. What is the least chosen perk in Skyrim's perk trees? My money is on Master Locks, Lockpicking's second level 100 perk. If you were to opt for Unbreakable, it really is worthless. And I mean, why wouldn't you go Unbreakable if you made it this far into the tree? Arguably, the only useful perks in this whole tree are Unbreakable and Locksmith. So why would you instead opt for the vastly inferior Master Locks perk, just to save 1 perk point? I'll be honest, I'm not a fan of minigames. I don't understand game designers' obsessions with them because I've never heard players singing the praises of a minigame. At best, it usually garners a, yeah, it's not awful, which is where Skyrim's lockpicking ends up falling for most players. While I could see the value a minigame might have to gate something in a game where stats and skills don't exist, I really do not see their purpose in something like an RPG. So naturally, my ideal solution for lockpicking in TES 6 would be to ditch the minigame entirely and just make it a time-based thing. 7 Days to Die is a great example of what a simple lockpicking system needs to be. A process that requires the player to stand in place and wait for a timer to tick down in real time. In that game, the longer you spend lockpicking is more time an enemy can sneak up on you, or more time for your character to break a lockpick. You're incentivized to invest into the skill because there's good gear to be found behind locks, and breaking through a safe with your pickaxe is noisy, time-consuming, and damages your tool. In a game where getting ambushed by enemies is a serious threat, lockpicking naturally slots itself into the stealthier playstyle. Transplanted into a setting where you have crimes associated with lockpicking, radiant NPCs, and magic, there's a lot more this basic system can achieve. Maybe we can have locks with traps on them and magical locks, and maybe picking locks will generate noise that naturally draws NPCs to investigate. I'm aware a lot of this was already in Morrowind, which, yeah, that was a solid system. I'm fine with blending it with Skyrim's perks. There's no reason in a game with more dynamic NPC AI, a sound-based stealth system, and a more robust crime and punishment system that lockpicking should be a downgrade. Even if we were to keep the minigame aspect but just make it real-time, we already open up more options for new perks. For example, maybe the mastery perks will gradually slow down time while lockpicking until the master level perk where time is frozen altogether. If we have a sound element to lockpicking, maybe a perk can make it so that we can pick them silently to avoid drawing the attention of NPCs. Or how about adding a system that lets us detect who is behind a locked door? Okay, so I lied a bit 2 paragraphs earlier. Skyrim actually did reintroduce trap chests from Morrowind. Kind of. You will occasionally come across chests that have a little trigger attached to it that, if you're paying attention, you can use lockpicking to disarm. The resulting traps are hardly ever a death sentence, but I'm willing to give some partial credit here. I think making the triggers invisible until the player earns trap detection via a lockpicking perk would expand the feature. Then we could have an alteration or illusion spell that allowed mages to detect and disarm the traps, and warriors could either use scrolls or just tank the incoming damage with their shield or something. One final thing I'd like to mention about lockpicking, and that's that followers can do it too. Fallout 4 added more nuance to the system and drew more attention to the benefit having a hacking or lockpicking companion can offer the player, but this idea really got its start in Skyrim. The reason I never noticed its existence is that I needed to have a follower with a low morality rating, which Lydia does not, and I would need to manually order my follower to do it. If the follower is down with theft though, they'll be able to pick any lock for you up to and including master ones. A good idea that justifies running with a thief in your party, but with no in-game way to see the morality rating of followers, you kinda have to just make your best guess with who can do it. While pickpocketing as a mechanic has existed in several Bethesda games, Skyrim decouples the mechanic from the sneak skill and places it into a skill of its own. With this being a first attempt at a new skill, I really should have known it would be hilariously busted and OP. The truth is I'd never really bothered with pickpocketing in Skyrim, let alone committed to it for a whole playthrough. Based off my experience with the mechanic in Oblivion, where it was nearly impossible to pull off without a high sneak skill, and even then the risks outweighed the meager rewards, I'd always assumed Skyrim's rendition was not worth it either. It turns out I could not have been more wrong. Skyrim's pickpocketing borders on Oblivion's Super Poison's level of power. Used to its full potential, it can basically become built-in cheats. Even using it casually, you can accidentally make the game much easier. Likewise, if you aren't careful, it can ruin your character. Let's start with the mechanics. When you sneak, you're able to walk up to an NPC and open their inventory. Taking a look in their pockets isn't a crime, it's only when you attempt to steal something that the crime takes place. You also have the option of planting things in their pockets, but without the appropriate perk, this feature serves hardly any purpose. Each item in their inventory has a certain percentage chance for you to be able to successfully steal it, ranging from 0% to 90%, which the game helpfully displays. The 90% cap is there to ensure there is always some level of risk involved because we don't have a luck attribute to do that anymore. The percentage chance is based on the weight and gold value of the item. Heavier items and pricier items are harder to steal, as well as bigger stacks of items. There are also some hard caps on the maximum gold value you can steal depending upon perks invested. A few other factors come into play to determine your success chance, such as your target's pickpocketing skill level and whether you're detected or not. For the longest time, I assumed I had to be undetected in order to ever succeed at pickpocket, but that's not the case. you only incur a 25-point penalty if you're being detected, even if it's the target who is detecting you. So if you're skilled enough, or you got alchemy and enchanting bonuses to offset the penalty, you can freely pickpocket in broad daylight with tons of witnesses. If you fail the chance, the target keeps the item and you may earn a bounty. The target then becomes alerted and cannot be pickpocketed again for a couple of days. Similar to lockpicking, XP is only awarded when stealing unique items from an NPC's inventory. This means you can't plant items on a target or abuse getting caught to have them restock their items when they confiscate them from your inventory. The awarded XP is based off the gold value stolen from a target. This means if your objective is to just level the skill quickly, stealing the lightest, most valuable items such as gems, jewelry, and stacks of coin is the best approach. The limitation then becomes finding NPCs in the game with enough valuable items to steal. Turns out a lot of NPCs in Skyrim are kinda poor. As well, NPC inventories do not respawn. So if you clean out the pockets of an entire city, don't expect to find them carrying worthwhile stuff to steal a few days later. This could make leveling pickpocketing a challenge, and definitely discourages making it a candidate for legendary. But there is another route to leveling, and that's pickpocketing skill trainers. When you receive training, the money you pay to the NPC is added to their inventory and flagged as their property. So the game becomes getting a few level ups, then going into their pockets and taking the money back. You can even double dip by pickpocketing your pickpocket trainer. The key is to manage your training so that you're not dumping too much money into their inventory that would be too difficult or impossible if the value exceeds the gold cap for you to steal it back. When doing this to the pickpocket trainer in Windhelm, I started leveling up very fast. As in, I entered Windhelm at pickpocketing level 22 and character level 4, and left Windhelm at pickpocketing level 77 and character level 16 in the span of 30 minutes. I did stop with the pickpocket training halfway into this and went off to get speech training instead, but I never stopped five-finger refunding my training expenses until much later into my playthrough. Doing training this way, pickpocket is actually a viable candidate for legendarying. You gotta get more creative to get those last few pickpocket levels, but if you have other skills you can pour money into for training, it is a reliable way to farm character level ups. Just be careful not to overlevel your character because it's very easy for this to get out of control. Alright, let's talk perks. 12 perks total, 8 of which are unique. The first perk is your standard 5-level perk, making pickpocketing 20, 40, 60, 80, and 100% easier. While skill increases naturally makes pickpocketing easier, these perks are definitely worth picking up, especially if you're foregoing enchanting and alchemy fortifications. Unlike lockpicking, you only need to pick up one level of this perk if you want to forego the rest and continue up the tree. Night Thief's a level 20 perk, and it makes pickpocketing 25% easier if the target is asleep. A simple, low-level perk that makes sense and adds a new dimension to thievery for the player to consider. It's a noticeable difference too, especially if you're trying to get a refund on skill training. From here you gotta fork. 2 independent optional perks, or continuing down the main line. The first optional perk is Poisoned, a level 40 perk that allows you to poison a target by reverse pickpocketing poison into the target's inventory. This never really made sense to me. Is the implication poisons in this setting work by just coming in contact with the target's skin? Why do I need to poison my weapons then? Couldn't I just throw bottles of poison at people? Silly implications aside, it is a fun way to deal with enemies. The effect of the poison will act just as it would if you hit them with a poisoned weapon, so you could slip a paralysis poison on a target and have them hit the floor. While not an essential perk, it's definitely one worth picking up if you enjoy messing with NPCs or want to murder without being detected. It's a shame then that, outside of putting poisons and poisoned apples on NPCs, reverse pickpocketing serves no purpose. We used to have cursed enchanted gear, which were items with negative effects on them like fire damage. Once placed in the inventory of an NPC, they'd equip the item and get hit with the enchantment. A great way to weaken a target for assassination without using poisons. Or how about planting contraband and stolen items on an NPC and then reporting them to the guards? You know, like what Brigner has us do to get into the Thieves Guild. In a game where straight up attacking targets is the quickest way to settle all conflicts, this sort of a mechanic is always going to be treated as nothing more than a novelty for the player. But there are things that could have made it a more compelling novelty. The second optional perk is Extra Pockets at level 50. 100 extra carrying capacity, reduced down to 50 if you're running survival mode from the Anniversary update. As a stealth player who is never taking stamina increases at level up, this perk helped make up for some of that lost capacity. It can also help make up the difference if you're going without a follower. It's a solid optional perk. Sometimes I pick it up, other times I don't. Back on the main path, we got Cut Purse at pickpocketing level 40. This perk states it makes pickpocketing gold 50% easier, but what it actually does is add 50 more points in your favor to the pickpocket equation, which oftentimes works out to be more than a 50% bump. This perk is pretty much essential if you're using Pickpocket for free skill training. It's not really the most exciting perk, as it only further encourages you to focus on stealing one of the few things that's always worth targeting on an NPC, but it's definitely a useful perk. Branching from Cut Purse, we got Keymaster, a level 60 perk that just says pickpocketing keys almost always works. Ignoring the typical bullshit of a Skyrim perk being unnecessarily vague, I already talked about how stealing keys in Skyrim doesn't really matter all that much. If there were more unpickable locks that required a key, or if there were chests and shops locked under a key that gave players access to the entire store's inventory, I could see this perk being more useful. As it stands, this is a pretty worthless perk that's way too deep into the tree. Fortunately, it's optional. Make it a 100% chance to steal all keys and make it a level 40 perk. The level 70 and 100 perks are where pickpocketing gets pretty insane. Misdirection lets you pickpocket equipped weapons off of a target, while Perfect Touch lets you pickpocket equipped armor. A Master Thief nabbing an unwitting target's weapon is a bit of a genre trope, so I'll give it a pass, but stripping a target naked without them noticing is just maximum absurdity. I am genuinely shocked this one made it through the development process because I can't think of anything more outlandish in Skyrim than this single perk. I'm so glad it made it through though, because it is hilarious. Satisfying stealth gameplay is not sitting off in a corner landing sneak attacks on an opponent with a bow. What is satisfying is sneaking up on a bandit, stripping off all their armor and weapons, and then getting the sneak attack. Not only does this make them more vulnerable to damage, it also leaves them without any means to defend themselves except their fists. This is what I'm looking for in games like this. This is what the purest form of power fantasy looks like. It's definitely way too easy to get to this state. This probably shouldn't even be a perk you can unlock from the perk tree, but instead a secret power you can acquire from some difficult and obscure quest. However, I love these perks. This is some Morrowind or Oblivion where you're basically at the point of using console commands built into the game. All in all, pickpocketing is a pretty good treat. Most of the perks are useful for players invested in using the mechanic often, and the questionable stuff are all optional. I think the main problem is that pickpocketing just isn't mechanically deep. The fact that we don't even need to remain undetected shows how undercooked the mechanics really are. By the end, I was just sneaking around Riften robbing everyone blind just for the XP. If I got caught by the guards, I just flashed my Thieves Guild badge and went back to picking pockets. I think a better system would remove the inventory screen from the equation. Like with my preferred lockpicking system, we'd replace it with a real-time system where you have to wait a period of time as your character picks the target's pocket. Picking pockets is considered a crime and you need to be undetected for it to succeed. This would make picking pockets mechanically more challenging, especially if that target is moving. If you succeed, you receive a randomized item from a set loot table based on the wealth value of the target. Increases in the skill and perk investments increases the odds of success, decreases the time it takes to pick a pocket, and increases the value of the item stolen. By the time you're a master, you'll be routinely picking lots of gold, gems, jewelry, keys, and small weapons from your targets. Maybe there can even be some perks that let you set preferences for certain loot. Limits on how many times a single target's pockets can be picked in a single day can help make this less viable to be farmed. Reverse pickpocketing would just be mapped to a separate button that would only show the player's inventory. I think pickpocketing and reverse pickpocketing have some great potential when combined with some social engineering elements. Speaking of which, we are finally down to the last skill.
And we're shaving and gluing and sticking things together so that it's not this schizophrenic game experience that things flow from one into another.
More examples of schizophrenic design come to mind when thinking of Bethesda Fallout games, but Skyrim's got plenty of examples too, the speech skill being chief among them. Really, I'd say it's more exhibiting signs of dissociative personality disorder caused by the trauma of having the remnants of the mercantile skill being shoved into the same space as it, but let's not let that get in the way of a golden Todd Howard quote. Skyrim's speech skill focuses on letting players circumvent mild inconveniences and getting a bit more money out of transactions. This is because both Speechcraft and Mercantile saw huge amounts of cuts to the point that neither skill could stand on their own. So they were both combined to create this hollow chimera of two skills that were never game changers to begin with. It was then haphazardly implemented, poorly balanced, and plagued with bugs. A true Skyrim staple to be sure. So let's not kid ourselves in thinking this skill is anything but two skills glued together, as Todd Howard put it. Let's analyze this as two skills. We'll start with the skill's power of persuasion. What's funny is that, despite it taking top billing as the name on the skill, I'd argue using it to persuade NPCs in conversations is secondary to earning more septums for players. This is because, despite all the radiant systems in Skyrim, Bethesda got rid of the more dynamic disposition system from Morrowind and Oblivion. There still is a disposition system in Skyrim, but it's so heavily stripped down and scripted that Bethesda went ahead and hid its inner workings. Instead, the hope was that the players would just get a feel for how NPCs liked them based on how they greeted them and any offers they might extend.
Ah, how my heart soars to look upon a Sister Bosmer. Please, how can I serve your hunting needs?
Interesting. He's hitting on me. The system used to use a numerical scale ranging from 0 to 100, 0 being the NPC despised and might even attack the player, to 100 where the NPC adored and might even fight on the player's behalf. The player had many options for influencing disposition, ranging from persuasion minigames, bribery, and spells, to less direct methods like joining factions, doing quests, becoming famous, or committing a crime against the NPC. The numerical aspect still exists, but now it's represented on a scale of -4 to +4, with each number representing another stage of the relationship. Along with the truncating of the scale, the means to influence disposition have also been shortened. Persuasion minigames have been cut. Charm spells have been cut. Fame and infamy have been cut. NPCs don't respond to player actions except the murdering of a loved one. Bribery still exists, but not as a means of raising disposition. This just leaves doing quests, joining factions, and hiring someone as a follower as the only means of influencing disposition. As you can see, outside of murdering a loved one, which not all NPCs have the relationship flags to facilitate, players don't have any means to intentionally lower an NPC's disposition. You might be wondering why players would even want to lower an NPC's disposition, but there are reasons for it. Most notably, instigating an NPC into attacking the player so they can murder them without incurring a bounty. It's funny to see what would have worked so naturally in Oblivion and Morrowind being made impossible in Skyrim. So, when the designers working on the Dark Brotherhood questline wanted to give players the option to taunt NPCs into attacking them, the solution was just to have a single dialogue option that triggers the NPCs. Okay, there are a few other ways to influence disposition. You ready? Investing into a merchant's shop, exiling rulers during the Civil War, and dropping an item on the ground and telling an NPC they can keep it if they decide to pick it up and bring it back to you. And yeah, that's it. I imagine the reason disposition was so heavily modified was to mitigate that troublesome gamey feeling developers suddenly had a phobia for around 2005. Sitting there playing a minigame where NPCs make funny faces as a number goes up until that NPC is willing to take an arrow for you is obviously not how it works in the real world. However, the replacement is, in my opinion, even less believable. So, because I delivered some dude's love letter and blackmailed his rival, that dude is now willing to follow me into dangerous ruins and potentially get killed? What happened to his burning passion for the shopkeeper's sister? Is he sure he can trust someone like me who just demonstrated such loose morals? Sure, the minigame was silly, but I could at least cope by pretending that my character was laying on the charm when I was playing it. Thanks to a lack of granularity and no control over the system, I'm left feeling like the NPCs in this world are just ordained by the divines to fall in love with my character, who barely has the charisma to even say hello, let alone crack a joke despite apparently being a master in speech. See, the real problem with speech and disposition systems in any game is that they're all going to feel gamey because they are, by their nature, very transactional. They feel fake because the player is only engaging with these NPCs to get something out of them. Maybe the Mass Effect games got the closest to getting me to view NPCs as something more than just robots who shoot at my enemies. As such, the interaction with those characters was the reward itself. But I don't think make every NPC in your game a Mass Effect companion is an actionable plan for most game developers. I just think this insecurity over how speech mechanics and disposition ratings are presented is misguided. Are there ways to do it more naturally? Sure, but unless you're going to program a Sims-styled needs system where my character is going to start craving social interaction and a network of friends, I don't see how you're going to get around players' desire to treat everything in a game as a transaction. And really, the complaints against Persuasion in Oblivion wasn't that there was a numerical value representing how much an NPC liked the player, it was that Persuasion Pi was a dull, tedious, and unintuitive minigame. And here I am again complaining about a minigame. It's almost like they aren't a good idea in TES games. Basically, bring back disposition. You guys are doing yourselves a huge disservice being embarrassed by it. Implement a reputation system that would heavily influence disposition. Fame and infamy was a neat idea, just reduce its influence on disposition. But bring the numbers and mechanics back. I find it funny that people describe the persuasion system in Skyrim as arbitrary. I mean, they aren't wrong, it absolutely is arbitrary, but not how they think it is. I've seen people assume it's random, or at least there's an element of randomness to it like Fallout 3's persuasion system, but it's actually not. It's all hard numbers. You either got the skill level to pass a check, or you don't. Well, unless it's hard-coded to be impossible to pass or fail that specific persuasion, but hang on to that. Really, it's just a system of hidden skill checks. It's incredible how just hiding the numbers has convinced people the system is more complex than it really is, but in the absence of answers, people just make things up. Granted, all the persuasion checks and the required skill levels are listed on a single page on the UESP because there's just that few of them, but I won't blame people for not looking this up when the penalties for failing these checks are virtually non-existent. The arbitrariness is in how these checks are set up and implemented. Checks are tiered on a scale of very easy to very hard, similar to how locks in Morrowind and Oblivion were tiered. Very easy checks only require a skill level of 10, which is impossible not to have without some external debuff, seeing as all characters start with at least level 15 in speech. Easy requires a skill level of 25, average is 50, hard is 75, and very hard is 100. Like I said, there's ones that are programmed to always succeed, such as convincing the guard at the Whiterun gates to let you in, and getting Anton Varane to reveal the identity of the gourmet. These are likely impossible to fail because the designers could not come up with consequences for failing these checks, or they just didn't have time to implement fail states. So the thinking is that players likely wouldn't notice they never fail these checks because who honestly remembers every check they passed and their skill levels at the time of attempting them? While it is a safe assumption to make, it really does come across as lazy and cynical when you do notice it. I understand that a lot of mechanics in games are just an illusion meant to convince me I really did something, but god damn, talk about spitting on that trust. The very easy ones are just a demonstration of a lack of understanding of the character creation system. Maybe at some point in development, players started with 5 across the boards instead of 15s. And again, one of the 3 checks was in Dawnguard, so I don't know. Maybe that dev just didn't get the memo. I like how one of those checks is getting Margaret to reveal her true purpose as an Imperial spy during the Forsworn conspiracy, really proving my theory right there that Tullius just sent this lady down to Markarth to die to smoke out the Forsworn. I could sit here and scrape through all of the checks and point out the ones that stand out as being silly and arbitrary, but that's a recipe for spiraling into tangents about what makes any skill check seem fair. Ultimately, it's very subjective, and it does boil down to interpretation of these individual characters in order to determine if they are being reasonable or not. I will say, though, that the hardest speech check in the game being to convince Feralda to let us onto the college grounds without taking her test is unreasonable, especially when compared to doing things like convincing Ulfric and Tullius to sit down and discuss a ceasefire. Now, if you want a system that is more random, there's intimidation. I imagine the idea behind intimidation was that players who are not versed in speech but put their effort into building up their combat skills can still bludgeon their way through a conversation. I really like the idea, and it's neat having a system that checks the player's stats against an NPC stats to determine who is scarier. The problem with this system is that it only factors in the player's character level checked against the NPC's character level, in a game where most NPCs are level scaled. It does not take into account if the player is equipped with, say, a Daedric artifact that could annihilate the NPC in a single blow, or if the player is decked out in armor fashioned from the bones of numerous dragons they had slain, or even if they have a high weapons skill. Also, it still factors speech skill levels into the equation, which, defeats the whole point of intimidation. So if you feel like you always fail your intimidation checks, now you know why. Good idea, betrayed by poor implementation. Bribery is the simplest and fairest of the persuasion systems. As long as you got the cash, you can pass a check. The system looks at your speech skill level checked against the NPC speech skill level, and then it factors in their morality rating to determine how much it'll cost to pay them off. I like that these personality traits assigned to each NPC are actually being used for something. It's interesting, though, that even a super moral character is still capable of being bribed. But method of last resort, I get it, I guess. I don't really see the point in having a method of last resort in this system because none of these checks are necessary to advance any quests. Even lockpicking is more essential because there's some low-level locks gaining progress during some Thieves Guild quests. The difference is that lockpicking is a universal skill that only depends on the player being somewhat competent at the minigame. Even if they fail or don't have the picks, there's going to be a key somewhere nearby if that lock is mandatory to get through. I guess it's unreasonable to expect players to have about 600 gold on them for something like this. Or maybe placing a sack of coins nearby the player could find to cover the costs if they come up short. As a result, passing these persuasion checks is rarely more than getting a bit of extra gold or getting to skip an inconsequential stage of a quest. It really is the speech equivalence of getting to loot a couple more generic chests in a dungeon. Before we begin to consider what we gotta do to fix the system, I think it's important just to ask what a speech skill is supposed to do in a TES game. Is it just meant to get past speech checks during quests? Well then we gotta make passing those checks actually mean something, which really means fundamentally changing how most TES quests are structured to allow for more alternate paths. I think a more interesting system would be something that manipulates NPCs in a dynamic way. What I mean is making a system that would let you do things like talk your way into a restricted area of a castle, or convincing an NPC to step out of a room so you can steal something. Skyrim managed to iron out a lot of the kinks in Radiant AI, so speech then ought to be a tool for manipulating that system. I would also like to see bandits that don't just attack on sight all the time. Doing that would allow us to then convert them into tools for the player. Imagine being able to convince a bandit leader to join you, or to sick them on another dungeon full of bandits or Draugr. And I'm not saying make the bandits all passive, just have them interrogate the player if they wander onto their turf. If the player fails the persuasion checks, the bandits become hostile. As if the persuasion system in the game wasn't illusory enough, its perks are perhaps even worse. If you're committed to the mechanic though, there's really only one perk you're going to want to get. Unfortunately, it's going to involve picking up a couple of mostly worthless perks. While the tree itself committed to splitting the skill between its barter and persuasion functions, it still originates at the haggling perk, which does nothing for persuasion except act as a toll. Once the player pays that toll, they're free to move up along the right side of the tree to the bribery perk, a level 30 unlock which allows the player to bribe guards to ignore very minor crimes. A good idea for a perk, but if you're a thief character, you're likely going to have a ton of different passes you can whip out with the guards thanks to the Thieves Guild. Then you got the Thane pass, and seeing as all of these passes let you get away with much more severe crimes, speech's bribery is pretty lame. Also, the calculation for the bribe is way too harsh. The bribe to ignore a 10 gold bounty can be upwards of 500 gold, which I guess is useful if you want to avoid the guards confiscating any stolen goods you got, but if not, you might as well just pay the bounty. Would have been nice to see this perk have a couple more ranks that let you bribe guards for higher bounties while lowering the cost of the bribes. Persuasion's at level 50 and it makes persuasion attempts 30% easier. This is achieved by lowering the passing threshold of all speech check tiers minus very easies by 30%. So the passing thresholds become 10, 18, 35, 53, and 70. Very ugly, unintuitive numbers, but seeing as the only way to see the level of the checks is to look online, I guess it's not something the devs were concerned by. Intimidation makes intimidation attempts twice as likely to succeed. Considering most NPCs in the game are not going to be twice the player's character level, this perk at least is functional. But remember, you have to get the persuasion perk to get this one. And with this perk being unlocked at level 70, you can already pass every persuasion check in the game. That makes this perk literally worthless. Due to the other sleight of hands going on with the speech mechanics in this game, I really can't shake the feeling that this is working as intended. The assumption was likely that players would commit to either persuasion or intimidation, so the intimidation players would never bother sampling persuasion to find out that they can now pass every single attempt. Even if they passed one or two, they'd likely chalk it up as a fluke and eventually go back to intimidation because why risk it? I've gone in depth with every skill in this game, and I can safely say this is probably the most evil I've seen a perk get. I've seen broken perks, I've seen perks with misleading or outright incorrect descriptions, I've seen perks that arguably makes the experience worse for the player, but I've never seen a perk that assumes the player is too dumb to notice it was a waste. I usually like to see numbers just so I can better optimize my builds and make the smartest decisions I can. With this perk, however, I just want to see numbers to protect myself from being tricked by malicious designers who know I'm too blind to see that I'm wasting my perks and my time. The most obvious solution is to reverse persuasion and intimidation's places on the tree. But then you pretty much have the same issue but in reverse. Why bother with persuasion when intimidation attempts are almost always going to succeed? The real problem is that intimidation as a mechanic is so weak without its perk, and with it, it's automatically too powerful because all it's accounting for is the player's character level. There should not be a perk for intimidation, and speech skills should have zero bearing on intimidation attempts. The check should just be the player's combat stats against the opponent's stats. If you're building something to bypass a mechanic, then maybe make it actually bypass it. Well, as it turns out, there is a bypass of sorts for speech, and that's the Amulet of Articulation Brigner will give you when you become the Guild Master of the Thieves Guild. the description for the amulet states you will pass almost all persuasion checks. I guess they couldn't guarantee you'll pass every check because you still got those hard-coded impossible ones. If you don't want to pick up the persuasion perk and just want the skeleton key for persuasion checks, well, here you go, I guess. I still can't imagine being able to justify wasting the very useful amulet slot just to pass the occasional speech check. Especially since by the time you hit the end of the Thieves Guild questline, you've already seen most of the checks in the game. But the amulet does have an armor rating and it can be tempered and won't affect perks like the mage armor perk, so that's kinda cool. It's technically level scaled, however, which will affect how powerful the speechcraft and bartering bonus it gives. I say technically because there's 7 different versions, but they're all set as level 1+, which means when Brynjolf goes to give you the thing, there's a 1 in 7 chance he'll give you the best version of the amulet. The unofficial patch fixes this by associating character levels with the different versions, but if you're playing unpatched, you'll want to save right before getting the amulet so you can reload when he gives you the low-level versions. And so we are now 20 minutes into this section, and we've only covered half of the skill tree. I think it goes without saying, but this is, without exaggeration, the worst speech system I've ever seen in a game. This is very disappointing for me personally because speech builds tend to be one of the first things I go for in games. I really think it's a good way to torture test the design priorities of a game's developers. Seeing how abysmal it is in Skyrim sadly reflects a lot on the rest of the game's design. And it hasn't really gotten any better in Fallout 4 and 76. Those games just strapped more mechanics to it, like settlement building and sharing perks with teammates. The core functionality of speech has pretty much remained the same as we see it in Skyrim. Alright, so now let's talk about speech's second half. Barter affects the buying and selling prices at vendors, and that's it. No longer does it impact prices with trainers, nor can you use it to get lower prices for hirelings, houses, or even carriage rides. With services like weapon recharging and item repairs being removed from Skyrim, there's just not a whole lot you can even spend money on. So it really is no surprise Mercantile as a skill got cut. Even haggling got removed from the game. Your prices just get better with higher speech levels and perk investments. The only thing that actually affects the prices you see in shops is your character's speech skill and any perks and fortifications you might have. No longer will the merchant's skill levels factor into the equation, which is interesting considering how the target's speech level factors into so many other equations. As a result, the only considerations for picking what merchants to sell to are the type of vendor they are, how convenient it is to get to them, their total gold on hand, and maybe if they are a skill trainer. Ironically, one of the only uses for money I've found has been for farming speech XP to boost the skill in order to buy some perks. This is made possible due to changes in the XP gain formula in Skyrim so that you gain speech XP proportionate to the value of the items you buy and sell. Funnily enough, money doesn't even need to change hands for you to get the XP, which means you can just give a bunch of free items to a merchant and still farm the XP. So I hope you kept all those really expensive water breathing potions we made back during the Skyrim Mage video, because we're going to be using them for tons of free speech skill level ups here. If not, just get yourself a bunch of salmon roe, garlic, and Nordic barnacles, and mix them all together for potions that will get you to 100 alchemy very quickly. You can thank me later. Then you just take them to a vendor who will buy potions off of you and you sell it to them one at a time. Yeah, despite the XP formula not just giving a fixed amount of XP based on the sheer number of transactions, it still only awards XP based off the value of a single item, even if you sell a whole stack. So the meta from Oblivion of selling items one at a time still applies here. Thankfully, you don't have to sell thousands of 1 gold arrows to efficiently level. Another thing you could do if you got hundreds of thousands of gold, as my characters tend to accumulate over the course of a playthrough, is to sell the vendor the super potions, or really anything of high value you got lying around. Even your enchanted main weapon will work, and then buying those items back. You gain XP whether you're selling or buying. This method is going to burn your cash because you'll be losing money on each transaction, especially at lower speech levels with no perks invested in the haggling. But hey, if you got nothing else to use that money for, might as well, right? With all those speech skill levels, it's time to buy some bartering perks. Personally, the only perk I ever really care about is Merchant, but I can see arguments to be made for pretty much all of the bartering perks, which is a nice change of pace from the right side of the tree. We start with Haggling, a 5-tier perk that makes buying and selling prices 10, 15, 20, 25, and 30% better. I've never really cared to get any ranks of this because I tend to have more loot than most vendors have cash to buy. Ranking up this perk is just a tedium slider as far as I'm concerned because it means I either have to run around vendoring at a bunch of different shops or wait a couple days for their inventory to reset. Next up, we got Allure at level 30. 10% better prices for members of the opposite sex. I don't think 10% is really enough to convince me to exclusively shop at vendors who would work with this perk, so I really consider this one a waste. It does highlight just how inconsequential the different merchants really are in this game. This has an unfair impact on the vendors out in the minor holds who I never use just because they're out of the way. Imagine if the vendors in major cities like Whiterun were super cutthroat, or they had different inventories based on the cities they're in, like the blacksmith in Markarth carried a ton of dwarven items. There's a reason I consider economy overhauls to be essential for Skyrim, because otherwise I see no point in vendoring in any city outside of Whiterun. Then we got the only perk I really care about at level 50. Merchant lets you sell any item to any type of vendor, which only reduces my pool of vendors down to the blacksmiths who have the most cash out of all the vendor types except the leveled up Thieves Guild fences. It sure is convenient though, being able to offload high value general goods onto the wealthier blacksmiths. At level 70, players can invest 500 gold into a shop with the investor perk. This was actually a perk in Oblivion as well, which arguably had a bigger impact in that game because vendors' cash reserves never changed no matter how much you bought and sold. I'm not sure why that was. Morrowind had vendor currency change, and Fallout 3 and beyond had the same thing. It must have been a conscious design choice though, since the engine was the same across all 3 games. Maybe they recognized that that element had its predicted outcome in conditioning me to shop at the same 3 shops in the Imperial Market District. So for as much grief as I'm giving Skyrim for the same issue, it's not as bad as it was in Oblivion. In Skyrim, investing gives a permanent boost of 500 gold to the vendor's cash reserves. The problem is that this perk is super buggy because of how it's scripted. If they're one of those unfortunate vendors, the cash will disappear after you visit them again a couple days later and you won't have the option to invest again. I'd be willing to give Skyrim credit for simulating bad investments if this was intentionally designed. Following that is Fence at level 90, which, as the name implies, allows the player to sell stolen items to vendors they have invested in. I gotta ask though, how does that work? Is the implication the player is able to convince the shopkeepers the items aren't stolen, or are they charming them so much they can convince them to buy hot merchandise? This is such a situationally useful perk too. It's not like the Thieves Guild hides the fence behind a series of grueling quests. If you're racing it, you can unlock her in about 10 minutes. So the only reason I can see for someone to buy this perk is if they're doing a bunch of thieving but are opposed to joining the guild at all. Especially when you consider the fences, once leveled up, have the most cash on hand in all of Skyrim. This is a useful perk if you want to strip these stolen flags off of items by selling the item to a merchant and then buying it back. This also works with regular fences too, but it is more convenient this way. I got issues with stolen flags we'll cover in the Thieves Guild section, but I'll say that being able to basically disable the mechanic with a perk like this does show just how disposable that mechanic really is. Whenever I see a mechanic that can be disabled with a perk, I like to take notice because it's often an admission by the designers that those mechanics will likely be annoying for some players. Lockpicking, sneaking, persuading, intimidation, and now fencing, the stealth skills sure have a lot of off-switch perks. And then we got Master Trader at level 100. All merchants permanently gain an extra 1,000 gold. This pairs well with Investor if you're the type of player who does not want to resort to cheesing the game mechanics to reset merchant inventories. It's also bugged the same way Investor is. Some vendors will just inexplicably not have the extra gold, and it's a decent number of vendors affected by this bug too. I feel like this perk really gets kneecapped by one of the main issues with Skyrim's economy, and that's that the player will accumulate too much money way too easily by mid-game. Unless you are aggressively grinding speech by using the exploits I mentioned earlier and dumping money into skill trainers, you're not getting the level 100 even by mid-game. Even then, early game is when you'll be investing perk points into your combat and other high priority skills. So by the time you get around to acquiring this perk, it's almost entirely worthless. Why do vendors need more cash when I'm sitting on 200,000 gold and have stopped looting dungeons altogether? This perk also just doesn't make sense. Why does picking a perk suddenly give every merchant in the province 1,000 more gold? For a lot of vendors, that's multiplying their cash reserves by 3 times. Even if the idea was that the player was so gifted in speech that they were able to get the merchants to throw in their personal gold reserves, they ain't holding out that much. This is second mortgage on your house levels of extra money they suddenly got. It also doesn't make sense in terms of the setting. Skyrim isn't a wealthy province to begin with, but with the Civil War going on, bandits in Forsworn everywhere, and dragons back from the dead, mercantilism should be drastically decreasing across the province. Imagine if vendors would get poorer as these Civil War and dragon problems grew, but once the player resolves those quest lines, vendors would start to recover, maybe even bounce back stronger than ever. Say the Stormcloaks won the Civil War, and suddenly there's tons of cash flowing into Windhelm. Or how about if you clear a bandit camp along trade routes leading to into a city, merchants gain a boost in gold and a wider selection of wares for a few weeks. Or maybe just being a loyal customer with a certain vendor will, over time, grow that vendor's business, slowly increasing their cash on hand naturally. Interestingly, someone at Bethesda recognized the blacksmiths would be doing well in this climate, and as such, that's likely why they are the richest vendors in the game. Like, business has been so good that Adriana Vinici hasn't been able to keep up with the requests from the Imperial Legion. Nice attention to detail I wish carried over throughout the rest of the game. Skyrim's mercantilism is terribly static, and none of these perks really help with that. If anything, they only make the issues worse by throwing more money into the system, which just leads to a massive inflation of the player's bank account. This leads to the player no longer needing to engage with merchants, and because merchants rarely have anything the player wants to buy, this leads to a total collapse of the entire system. In a game like Skyrim, I don't think an entire system like this should be rendered obsolete, especially as quickly as it is. This expiration date means any perks related to the system would eventually be made obsolete too. That pretty much makes investing in any of these perks a non-starter for most players thinking long term. So before we can even begin to think about good bartering perks, we first need to make the economic systems in Skyrim more durable. Unfortunately, Bethesda put themselves between a rock and a hard place in this regard. Their design philosophy of streamlining out any sort of maintenance mechanics means we cannot rely on just increasing those associated costs. Likewise, we can't invent new maintenance costs because at that point you might as well just bring back item durability. The second option then is adding more items the player would want to buy. The problem here is that the items vendors stock are oftentimes the same items we can find out in random dungeons, which are both inferior to what we can craft ourselves by endgame. Fixing this isn't simply making vendors sell some best-in-slot items because, well, the problem really is that we have best-in-slot items in general. So if we give those items to vendors, we're only diminishing the value of crafting skills. Crafting skills already have a debatable expiration date when the player has finished crafting their best-in-slot loadouts. Where crafting skills can be given longevity is in making them a great way to earn money. If we find ways to always keep the player eager to earn cash, they might think twice about re-speccing their smithing and enchanting skills once they've finished crafting their G-tier gear, which is exactly what I did with my stealth archer once I finished crafting all of her stuff. Ultimately, this problem requires a completely new approach to item balancing. If we're going to avoid best-in-slot items, we need items that serve unique roles that won't necessarily be replaced by the next big thing. The items then need to be carefully distributed as world loot, craftable items, quest rewards, and merchant items. It's fine to have a little redundancy here, but not too much. It's a difficult balance that requires randomized enchanted gear to be made much rarer or just outright removed entirely. And again, that is something that, at the end of the day, runs counter to the supposed design goals of Skyrim. Alright, I'm gonna level with you here. I had more suggestions, but as I wrote them out, I realized almost all of this had already existed in Morrowind. It might come as a surprise, but up until very recently, I'd never played Morrowind. So all those suggestions I made in my previous Skyrim videos that were actually things done in Morrowind should be validation for the Morrow boomers who say TES 3 is best girl. However, loot distribution and how the economy worked in that game was one of the most standout things I noticed while playing because it was just done so well. Coming from future Bethesda games where the economies are so busted it's become a meme at this point, it sure was jarring to see that they nailed the system so well previously. I'm also aware that my suggestion for more dynamic vendors is something done by mods. Modders have even tried to force Skyrim to adopt Morrowind's consciously designed loot system. The problem is that none of those mods really work because Skyrim is so mechanically stunted to its core that we just cannot have a meaningful economy. You cannot induce demand for things that lack any sort of intrinsic or instrumental value by just making those things harder to acquire. The fact that you can make iron armor as good as Daedric by just upgrading it with smithing, I think speaks volumes to how meaningless most of the item progression in this game truly ends up being. So how do you make better perks for Skyrim's bartering side of the speech skill? You really can't until you fix the economy, which you can't do until you give the player things to spend money on, which you can't do until you make valuable items, which you can't do until you fix item progression, which you can't do because Skyrim lacks the mechanics necessary to make interesting items that aren't just randomized enchanted gear that has a perfectly linear progression curve. This really is a fitting skill to leave for last because ultimately this is an issue that stems from all the destructive design choices that plague the rest of the skills in this game. If we're gonna make a good economy, well, first we need to make a good game. Allow me to introduce Elrahil, the Wood Elf thief who is doomed to be our sacrifice to the Stealth Archer altar. She used to be a sister in the Temple of Dibella in Markarth, but she was more interested in what people had in their pockets rather than what they were packing beneath their underwear. This led to her getting kicked out of the temple, and with nowhere to go and Markarth getting too hot for comfort, she headed out east to the city of Riften, a place she'd heard was more tolerant of her particular skill set. Despite being the largest city in Skyrim in terms of NPC population, Riften's always felt a little inconsequential. While that is kind of an issue with all the cities to some extent, Riften feels special in this regard, especially when you start comparing major quests. Outside of the Thieves Guild quests, we got a grand total of 3 side quests and 24 miscellaneous quests. I wound up spending an afternoon just grinding through that mountain of miscellaneous quests to see if there were any buried gems within it. There weren't, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I've really come around to these simple one-objective jobs because they do help make the world feel more grounded. If they are structured well, they can also offer an opportunity for adventure and player expression typical Skyrim quests cannot. A good example is getting 10 fire salts for the local blacksmith. Fire salts are difficult enough to get that you'd be looking at a job that's going to take a few hours to complete. How you do it is up to you though. You could focus on the job and treat it as a test of knowledge and skill as you scour the world for those salts, or you could treat it as a secondary objective to whatever else you'll be doing, slowly accumulating the salts over the course of your normal adventuring routine. You could even go around and just buy all the salts from the alchemy vendors, though at that point you'd just be doing the job at a net loss because the reward for the quest is just a bit of leveled gold. The quest is simply an excuse to go out and do some adventuring. The real reward is whatever happens along the way. This sort of quest design is perfect for an open world game such as Skyrim because it allows for that coveted emergent gameplay to take place, while also being incredibly simple for the quest designers to implement. Now, I'm not saying every quest should be like this, but I don't see the problem with many random NPCs having little jobs for the player. I do have to wonder why Riften is loaded with these jobs in comparison to other cities. Was Riften made earlier in development when the developers figured the entire world would be packed with these little odd jobs? Or was Riften lacking content near the end of development and they just quickly slapped a bunch of these quests together to pad the city out? Or did the designers work on Riften just like these sorts of quests? I can't really say, but I suspect reasons 1 and 3 are closer to the truth due to all these quests still needing voice acting and the fact that there are plenty of examples of other settlements in the game with less content not being padded out like this. I'm looking at you, Dawnstar. However, my main reason for thinking Riften was just intentionally designed this way is that a lot of these miscellaneous quests have stories told within them, and a few of them even build up to other quests. For example, there's a series of small quests related to investigating and shutting down the skooma trade going on within the city. More so than other cities, Riften has some themes it's trying to get across with its NPCs and miscellaneous quests. It's a solid attempt at diegetic world building that can establish the setting without needing to resort to ham-fisted sequences and exposition dumps. For the longest time, I didn't realize Helga's bunkhouse was really just a brothel where she practices her Debellan arts, until I did a quest to blackmail her. The quest also revealed a lot about some of the NPCs in the city and the complicated web of drama between them. It's a sign of confidence when artists are willing to use subtlety and create things the audience can easily miss if they aren't paying attention. I bring all this up because Riften is also home to one of the most overt examples of Bethesda displaying a lack of confidence in their world-building methods. We start with the guard at the gate shaking us down before we even entered the city. Okay, clearly this town has some corruption issues if even the guards are engaged in extortion. Then we walk 2 steps and we get Mule the Lioness, the local vigilante, talking about how she's been butting heads with Thieves Guild. Alright, clearly crime in the city is bad if you have a guild of criminals operating out in the open and someone feels justified in taking the law into their own hands. 2 more steps and Maul will pull us into a conversation telling us to stay out of the Blackbriar's business. Okay, at this point, any hope of subtlety has been lost. Now the game is just directly telling us what's going on here. But the ride doesn't stop there because then we cross the bridge to the market and we see Sapphire from the Thieves Guild extorting a local. Go inside the inn beyond the bridge and we'll see the local priest lecturing everyone in the bar that they're all sinners. And then we go out to the market and run right into Brynjolf, who will, once again, pull us into a conversation to try to recruit us into the Thieves Guild. This whole sequence is just very sloppy and completely unnecessary. Set Maul to accost the player after they've spent some time in the city but haven't joined the Thieves Guild. Put Sapphire's meeting somewhere else and time it to not fire the first time the player enters the city. Mule stuff is fine, maybe position her elsewhere in the city though. The priest is also fine, at least he's in a separate loaded interior. And finally, make it so Brynjolf doesn't approach the player. Speaking of which, hey Brynjolf, been a while. Last time we saw him, we were asking about Esbern on behalf of Delphine. We talked about Brynjolf's scheme back during the mage video, so there's really no need to rehash what little there is to talk about with this leg of the Thieves Guild introduction. It's a pickpocketing tutorial awkwardly placed a third of the way into the main quest. Moving on. Elrahil aced Brynjolf's first test, so he extended her an invitation to join the guild. She just needed to make it through the Ratways. You know, originally we were going to get a speech check with the dudes that ambushed us at the Ratway entrance. They had dialogue lines assigned and everything, it just wasn't implemented. Not really sure why. Apparently all of these people we end up killing in the Ratways were Thieves Guild rejects, which what did they do to get rejected from the guild? I mean, I guess Gion the Fist was perhaps not civil enough for the guild, but what's the deal with Droff and Hunon? Or how about the person right outside the door to the Ragged Flagon just called Deadbeat? These people really got nowhere else to go? They're just gonna sit in the sewers and act as cannon fodder to test the Thieves Guild initiates? Also, if murder isn't the domain of the guild, why is Brynjolf immediately sending us in to clear out the deadbeats in the Ratways? Is this just the indignant work they make all the interns do? Maybe you guys wouldn't be in such a rut if you weren't filtering out potential thieves by having them solo a bunch of criminals in the sewers. The real reason this cannon fodder exists down here is to sell that the underbelly of Riften is dangerous. Granted, the designers could have just made the place very confusing to navigate and loaded it up with traps and critters. That probably would have sold the notion a lot better. As well, considering Riften was once a much larger city with a storied history, exploring the old ruins of its now defunct sewer network would be a neat bit of world building. Unless the implication is the sewers are active infrastructure for the current city, which wouldn't really make sense since the only other city to possess sewers is Solitude. Sewers don't even make sense in these games. We never see a toilet, a latrine, or even a public bathhouse. Not even in the Imperial City with its Romanesque influences and its sprawling sewer system. Did those sewers just act as a runoff water management system for when it rains? The stools and buckets located in some dungeons and interiors have always caught my attention though. On occasion, you might even find healing potions next to these makeshift toilets. This always struck me as the handiwork of some level designer just having a bit of fun though. I really doubt there was a design mandate that we know where the people of Skyrim poop. Sorry to go on a tangent like that, but this introduction is terribly uninteresting. At least the introduction to the Thieves Guild in Oblivion required some investigative work, potentially serving jail time, and then beating 2 other initiates in a test of thievery. That introduction made sense, took some amount of effort to get into the guild, did a great job of setting the tone and the rules of the faction, had alternate paths if you didn't pass the initial test, and most importantly, it was actually fun. I mean, I guess I should give credit here for honesty, as boring single-path dungeon runs is what most of the Skyrim Thieves Guild questline ends up being. The Ratways exists in this weird limbo state of not really being a dungeon, but also not really being a proper interior space either. Its purpose is to act as a hallway between the city above and the Thieves Guild headquarters below. As a result, it was condemned to being a dull obstacle the player only has to fully explore once. After that, we're given a little drawbridge that lets us cut our travel time through the space down to just 30 seconds, effectively turning the place into an unnecessary interactive loading screen. Nothing will change in the place over the course of the game, and after joining the guild, we will be given a backdoor shortcut into the guild headquarters themselves. It's one of those double-edged swords of game design. You want a space like this to sell the illusion of this clandestine operation being, well, hidden, but with how often the player will be traveling to this location, they're going to be seeing this space quite a bit. Surely the place will get dull after seeing it the 5th time. And it does. But rather than treating this like an unfortunate reality players will just have to deal with, we could instead treat it as an opportunity. In a game like this, you don't get many guarantees as a designer, but here's a space the player doing this questline and the main questline are guaranteed to see. Maybe have the space evolve over the course of a playthrough. Maybe someone else moves into the sewers. Maybe a wall breaks away and reveals a new part of the dungeon for them to explore. Maybe expand the place and add a few unique vendors or something. The backdoor entrance into the main HQ is only a marginally useful convenience because a lot of the guild's quest NPCs hang out in the Flagon, which is sandwiched between the Ratways cell and the main HQ cell. So either way, you're talking about 2 loading screens and quite a bit of running just to get to the NPC you need, and then double that to get back up to the surface. This might sound like I'm belly aching over silly nonsense, but this questline has a staggering amount of traveling back and forth, especially if you're going to be doing all the jobs to rebuild the guild. I reviewed my footage and counted over 40 times I had to travel into the Flagon, not even the main HQ, just the Flagon. So that would have been 80 times either going through the Ratways or the backdoor entrance. 160 loading screens, which last about 5 seconds on my PC, so over 13 minutes of loading screens. If you played this on the Xbox 360 back in the day, as I did, you were easily sitting through about 30 minutes of loading screens during this questline just to get into the guild. So when you see me using console commands to teleport myself into the guild, keep these numbers in mind. If, on the off chance you are not sick of the Ratways, Creation Club adds a player home down there. Thankfully, unlike the Dwemer House creation whose entrance was located inside a dungeon, this one at least has two entrances. One deep inside the ratways that you'll never use, and another one outside Riften next to its docks, which gets a convenient fast travel marker. Unlike the Dwemer House, which at least pretended to have a progression system for unlocking the fully kitted out version, Shadowfoot Sanctum comes fully furnished once you fork over 7,500 gold to the barkeep in the Flagon. It's a decent house, maybe a bit underwhelming for something that costs real life money, but it does have all your essentials. Just be sure to check behind the fake cupboard to access the storage room. I didn't notice that my first time, which really soured me to the place. Had I known to do so, it might have been Elrahil's hideout for the duration of her playthrough. Not really a big deal though, I mean, somebody had to be the Hearthfire playthrough, I suppose. We'll talk about Hearthfire in the last video though. There's one more thief-related house added by the Creation Club, and that's Dead Man's Dread. It's advertised as an apparel and weapons creation, but really, the pirate ship player home is the real treasure here. The creation is mostly nostalgia baiting for Redguard, which, is anyone nostalgic for Redguard? Probably not. I guess that's why they threw in some Oblivion stuff too. There's your standard Creation Club tier side quest to find the island the ship is located on, and your usual task of killing all its inhabitants to claim ownership for yourself. It does do something uniquely confusing in order to get the actual deed of the place. It requires you to leave the island after clearing its inhabitants and then wait for the courier to deliver a note from the Ghost of Cyrus. Once you get the note though, the place is safe to be used as a player home. But buyer beware, this has to be the most inconvenient player home I'd ever seen in a TES game. Giving a stupid amount of... Oh god, is the house here? Okay, so the ship is a player house, right? And the ship is located inside a grotto on the remote island. After you discover the island, you get a fast travel marker to it from the main map, so at least there's that. However, you still have to walk into the grotto, then walk to the ship and enter it. 3 loading screens and a lot of walking is already a deal breaker for me, but getting back to the mainland is even more bafflingly convoluted. The island has its own world map, which means you cannot see Skyrim's map while you're there, meaning you cannot fast travel to where you want from the island. You don't even get a fast travel marker back to the mainland like you do with Solstheim, so your only option is to take the boat back to the mainland and then fast travel. You'll also likely get ambushed by the respawning bandits hanging out where the boat drops you off, so have fun. I guess the logic was that the player would be sailing the ship to the different ports along Skyrim's coast. All that really entails is using a map on a table in the ship to fast travel to some coastal settlements in the game. This being a product sold on the Creation Club, of course there are no animations of the ship sailing around. You don't even get to see the ship in those ports or anything. Ah, I see. It's a ghost ship, of course. As a house, the place is okay, I guess. It's big, and outside of the fast travel table, it's got your standard features you'd expect for a Skyrim home. But it's a Skyrim ship, which first off doesn't make sense. The ship is from Redguard, and second, I've always felt Skyrim ships are kind of just ugly and unreasonably large. Skyrim ships give me the same vibes 343 era Halo multiplayer maps give, where the space is expanded tremendously to account for players being able to sprint everywhere, but that has the effect of making the spaces feel extremely artificial. Skyrim dungeons in general tend to have a lot of empty space in them, probably for the same reason, but interior spaces are usually more intentionally scaled to create more reasonable proportions. For some reason though, ships got treated like dungeons, wide corridors and all. Skyrim's flat lighting really doesn't do ship interiors any favors either. Basically, ship interiors are one of the last house sets I want as a player home. Couple that with the terrible inconvenience of the place, and Dead Man's Dread was a hard pass for me. Anyways, Brynjolf has one more job for us before we'll be allowed full membership into the guild. 3 people owe the guild protection money but haven't paid recently. He wants us to go straighten them out, but not kill them because apparently you can't collect money from a corpse. I mean, my dungeon diving would say otherwise, Brynjolf, but I get you. But if we're not supposed to be killing, why did you just have me back on the surface? The job is pretty straightforward, assuming you asked Brynjolf about the targets. If you did, he pretty much spells it out entirely. Smash Bercy's treasured Dwemer urn, threaten Kirava's family, and Helga's a devotee to Debella, which translates to stealing her statue. You only need to knock 2 of them over. Third will always cave and pay no fuss. What's interesting is that you can foul this job up pretty badly. You can, for starters, murder 1, 2, or all 3 of the targets. This will forfeit your cut and can potentially close off some of those miscellaneous quests I mentioned earlier. But it is kind of worth it just to hear Brynjolf mauled. Unlike the scheme with Brand Shay, where you can get caught by the guards or just lose the ring by dropping it on the ground, murdering the targets on this job cannot be chalked up to the guild's recent string of bad luck. If you go this route, Brynjolf will tell you that you've inherited the debt of the targets and you gotta pony up the cash yourself. You can also collect the debt, spend the money, and then return and find yourself coming up short. Again, Brynjolf will get pissed, telling you that they don't tolerate skimming off the top, and once again, you gotta go out of your way to make up the shortfall. This might be the only quest in this whole questline I actually like. It does a good job setting the tone of Skyrim's Thieves Guild, which is a complete 180 from Oblivion's benevolent Robin Hood outfit. It's an organized crime syndicate with clear ranks, rules, and procedures. The guild's got its own rackets it runs to keep the operation going, and we get a real taste for what the locals think of the guild when we go to collect their debts. This quest has some solid world and character building without resorting to endless exposition dumps, while also allowing the player to express what sort of thief their character is going to be by either playing by the rules or bucking the system. Unfortunately, it also creates false expectations that each quest will be grounded, nuanced, open to player choice, or even capable of being botched. By the end of this questline, we will be seeing quests that are pretty much unrelated to the operations of the guild after we join a Daedra cult. We see nuance and player choice go out the window as the quests themselves devolve into literal dungeon crawls. And of course, with the quests becoming dungeon crawls, well, you can't exactly fail those without being forced to reload the game. So after Elrahil does what she's told and scares the money out of the targets, Brynjolf pulls her into the main HQ and has her meet Mercer Frey, the impatient guildmaster who's no doubt a toxic executive responsible for the guild's current troubles. So disinterested in rubber stamping his line manager's recruitment decisions, he almost forgets to rubber stamp Elrahil's hiring. Mercer just wants you to know he'll be backstabbing, or rather gut-stabbing you in a couple of hours. The quest designers might want to call this foreshadowing, I just call it sloppy. I get the guild owns a monopoly on the only fence in the entire province of Skyrim, but honestly, why would anyone be sticking it out with a guild that's been on the decline for 25 years? Oh yeah, that's how long the guild has been losing influence in Skyrim, a quarter of a century. I know I'm jumping the gun on the big reveals, but the story for this questline is already kind of a mess. Covering it sequentially is really only going to make it worse. So with the guild losing influence for 25 years, Brynjolf sending recruits into the Ratways to clear out the rejected applicants, and Mercer dragging his heels approving the applicants who jumped through all of these hoops, how does the guild have any low-ranking members left? I want to make a fuss over the lack of vertical mobility within the organization, but it's pretty clear why no one is moving up anymore. They're all a bunch of loafers who aren't getting any work done. That's not even me poking the fun at the fact that we'll never see our guildmates leave the sewers. This is coming from the mouths of Delvin and Vex. It's not for a lack of jobs either. There's so much work available that the two of them will literally beg the player to accept a job whenever they approach them. And then you got the fact that it only takes completing 4 jobs in a city to convince people the guild is back in business. Functionally, the Thieves Guild is great. While it doesn't make any sense that there aren't any independent fences in Skyrim, considering it doesn't seem like the Thieves Guild can even manage its own affairs within Riften anymore, let alone regulate independent thieves and fences, at least the fence we get lands on the wealthier side of the Skyrim vendor spectrum. Also, Vex and Delvin's jobs really show off the potential the Radiant Quest system possesses. We'll cover them more in depth when it comes time to clean up the mess Elrahil will inherit from Mercer Frey when she takes over the guild, but the jobs are definitely worth doing as a thief player in need of some quick cash. Then you got all the best skill trainers down here, there's a few side quests, some free gear, some vendors you can unlock, and convenient access to some crafting stations and other miscellaneous services. The Thieves Guild really justifies signing on as a stealth player, and it doesn't take long to get access to most of these services. I'd venture so far as to say, in terms of services offered to the player, this is the best guild I've seen in Skyrim and Oblivion. What I'm surprised didn't make a return from Oblivion is independent thievery. If you're unfamiliar or just need a refresher, quests in Oblivion's Thieves Guild were locked until you fenced a certain amount of gold with the guild's fences. It wasn't much, which made it very easy to clear all the thievery hurdles, but it succeeded in making thief characters go out and actually steal some stuff. In doing so, it made it seem like the player was directly contributing to the guild's operations. Robbing places in Oblivion kinda sucked though, because houses and even most shops rarely had anything worth stealing. I often end up cheesing it by just stealing silverware and bottles of wine, but I still enjoy the process and I appreciate getting to feel like an actual thief. Skyrim was the perfect opportunity to double down on that system because robbing houses and shops in this game can actually be quite profitable. The designers even came up with a whole system of coded symbols players can find plastered all over the cities in Skyrim that will indicate potentially juicy targets to hit. Pickpocketing NPCs is another avenue where independent thieves can make a good haul if burgling isn't their thing, and now it's legitimized by its own dedicated skill. Guard AI has been made a lot more sane, Radiant AI was improved, so figuring out when, where, and how to rob a place is much more logical, and the overall improvements made to sneaking add up to make thievery fun. However, it does devolve after the player levels up, invests into some perks, expands the influence of the Thieves Guild, and just learns the intricacies and limitations of the systems. After a point, thievery, it can get a bit silly. Now, if you aren't part of the Thieves Guild and you don't have the fence perk and the speech skill, you're kinda boned because you won't be able to offload stolen goods thanks to the stolen flag system. This is one of those baffling design choices that Bethesda insists on sticking with, even when it's contradicting their design goal of making their games feel less gamey. I guess it's meant to solve the problem of players stealing everything that isn't nailed down and then selling it to the local vendors for some quick, easy cash. Problem is, this is a clumsy and horribly restrictive solution that makes no sense in universe. The most obvious question we gotta ask is, how do the vendors and guards know what's stolen? Maybe a unique piece of armor can be reported stolen, but how do they know the exact apples I'm selling mixed with apples I acquired honestly are stolen? The answer, of course, is that all of these people got Elder Scrolls in their pockets, which informs them when the player is rolling through with some hot merchandise. I think a better solution would be to add timers to stolen flags and make them specific to individual holds or cities. So, say I stole some items from Whiterun, I could head over to Windhelm and sell those items to the unaware vendors. Or I could wait a few days for the stolen flags to disappear and sell the merchandise in Whiterun. This could still justify keeping fences around if we add them to each city, because it would allow the player to offload the stolen goods quickly. We could go a step further and add some sort of heat system. For example, if you steal only a few items from a single shop, the stolen flags won't apply, or they will decay very quickly. If you clean out a whole city in a single night, those items are going to be very hot, forcing you to go much further to sell them off, or wait much longer for the flags to decay, or hit up a fence to move all those items. Maybe certain items, like extremely valuable unique items, will always have their flags, and so you gotta be very careful who you sell it to, or once again, use a fence. We could even throw guards into the mix. Keep your crime sprees on the down low and the guards in the hold won't be on high alert. Clean out a whole city and they are going to be stopping everyone they see, the player included, insisting they inspect everything they are carrying. Or maybe if you steal from nobles or steal something unique and priceless, you'll also put the guards on high alert. Maybe you could rile the guards up so much that even guards in neighboring holds will be on high alert, so entering any city could be risky. If we really wanted to go above and beyond, add some elements of uncertainty to the system. So maybe the items will always be marked as stolen in our inventory even after the merchandise is cooled off. This way the player can't be certain the item won't get them busted, encouraging the most cautious thieves to always work through fences. Or, once again, if guards are on high alert, fences would be the best place to offload that merchandise ASAP. To compensate, fences would offer lower rates on merchandise than normal vendors. And of course, we could add some perks that would let us do things like see how hot the merchandise in our inventory currently is, or convince guards not to inspect what we're carrying. Yeah, the system still could be cheesed by just hitting the wait button and skipping a few days, but it could be a lot more dynamic than the confounding stolen flag system that has remained unchanged in Bethesda games since Oblivion. Starfield decided to keep stolen flags, but made the fences more ubiquitous and available at the start of the game. This is probably about as close as we're going to get to Bethesda outright removing the system, because it barely has any presence at all in Starfield. A system that did show a surprising amount of innovation was Skyrim's bounty system. In Oblivion, crimes were reported throughout the province. So if you earn a bounty in the Imperial City, guards in Anvil will still be sniffing you out. In Skyrim, if you earn a bounty in Whiterun, you can run over to Riften where the guards won't bother you. This system isn't just limited to holds, it can even go down to certain factions. The Orc strongholds, for instance, each track their own crimes. As well, the companions have their own system. Bounties won't decay or anything, so the system really only buys you some time unless you plan to never enter the hold again. Eventually, you'd have to either pay your bounty, serve jail time, bribe your way out, or flex some sort of connection that would get the guards off your back. The downside to just turning yourself in and paying off the bounty is the potential to lose any stolen items in your inventory. Granted, that is easily mitigated by just stashing the loot or going into the jail and stealing the items back from the evidence chest. This is actually a pretty solid system. It might encourage a player to spread out their crime sprees and can help create a certain degree of unpredictability if bounties are left ignored. Get a high enough bounty and you might even get bounty hunters sent after you. You might also run into some hired thugs that show up to teach you a lesson if you steal from certain NPCs. Guards also won't automatically try to bust the player if the bounty is really small, though they might make an effort to make an arrest if the player approaches the guard. There's also a new crime in Skyrim, disturbing the Jarl's peace. This can be violated by talking back to the guards or dropping weapons on the ground that could incite a brawl between NPCs. Apparently, you can also trigger the guards by standing over a dead NPC with your weapon drawn. However, in my testing, I was not able to get that to fire. People like to meme on the guards in Skyrim because of their over-delivering of certain lines, like the Dawn Guard lines and the arrow to the knee thing. But I actually like the system of random guard banter. It's surprisingly extensive. Guards have lines for all kinds of things a player does over the course of a game, ranging from reacting to the player being Dragonborn or a master of a guild, to the player being proficient in a skill or wielding particular weapons. It's an economical method to making the world feel more dynamic, but it's definitely a convincing one. Due to sheer exposure though, guards in TES games are likely always going to be the source of dumb memes. But it is nice to see Skyrim trying to elevate the guards out of the cloned Wes Johnson army from Oblivion, and at least in this instance, I needed to use console commands to really start to break the system. If there's one aspect to Skyrim's crime and punishment mechanics that saw a downgrade from Oblivion, it's the punishment aspect. While bounties can be punitive enough to discourage early and mid-game players from being too brazen with breaking the law, by the end game, I often have enough gold that I could pay off the bounty from wiping out a whole city. Even if I didn't though, it turns out serving jail time is kind of a joke. In previous TES games, you'd lose skill levels when you served out a jail sentence. In Skyrim, you only lose XP to the next skill level up. You'll never actually lose any skill levels. I guess I'll give Bethesda the benefit of the doubt here and assume this was done out of fear of players using jail time to farm perk points or something, and not that they were afraid taking away skill levels was too punitive for their target audience to handle. Granted, the solution would have just been to make regaining skills not contribute to character level ups, but, you know, new leveling system and all, we can't expect Bethesda to get it all right. Fun fact, jail sentences cannot exceed 7 days. For every 100 gold on a bounty, another day is added to a jail sentence, capping out at 7 days. What's funny is that murder is a 1,000 gold bounty. So if you kill one person, well, you might as well go kill a dozen because you won't even serve 10 days for the initial murder. There's a bit of cut content related to jails, and that's the arena in Windhelm. The space and some of the scripting still exists in the game files, along with a lot of written and recorded voice lines. How it seemed like it was going to work was, if you got arrested in Windhelm, you'd be sent to the arena, or rather, the pit, to fight for your freedom as opposed to serving out a jail sentence. There were going to be other combatants, different types of fights, ranks the player could climb, betting on matches, and even some tie-in with the Dark Brotherhood. It looked like a serious second attempt at Oblivion's arena. Instead, it was cut. Now Windhelm makes the player serve a jail sentence like any other hold. This just leaves Markarth with Cidhna Mines as the only city in the game to have a unique form of punishing criminals. Having more unique forms of punishment like Cidhna Mines in the pit would have been a cool way to spice up the punishment system that would have been setting appropriate. Following her induction into the guild, Mercer decides to put Elrahil onto Golden Glow Estate, an infiltration job that even their infiltration master couldn't crack. Golden Glow is a bee farm that is instrumental in providing honey for the meadery business of a very important client for the guild, Maven Blackbriar. Arengoth, the owner of the estate, had some special arrangements with the guild and Maven, but recently he's shut both of them out, hired some mercenaries, and fortified his little island. This is exceptionally bad news for the guild, so Mercer needs someone to go up there and teach Arengoth a lesson by burning down some of the beehives and clearing out his safe. If Arengoth or anyone else makes a fuss and gets in the way, Elrahil's authorized to kill them, which, what happened to bodies being bad for business? Judging by how important this job really is, it's strange Mercer would put a total rookie on it. Is this meant to be a dig at Brynjolf to put him back in his place for doing his job and recruiting a new member? Is Mercer trying to sabotage his own operations here? Even after we find out Mercer has been running roughshod over the guild, his decision here doesn't really make much sense. It just seems like it's presented this way solely to get us to dislike and distrust Mercer, which also doesn't make any sense. Sowing that mistrust this early with what looks like him trying to get us killed will only make being forced to go run a remote dungeon with him later seem really stupid. This is also the final quest that we can foul up, though admittedly it's not to such a degree as the previous two quests. They explicitly tell us to only burn 3 hives, but you can burn all 5 if you wish. It just forfeits the reward. Maven will be pissed about it, but she still hires us to handle another delicate operation immediately afterwards, so I guess she wasn't that mad. This is a pretty decent quest if you decide to try to do it without killing anyone. It can serve as a little test of your infiltration skills, though the estate house is scripted pretty heavily to encourage a series of specific actions. As a result, it ends up turning into a case of trying to figure out each solution the designer intended, rather than a proper stealth sandbox. If you don't have any lockpicks to bust into the safe, you gotta head upstairs and confront Arengoth, the wood elf? Look, Vex, I know elves aren't held in the highest esteem in Skyrim, but there's a big difference between a wood elf and a high elf. Like, it's fine. We know we're the shortest race.
Is there anyone here who bought a Cure Paralyze on Self spell in Morrowind? That's actually got an application in TES 3 MP just because you can Cure Paralyze on others, and to get that spell, you need to buy another spell. Oh my god. Mommy?
It's a fucking smile.
Can you tab over? Can you tab over to the watch together?
Yeah. That's a thumbnail. I don't know, like, next stream, that's a thumbnail.
I love Oblivion for reasons like this. Like, people were saying, don't play Bosmer. It's hilarious. I swear it's modded to make you even shorter.
Something's going on. After clearing out the safe and acquiring the bill of sale that shows Arengoth sold the estate to some mysterious buyer, we gotta head outside to burn the hives in order to finish the job. I spent a while trying to do this section stealthily, but the only way I found I was able to get to the hives was to swim around the entire island because the guards had some serious powers of detection otherwise. I don't know if this was the intended way to do it, but it did feel cheap and unsatisfying. Also, shout out to the fire arrows from the arcane archer creation not being able to light the hives on fire. Good thing every character in the game starts with knowing the flame spell. Makes you wonder why tomes of the spell exist in the game. Anyways, Brynjolf is shocked Arengoth sold the estate, but he's pleased Elrhild did the job to the letter. Maven's asking to see the newbie thief because she needs some help taking over some competition. She's been trying to buy out another meadery, but the owner won't sell, so she's hatched a scheme to take it over by force. Maven worked out a deal with Malus Massius, who is presumably the only employee of the meadery, in order to get the owner arrested so Malus can take over the business. The meadery has been having a bit of an issue with rats in its basement. So the plan is to have Elrhild go in disguised as an exterminator, clear out the rats, and then poison the mead with the rat poison because the captain of the Whiterun Guard is going to be coming by for a taste testing. When the captain realizes the place isn't as clean as it should be, he'll arrest the owner and Malus will take over. Now, I don't know how ownership laws in Skyrim work exactly, but this plan sounds kind of, stupid. First off, are we sure the poison isn't going to just kill the captain? Is Elrhild just supposed to know how much a non-lethal dose of rat poison is when thrown into a vat of mead? Also, who is to say the captain is going to drink from that specific vat? What if he just drank from one of the hundreds of bottles laying around in the place? But also, even if the captain arrested the owner and didn't just shut the place down for health code violations, how does that transfer ownership of the business to Malus? What if the owner just pays off his bounty and returned that night? As I just finished explaining, even if the captain died from the poison, the owner is only going to spend a week in jail. Are you sure you guys are going to be able to muscle the owner out of his own business that quickly? And muscle is a fitting phrase here because this does feel like a mafia-style takeover without any of the thought and nuance that usually would go into one of those schemes. Typically, organized crime syndicates devise some way to get some of their people put onto a business as part owners or something, with the original owners unaware that the long-term goal is to drive the owners out either through extortion, coercion, or just straight-up murder. How this setup would really go is that Maven would have paid someone to ensure the place got infested, and then she'd use that as leverage to get the guy to either sell the business or agree to some terms he'd never be able to satisfy in order for her people to come in and clear the rats out discreetly. After the guy fails to uphold his end of the bargain, she'd use that as pretext to move on to the place and take it over. Still not a very compelling setup because we need more than, 3 actors in this drama, but it is better than whatever the fuck this is supposed to be. The quest plays out as a really short and boring dungeon run that ends with an unexpectedly difficult boss fight with some crazy guy who is raising rats in the basement of the meadery in order to build a rat army to assault Whiterun. What? Who is this guy? Why doesn't anyone... Never mind. After poisoning one of the vats, the captain unfortunately shows up much too early for the owner to get the meat out of the poisoned vat. As a result, the captain just has a lovely afternoon sipping on some mead. He confesses it's the best mead he's ever had, compliments the owner, and expresses relief that the rumors of the place being riddled with health code violations were false. He even promises to send some of his men over at the end of their shifts to come by to purchase some of that fine mead. The entire plan falls to pieces, and Maven and Malice are made to look like total tools. The end. Now, of course, if you know how this quest really goes, you know this is all total nonsense. Nah, the poison mead just conveniently teleports into a cask on the bar just as the captain shows up. The captain drinks it, realizes the rumors of the place being filthy were true, arrests the owner for violating Whiterun health codes, and places Malice in charge of the meadery, which apparently gives him ownership of the place and then, by extension, Maven. Maven then rewards Alrahil with an iron dagger of soul trapping, which is like giving your pizza delivery guy a quarter as a tip. If you don't manage to pass a persuasion check with the owner and squeeze him for 500 gold, the leveled enchanted one-handed weapon is the only reward you'll be getting. Oh yeah, and Malice also becomes a fence, which, cool, I guess. I like how you have to finish the current quest before the new fence becomes available. It's just one of those little things that start to get really annoying because the NPC would tell me, oh hey, I can act as a fence now for you, and I'd go, oh cool, I got a bunch of stuff with me right now, let me just... and then I'd realize the option to fence with that NPC wasn't available. It's just a simple task of tying the flag to the most recently completed quest stage. It isn't that... Never mind. Alrahil found another note in another safe that implicates the mysterious buyer of Golden Glow again. It also implicates Golemai, an associate of the guild who operates out of Solitude's East Empire Company warehouses. Mercer wants us to head on over and shake the Argonian for information. Gollum is a tough nut to crack because you need a speech level of 75 to get him to cough up some information. This isn't the real info we're after, which the player character will always be able to intuit because Gollum is a really unconvincing liar despite what Brynjolf would have us believe. All roads lead to us following Gollum as he beelines it to his super secret stash at the back of the East Empire warehouse. You don't even have to worry about getting detected because all Gollum will do is stop dead in his tracks if he senses the player around. He won't change his route or try to shake the player or anything. No, he just stops and waits. I don't know what happened during the production of this quest, but even when it's working as intended and I'm needlessly playing along, things still don't seem to be working right. Guards would inexplicably detect me, which would result in a chaotic brawl breaking out in the warehouse, all while Gollum continues his slow walk to the back of the warehouse. Gollum isn't flagged essential, which is bold, I guess. Not that it matters. Everything he'll tell us at the end of the dungeon, he's also conveniently written down on a note stashed in his chest at the place. So dumb. Oh my god. Not that it matters, everything he'll tell us at the end of the dungeon, he's also conveniently written down on a note stashed in his chest at the place we're meant to confront him. His pathfinding can also bug out, especially if you get caught in combat with the guards, which might result in a soft lock. He might also just get lost when entering the warehouse and end up getting teleported to some random location elsewhere in the game. If the stars align and you don't poke at the delicate house of cards too much, you'll make it to the end of the dungeon and Gollum will finally cave and tell you who this mysterious nemesis of the guild is. It's Karliah, a former guild member who murdered the previous guild master 25 years ago. She's back and she's gunning for Mercer now. Gollum did us a solid though by getting her to slip up and admit she's going back to where it all began. Mercer figures that must mean Snowvale Sanctum, the location where she murdered Gallus and almost murdered Mercer too. He insists we tag along with him to Snowvale Sanctum so we can enact justice and... oh wait, I forgot. I wasn't doing that thing where I pretend we're ignorant of future plot points. Yeah, this is all bullshit. Mercer killed Gallus, pinned the blame on Karliah, and assumed leadership of the guild. As I mentioned earlier, we've already been given ample reason to mistrust Mercer due to every single encounter we've had with the guy, so being forced to go on a dungeon run to a remote place where he could easily murder us is stupid. Did you know there's an alternate way into Snowvale Sanctum? There's an unmarked entrance down in a crevice that I guess Karliah used to get into the place, but then why is Mercer saying she reset all the traps for us when we're going in through the normal way? It would have been cool if we could just realize Mercer is full of crap, find that alternate way in, and get to have a conversation with Karliah and side with her over Mercer. I guess that would be inconvenient for the designers though, because then they'd have to try even harder to contrive some way to knock us out to explain why we couldn't just kill Mercer the moment his betrayal was made apparent. Well, hold on, I got this. I'm gonna send the drone in. Slow it down a little bit so it's at least, like, controllable. Karliah? Oh, I guess there's Gallus right there. I never noticed that. Karliah? Carlia? Nothing's coming up on the old drone here. Oh, hold on. She might be invisible though. So. I don't see anything. I think we're good. You can go.
What is it?
Just. How? Carlia's just that bad. I don't want to dwell too long on the tremendous levels of implausibility and stupidity that was all to build up to this underwhelming moment of betrayal, but it is something of a rite of passage to mock at least some of it. So the story goes, Carlia, Gallus, and Mercer were all nightingales, members of a Thieves Guild specific cult bound to their patron Daedra Prince Nocturnal. Gallus uncovered evidence Mercer was stealing from the guild and defiled Nocturnal's shrine, and so he was going to confront Mercer in Snowveil Sanctum. Mercer ended up killing Gallus there and drove Carlia into hiding for 25 years. For 25 years, she's been on the run looking to bring Mercer to justice in order to clear her name and avenge her fallen lover. Sounds like a cute little drama-rich story. Not really congruent with the tone of the questline up until this point, but that's not the end of the world. The problem is that you don't even need to start pulling on threads to see just how threadbare this story really is. We'll start with the 25-year thing. Around the time Gallus was murdered, 4th Era 176, Ulfric Stormcloak retook the Reach and triggered the Markarth incident, which pretty much sowed the seeds for his rebellion. Hammerfell left the Empire, and the Battle of the Red Ring Road occurred, which led to the signing of the White Gold Concordant. Yeah, Gallus was murdered a year after the Great War ended. Hey, who knows? Maybe there was supposed to be more tie-in with the Civil War and the Thieves Guild, but with the sorry state the Civil War ended up in, maybe they just had to do a total redraft of the story for the guild. I mean, I doubt it, but blaming things on cut content in Skyrim is like blaming story events on the Thalmor at this point. It's too convenient to at least not throw the idea out there. Carlia believes Gallus's journal can clear her name, so why hasn't she returned to Snowveil Sanctum in the past 25 years to retrieve it? Or to, maybe bury his body? Was she afraid Mercer would have people watching the place for a quarter of a century? Couldn't she just hire some mercenaries to scope the place out and make sure it's safe? Also, how did she know his journal was located there? Was Gallus going to bring his own written testimony to make his case against Mercer 25 years ago? I imagine it would take 25 years to pool the money and resources to buy out Golden Glow Estate and do all the behind-the-scenes stuff she's been doing to try to drive a wedge between Maven and the guild, but what was the point? First off, she didn't even succeed in souring the relationship between Maven and the guild. Maven realized she was being played and just wanted Mercer to take care of it. All of this was to set up an ambush for Mercer in Snowveil Sanctum, which she could have done really at any time by just letting Mercer know she was there. Like how it ended up playing out. Mercer wants her dead. He has the excuse that she murdered the guildmaster. All she had to do was suddenly pop up, get the word out to Mercer, and wait. The way she went about setting the trap was also really stupid. What if Gollum never told us where she was hiding? What if he got killed and didn't manage to write that info down? What if it took us weeks to go and check out Snowveil Sanctum? What if Mercer didn't show up himself but just sent a bunch of thugs to clear the place out? What if Mercer stole the journal a long time ago and destroyed it? How was the journal even supposed to clear her name? It's been 25 years. How many people even remember who she is over there? Why would anyone believe her? It's funny too that despite planning this for 25 years, she still botched the ambush. She had no backup plan for Mercer bringing even a second person to the meeting. She had enough of her super special paralysis poison for one shot. Hey, remember when the Imperials subdued Ulfric Stormcloak, someone trained in the way of the voice, with just a gag and some wrist bindings? Why couldn't she just use a basic paralysis poison you can buy at an alchemy shop and then just tie Mercer up? Carlia informs us that even though she has Gallus's journal now, we can't just go back to the guild and tell everyone what Mercer did because the journal is written in some sort of language she doesn't even recognize, let alone anyone can read. And we can't just go back to the guild and explain what happened because I don't know, actually. Why can't we? I know it's going to be our word against Mercer's, but we've been getting pretty chummy with Brynjol, Fex, Delvin, and many of the other people in the guild. We made a respectable name for ourselves. We even impressed Maven. Just going down there, explaining the situation, and showing our recent gut wound might just do the trick. Remember, the guild's been on decline for 25 years since Mercer took over. Someone like Brynjolf might start connecting the dots and realize Mercer is, if not totally guilty of everything we're saying, at the very least a terrible guild leader who needs to go at this point. The best part too is that Mercer flew the coop. He's on the run now, which... why? He pretty much foiled Carlia's plot as far as he's aware. He even took care of us as well. His running away now is an obvious admission of guilt. If we strolled in with Carlia and Mercer is not around, well, it's pretty fucking obvious who's telling the truth now, isn't it? Maybe they'd accuse us of murdering Mercer, but they'd at least want to confirm he's in fact dead, and that would involve breaking into his house where Mercer has his plans to steal the eyes of the Falmer. Also, maybe someone would check the guild vault at some point around this time and realize it's empty because Mercer has been skimming from the guild for 25 years. This plan is a little risky, sure, but it's still an option. Carlia remembers one of Gallus's old friends, Enthier, who works at the College of Winterhold, who might be able to tell us how to get the journal translated. What's funny is that if you try to return to the guild before getting the journal translated, Brynjolf will just inexplicably be absent. They accounted for the player returning to the guild by just making this the one time we see Brynjolf leave the guild without any account for his current whereabouts. Haha, just kidding. That's actually the work of the unofficial patch. They tried to hide the fact that Brynjolf will literally just blow you off between Snowvale and confronting him with Gallus's translated journal. They also removed the line where Enthier refers to himself as an Altmer. I don't know, does sloppy writing and quest design count as bugs? Question for the modding scholars, I suppose. Speaking of scholars, Enthier identifies the language in the journal as Falmer. He can't read it, but he knows how to get it translated. Calcelmo in Markarth is supposed to be some sort of expert on the Dwemer and the Falmer. He likely has the resources to translate the journal. Problem is, Calcelmo probably won't be down with sharing that information, this being his life's work and all, so hey, at least we're getting another quest that involves stealth and stealing again. We have options for getting into the lab where Calcelmo's notes are located. We can get the key from the court wizard by persuading or intimidating him, which Elrahil is able to pull off thanks to me accidentally over-leveling her back at the beginning of the playthrough. Probably a good time to mention how I never failed a single persuasion attempt with Elrahil because I had the persuasion perk and level 70 speech about 3 hours into the playthrough. Turns out winning each persuasion check doesn't change much at all during this questline. Go figure. If you can't pass the persuasion or intimidation checks, you can just steal the key off Calcelmo or even just go and pick the lock in the museum. It's only an adept. I went back to replay the Oblivion's Thieves Guild questline for some footage, and I forgot just how many locks that questline made you pick. And we aren't talking little level 2 locks here. They were tons of hard locks, and remember, this is Oblivion lockpicking we're talking about, so yeah, I must have burned through about 300 picks during the Thieves Guild questline. The designers weren't afraid to make the player sweat a little, and believe me, I was sweating a lot during the Wizard's Tower section to get the Hour of Extrication. This quest seems to be a second attempt at that quest, but Skyrimified. That is to say, it's an amusement park ride with obvious solutions to every encounter. We can acquire a Dwemer spider bot that we can order around with its related control rod. The thing doesn't really do much though. We can just tell it where to go and it will automatically attack anyone who is hostile to us. This thing actually got reused in the Forgotten Seasons CC creation to work out some puzzle sequence. I forgot that this thing was from the Thieves Guild questline, and so I was giving the author of that creation a bit too much credit when I thought it was an original addition to that creation. I also give it credit for using the bot more creatively though. A more interesting, and I use that term loosely here, way to handle this dungeon is to lure the guards into the various traps around the tower in order to kill them. Bonus points if you can do it without being detected. There's no extra reward for doing it this way though, just something to do to fend off boredom. A good opportunity to use throw voice. Just make sure you don't have any followers coming with you into the tower. They will almost certainly blow your stealth. So, where this quest in Oblivion was a genuine, grueling challenge of navigation, lockpicking, stealth, combat, and even swimming, this rendition was probably only grueling for the designers thanks to all the scripted sequences that occur. We get to the end of the dungeon and find a giant Rosetta Stone of the Falmer language. Did the Dwemer or the Falmer carve this, or did Calcelmo? I'm gonna guess it was always here, in which case, why is it taking 25 years for Calcelmo to publish his guide to the Falmer language? Does he have investors lined up who he's milking by dragging this project out? Is Enthier just that good that he's able to do the translation with just a charcoal rubbing of the stone while Calcelmo still can't make heads or tails of the thing? Rubbing in hand, it's back to Winterhold where Carlia and Enthier are waiting. Enthier does the translation, which I guess he wrote in the margins for Brynjolf when he gets to reading the thing in the next cutscene, which tells us about Gallus's suspicions of Mercer. Carlia figures now we got the bulletproof evidence we need to expose Mercer to the guild, so it's back to Riften to have a chat with Brynjolf, Vex, and Delvin. Brynjolf is shocked to read this, and in order to verify, we all go over to the vault that's got the best puzzle lock money can buy. Sorry, I gotta ask, what element of this lock is a puzzle? This looks more like a dual custody lock that you'd find in a bank safety deposit room. Delvin, Brynjolf, and Mercer were the only ones with the keys, and apparently, Delvin and Brynjolf never thought to check the vault in 25 years. Nobody noticed Mercer getting into the vault by himself after 25 years either. You would think it would just be standard procedure for the key bearers to check on the stash from time to time. You know, just to make sure nothing was stolen in a guild of thieves. Actually, I gotta ask, if the guild has been in decline for 25 years, how has no one dipped into the vault's reserves this whole time? Have they just been getting by on credit? Is the vault really just meant to act as collateral and isn't actually a liquid account anymore? They also had a bunch of plans Gallus put together, which, like, why are they sitting on all of these plans for 25 years as the guild continues to sink? Or is the implication Mercer wiped the vault out in the time between Snowveil Sanctum and now? That sounds even less plausible. You can't have this giant detail without it reflecting really poorly on all the senior members here. Not really a smart move to make me doubt the competency of my management staff when I'm going to be taking over the guild in another 2 quests. Brynjolf needs us to go find out where Mercer ran off to, which means we gotta break into Mercer's house here in Riften. Like Calselmo's museum, we have a few options to get into the house. Brynjolf tells us about a ramp mechanism we might be able to open with a well-placed shot, but we still need to get into the garden, which is locked and guarded by Vault, a man indebted to Maven for losing an expensive enchanted quill that would have allowed Maven to easily make forgeries. I find the idea of this quill interesting, not because it's some unique magical thing that has all kinds of implications in this setting, but rather, it's interesting to hear an instance of the College of Winterhold actually providing a service for someone in Skyrim. Granted, this was apparently years ago, so who knows? Maybe the College of Winterhold becoming a bunch of shut-ins is a recent development. How we deal with Vault is up to us. As usual, we're just given permission to kill him, but Elrehill likes to keep things clean, so she just convinces him he's needed in Markarth and promises him she'll watch the place while he's gone. He also has an intimidation check that's impossible to pass, so that's cute. You can also erase his debt with Maven by retrieving the quill from the lake and giving it to him. Maven will tell you that it was lost on the coast of one of the small islands near some rocks. However, this is entirely incorrect, and it's actually in the middle of the lake near the docks. I don't know if it was intentional for Maven to mislead the player, but I do like that trying to spare Vault's life is a difficult and mostly thankless task. No one ever said benevolence is the easy route. You can also get into the garden by climbing one of the nearby roofs, or even using Whirlwind Sprint. Doing it this way will likely trigger Vault into fighting you, but there's ways of doing it without him noticing too. You also have options for how to get into the house. You can bring the ramp down, which you can shoot an arrow at, as Brynjolf suggested, or you can use a spell or even a shout. Kinda neat getting a bunch of options here. Not sure why this one section got so much attention, but it does show just how many tools the developers really had for designing gameplay for stealth players that they never will utilize again. Okay. This is actual gameplay here. Whirlwind Sprint to jump into the courtyard, and then Fusra to knock the ramp down. This is how this game should be. This should be the standard here. Everyone mentioned Vault, but no one mentioned the 2 unnamed guards chilling inside the house. They're a fun little surprise for the unsuspecting player trying to do this without making bodies. Other than them, there's a few traps in Mercer's basement, nothing crazy. What is crazy is the fact that Mercer left behind his plans for the grand heist and Chillrend, one of the best one-handed swords in the game. I mentioned earlier how Brynjolf will give us a level-scaled Amulet of Articulation at the end of the questline. That's not the only level-scaled item in this questline. All of the fixed items are scaled. Chillrend is a famous example. Its weakest version does 10 base damage and 5 points of frost damage and paralyzes for 2 seconds. Its max version, rewarded if the player receives it at character level 46 plus, has a base damage value of 15 and does 30 points of frost damage and paralyzes for 2 seconds. That's a very good weapon, on par with Dragonbone. And while frost damage is a bit of a meme in Skyrim, paralyzed for 2 seconds is really solid. It also has 41 charges, which isn't bad either. I ended up giving it to one of my followers who would be out there paralyzing opponents while I sat in a corner sniping them with my bow. There's also the Nightingale items, though they are not nearly as impressive in comparison. What's weird is that all of these items have different tiers to how they are level scaled. The Nightingale armor only has 3 tiers, meanwhile Chillrend has 6. The armor also reaches its maximum character level 32. It really is just a complete inconsistent cluster. but at least the rewards aren't fixed for character level 10 like in the Dark Brotherhood. The problem with level-scaled equipment is that it encourages players to hold off doing quests until they are a high enough level to get the best rewards. This is a problem with the Thieves Guild in particular because typically Thief players want to join the faction early on because that's when they're broke and they need cash. But even the armor you get for joining the guild is level scaled. However, the designers added a way to upgrade one piece of that armor set after getting a few quests deep into the quest line. You then get a whole new set of armor at the very end after becoming guild master. Not really sure why we couldn't just upgrade all the level scaled equipment in this quest line, but okay. I don't think anyone was a fan of level-scaled items in Oblivion, which is probably why they were reined in so much in Skyrim. They just become a nightmare to balance around because as a designer, you have to basically guess what's going to be an appropriate power level for an item at a specific character level. Notably, this requires assuming that every player character will be at identical power levels relative to each other at the same character level. For example, assuming that a destruction mage and a stealth archer are overall on equal footing combat-wise when at a character level of 26. Obviously, this isn't the case, and if there's one takeaway from my videos, it's that each playstyle has radically different power progression curves. It also guarantees items will have an expiration date because once you cross into the next level bracket, you're pretty much guaranteed to find something that will objectively outclass whatever you're currently using. The idea is that this makes finding loot and getting quest rewards always rewarding. However, I find that it has the opposite effect and just makes everything feel disposable. And so I never get invested into what I'm equipping, and I'm never motivated to go chase down certain items. For the most part, Skyrim got rid of level-scaled quest rewards. Problem is, instead, we just get randomized rewards, or level-scaled gold. Or more often than not, no quest rewards at all. However, the loot you'll be finding in dungeons is still level scaled. Early game, you're finding leather and steel, and by end game, you're finding lots of ebony and Daedra gear with beefy enchantments on them. So it is still there, just not as egregious. Anyways, with Mercer's plans in hand, it's back to the flagon where Brynjolf is worried that if Mercer pulls off this heist, he'll be set for life and we'll never be able to bring him down. Karliah has another concern. Mercer is a nightingale, which means he's super dangerous thanks to the blessing of Nocturnal. If we want to stand a chance against him, we'll have to become nightingales ourselves. Okay, hold up. Mercer is a nightingale. Karliah is a nightingale. That should already be an even match if the blessings of Nocturnal is what makes him so badass. With Elrahil and Brynjolf tossing in on Karliah's side, that sounds like a distinct tactical advantage to me. Unless the problem is that Karliah lost her powers because she failed to protect Nocturnal's shrine and has been derelict in her duties for the past 25 years. But if that's the case, then that sure as would be the case for Mercer too, seeing as he's the one who defiled Nocturnal's shrine and stole her skeleton key. Okay, now it's time to explain that thing. The reason Mercer was able to break into Snowvale Sanctum, lockpick a Nordic puzzle door, and get into the guild's vault without a second key was because he was using the skeleton key. In other TES games, the skeleton key was just a really good lockpick that would fortify the skill of the one using it. In Oblivion, it was made unbreakable, but it was essentially the same artifact. In Skyrim, it's apparently this artifact that does whatever the writers wanted to do. It let Mercer get through doors that don't even use keys. It might have allowed him to kill Gallus all those years ago. It lets him fill the final arena with water. It even let him collapse a tower in a Dwemer ruin.
And because the glowing sword turned out to be a glowing key.
Yeah, glowing key that can still stab people.
Right.
So it is a sword. Just happens to function like a key in very specific situations.
Or it's a key all the time, and when you stick it in people, it unlocks their death.
God damn, man, I would love to live in your world for about 10 minutes.
When the player gets it though, it's just an unbreakable pick. It doesn't even fortify our lockpicking skill anymore. Karliah is concerned that the key is basically giving Mercer free access to console commands, and if we don't return it, super awful things are going to happen to the guild, which relies on their connection to Maminaki for their uncanny skills of theft.
Haven't you ever noticed how our luck behaves?
Nope, sorry. Luck was removed as an attribute. I do love how they tried to make Skyrim jank have an in-universe explanation, though. Not a fan of things just being chalked up to it's the will of Nocturnal. That's even more lame than saying the skeleton key can do all the crap that the player isn't allowed to do once they get their hands on it. Oh, but it was the will of Nocturnal that you got this shitty version of the key. Does this mean it's the will of Nocturnal when I get the Unbreakable perk? It's really funny how the Thieves Guild still wanted to tell a story about luck when the mechanics for it had been cut. It's like the Dark Brotherhood wanted to give the player a way to antagonize NPCs in a game where the disposition system had been cut.
Well, there's like one people love in Morrowind where you could make these recall stones and you could teleport to different areas, which you really need in that game. It breaks so many quests.
Yeah.
And so as we any quest, we would do this exercise of designing a quest, and then someone would say, and then I recall away. Oh, okay, the quest is broken. It's like, and then one day someone says, can we just get rid of that spell effect? Everyone's like, yes, please.
If we're going to get railroaded into becoming nightingales, then at least do a better job justifying it. How about, instead of Mercer running off by himself, he took a big chunk of loyal guild members with him? How about we find out he has dozens of personal guards like Vald he's been hiring at the guild's expense? And at this point, it'd just be us three going up against a small army of ruthless mercenaries. When we get to... I'm not even going to try to pronounce that. We'll find a bunch of bandits guarding the place and a few more dead inside the ruins. Just say Mercer assaulted the place with his bandit army, and instead of us exclusively fighting Falmer and Dwemer automatons the whole way, we also have to contend with Mercer's bandits too. Maybe we even get opportunities to pit the different forces against each other. I'm not fond of a questline like this forcing my character to pledge her life to a Daedric prince. It's like the companions all over again, but even worse because we aren't even offered an out like we got with curing our lycanthropy. Nope. This is a one-way street. Hey, you know what thieves love doing? Signing one-sided contracts that bind them in service to someone for eternity. It's not like we've had several quests in this questline about breaking and circumventing agreements or anything like that. So we head on over to the Nightingale HQ, which... why does this place exist?
Nocturnal isn't one for worship and reverence. There are no priests and no sermons, no services, and no alms.
Then why does she have not one but 2 shrines capable of communing with her? Why did people described as priests build a temple around her twilight sepulchre that requires servants bound for eternity to guard it? Well, call it what you like, but I've never had to throw myself to my knees and beg forgiveness from the bank when I missed a car payment. I get Nightingale Hall is meant to be the HQ for the Nightingales, but seriously, why does this place exist? We come here for our leveled Nightingale armor and then call up Nocturnal, who scolds Carlia, then reinstates her Nightingale status and makes Elrahill and Brigner Nightingales too. After that, we have no use for the place. Carlia will make it her home, which... doesn't she have to guard the Twilight Sepulchre? Wasn't not protecting that place her dereliction of duty? Just cut the hall and replace it with the Sepulchre and the temple. It's not like the hall is a cool, unique location, it's just a Nordic ruin with some Nightingale banners. With our new Nightingale powers, we're finally ready to take on Mercer. Wait, no, sorry, I'm getting that mixed up. We get the powers after we return the Skeleton Key. So, the only thing we got out of this was the armor, which, while decent, wasn't why we came here to begin with. Is Nocturnal intentionally scamming us here? Or is this just the story collapsing on itself as it fumbles every single detail it introduces 5 minutes prior? There's also the part where Elrahill gets named Guildmaster pending Mercer's death and the returning of the Skeleton Key. Yeah, I got some bad news for you guys. Only one of those things will be coming true, but sure, I accept. The penultimate quest is just a very long Dwemer Ruin dungeon run. There's nothing really that makes it stand out from any other Dwemer Ruins to make it more appropriate for stealth players. In fact, I did another Dwemer Falmer dungeon to retrieve the Crown of Baron Zaya, and honestly that one felt more challenging and rewarding for me to stealth through. There are too many scripted sequences during Urkenthand that spoils a lot of the fun for stealth players. And with you having 2 unkillable companions at your back, well, you might as well just sweep the place clean. We make it to the end where Mercer is busy prying the eyes from the Snow Elf statue. Mercer delivers my favorite line in the entire game. Carlia.
See if you can...
Carlia, when will you learn you can't get the drop on me?
And then it's time for a boss battle.
Tucker, use the key and open the gates. Key? What key? I don't have a key. Your sword! Use the sword! Oh god, the sword is a key? Just when I thought this couldn't get any lamer.
I guess Nocturnal nerfed the key mid-fight. This always struck me as a particularly poorly thought out boss encounter because you got an arena that heavily favors ranged attacks, and then you make Mercer favor dual-wielded swords, one of the shortest range attacks in the game. So that unrelenting forced checkmate was actually from the hand-to-hand Khajiit character. Damn. I'm sorry, Mercer. That was just bad, man. He died! He died from that! Oh! Oh! Was that Nocturnal's doing? Did she bless me? Did she fortify my Thum to be able to just absolutely eviscerate him? I did say this playthrough was about, like, just being as dirty as possible, but holy crap. Damn, Mercer, you got fucking gamed on. Just absolutely fucking wasted. I just King Torrigged his ass. Elrahill just used the arena to her advantage and peppered Mercer with fire arrows from a distance. One of his swords can do life drain, so at least he has that going for him. But yeah, he never really stood a chance. The will of Nocturnal and all. Thanks to Mercer messing with the key, the arena started to flood. Fortunately, Nocturnal's will was still powerful enough to punch a hole in the ceiling for us to escape before drowning. You know, for someone whose connection to Mundus is supposed to be virtually non-existent at this point, it sure seems like Nocturnal's able to still do whatever she wants. Maybe she can't physically manifest her corporeal form in this plane of existence, but I'm really starting to think the diminished luck thing is just pure nonsense. We can call everyone's bluff on this too, because Karliah tasks us with returning the key to the Sepulchre, leaving it in our possession, possibly forever. Oh, don't worry, Karliah. I'm off now to go return the key. I'm just, don't wait up. I got some guild business to take care of. Alright, now that I've rebuilt the Thieves Guild, become listener of the Dark Brotherhood, assassinated the Emperor, became the chosen champion of several Daedric princes, I guess I'll turn the key in now. We enter the temple and find ghostly Gallus standing guard. He starts dropping more lore so the story can dig an even deeper hole for itself, but we'll put that discussion on hold for a bit. We got one last dungeon to run. The temple is interesting, and I use that term very loosely here, due to some of the gimmicks it entails. We're given a journal that contains a bunch of riddles the priest used to use to troll newcomers with, but honestly, we don't need the riddles to figure out how to successfully walk the Pilgrim's Path. Wait. Pilgrim's Path. Where have I heard that before? Oh fuck, no! So he tells us about the Pilgrim's Path, which could point to the Unity, even though Aquilus doesn't want people going after the Unity anymore. It's confusing, and that's because there's no written rules about how this multiverse thing works. And there's another main quest that straight up, one chamber has us killing the corrupted spirits of other nightingales, another chamber requires we stay in the shadows in order to stay alive, another chambers, okay. Well, that one got me. Another chamber has us pull a... Usually doesn't get me like that. So dumb. Alright, focus. Goddamn. Another chamber has us pull a couple of chains to open a door, and the final chamber just has us sit and wait at the bottom of a hole. Like I said, very loosely. So with the skeleton key being returned to the Ebon Mirror in the Twilight Sepulchre, the portal to Nocturnal's Evergloam has been restored, and with it, the powers of the Nightingale's agents, and hey, remember when this story was about shaking down businesses for protection money? Honestly, the only balance being restored here is to the lockpicking minigame. The rest of whatever the fuck Gallus and Karliah go babbling on about comes across as pure nonsense at this point. Here's something I've never seen anyone bring up. Mercer has access to all of the Nightingale powers. He starts the fight by using the Agent of Subterfuge power to make Karliah and Brigner fight each other. Then he uses the Agent of Shadow to turn himself invisible. Then he uses the Agent of Strife to drain the player's health. His sword does drain health too, so I wasn't lying a few minutes ago. So not only did he have access to the one power, he had access to all the powers, which we're told is impossible. So did he use the key to hoard access to the Evergloam for himself? Oh man, must have been the will of This whole thing is a mess. Someone is either lying to us or the quest designers were really not on the same page with each other. Probably both. Fortunately for Karliah, she's the only one speaking with any sense of authority here, so it all ends up falling on her head. Had there been any consistency to this story, I'd have been willing to cope and say that this had just been one giant experiment in applying the unreliable narrator trope to an entire questline. In which case, the Nightingales are just one giant joke Nocturnal plays in the Thieves Guild because screwing with mortals is how she keeps from getting bored. For a Daedric Prince of Thievery and Subterfuge, she sure does have a lot of problems with people constantly stealing her artifacts. Weird how none of the other princes seem to have this problem. It's almost like she's letting people run off with her stuff, thinking they'd pulled one over on her, and then she tells even more gullible mortals that it was stolen, and really terrible things will happen if said belongings are never returned. Honestly, I think I'm the one being trolled here. Between the degrading quality of the quests, the increasingly insane story, objective instructions that are just incorrect, level-scaled quest rewards, the diminishing value of doing jobs for the guild because money has limited use in Skyrim, Vex and Delve Delvin giving us jobs in Riften even though there's no major job to complete there, the uselessness of the Nightingale powers, and the fact that we can very easily select the wrong one by stepping in the wrong place in the Inner Sanctum, it feels like the moral of this story is just to stop playing it. The ultimate test really comes when we are given the option to either go return the key and reintroduce a boring and tedious minigame, or to stop playing the questline and move on to other content. Nocturnal will even mock us when we return the thing, going, "Oh, you actually expect to be rewarded? Don't you know this was your job to return my key?" While this is all probably just the result of quest designers getting super sloppy, it is funny to think that the will of Nocturnal really was just the will of some designers who resent the fact that a bunch of the mechanics they needed to make a good questline got cut. So for all of these reasons, I'm going to say Nocturnal would approve of Elrahill keeping the skeleton key for a few more months. She'd also approve of her using the key to open the in-game console and spawn herself a copy of the key. It being a cheap knockoff meant it wasn't as good as the real thing, but hey, better than nothing. Turns out if you use console commands to spawn the skeleton key, the thing acts like an infinite pick instead of an unbreakable one. So the key can still break like a regular pick, but the broken skeleton key will just be replaced with another skeleton key. That's pretty funny. It also means you don't need to carry around any lockpicks. With the key returned, Carlia and Gallus are reunited for one final goodbye. We then get one more lore dump about how our spirits as nightingales are actually earmarked to become the shadows that help thieves with lower sneak skill levels not get detected as easily. Yeah, that's pretty lame. Fortunately, Elrahill has certain plans to become immortal in the future. Back at the guild, everyone's able to sigh a breath of relief now that Elrahill finally got around to returning the skeleton key. Fortunately, everyone was too busy counting all the gold she'd made in the interim thanks to the key, so Brynjolf wasn't about to start nagging his boss to finally return the thing. But with it turned over, he officially names her guildmaster, after declining the job himself. He's a career XO. He knows he's not cut out to be head honcho. It honestly takes a lot of integrity and self-respect to admit you don't want to clutter the top of the ladder, so good on you, Brynjolf. I respect that. Elrahill's given some badges of her new office, and everyone lives happily ever after. The end. Okay, we're not actually done with the Thieves Guild yet. Because I already presented my total rewrite of the questline back during taking care of business, let's instead move on and discuss some of the remaining business we got now that we're Guildmaster. Unlike the Companions, where we gotta finish the questline before we get the ability to do endless contract work like what we've been promised when first joining the faction, Vex and Delvin's jobs are right there from the start and are completely independent of the larger questline for the guild. We're even allowed to accept 2 jobs at once. One from Vex and one from Delvin. Delvin describes his jobs as one with a more personal touch, while Vex's jobs are more of the breaking and entering style. Personally, I don't really see a theme in what jobs they offer because you can do Vex's jobs without breaking in and vice versa for Delvin's. What is consistent is that you need to complete 4 jobs in a city in order to unlock that city's special job. Once the special job is complete, the guild's influence will be greatly expanded in that city, giving access to a local fence, a Thieves Guild pass that you can show the guards, and some barrels with respawning level-scaled loot in them. There are 7 types of jobs in total: Bedlam, Fishing, Numbers, Burglary, Shill, Sweep, and Heist. I'm not going to go into all of them because frankly, they aren't that special, and also I kinda just repeated the same 2 jobs. I needed to complete 16 jobs to finish all these special jobs, and I forgot Riften didn't have a special job, so I wound up doing quite a few more. Fortunately, I did remember that the 2 quickest and easiest jobs were Numbers from Delvin and Shill from Vex. Numbers require going into a shop and changing their ledgers to hide some of the guild's money. I really don't know what sort of trick the player character does to pull this off, but it definitely isn't GAB compliant. Also, what money are we hiding? Anyways, a shill job, not to be confused with shilling, like what I'll be doing with today's sponsor Creation Club, just requires placing a stolen item into a chest in a house so that Vex can call the guards and make it look like the target is guilty of theft. Think Brand Shay's thing, but even easier. Numbers is brain dead simple. Most ledgers are in the back of the shop, but rarely in a place considered trespassing. Sometimes the shopkeeper might follow you to make sure you aren't trying to steal stuff back there, but oftentimes they won't. Also, if you move fast enough, you can alter the ledger before they even notice you're back there. You just activate the book and the objective is complete. Altering ledgers is considered a crime though, so just be mindful of that, I guess. The only time I got caught was when I was verifying it was a crime. So yeah, it is just that easy to do. Shills are only slightly riskier as you'll be entering someone's house, so that might mean picking a lock and trespassing. However, if you're doing these during the day when most NPCs aren't home, it's almost as simple as Numbers. Funny thing, the item Vex gives you, which is either a gem or a piece of jewelry, isn't actually flagged as stolen property. It's just called Stolen Ruby or something along those lines. What's even funnier is that the items are never deleted from the containers you place them in. I mean, eventually they probably would be when the cell resets itself, but it's not removed when you return to Vex for your reward. So if you want to be a bastard, you can do a bunch of these jobs, then return to the houses you plant them in and take the items back. Once again, because they aren't flagged as stolen, it's not even considered a theft when you take them back. The jewelry is kinda useless. You can't use the items to enchant with, but you can wear and sell them. The gems, though, can be used for smithing, or like what I accidentally did with a flawless sapphire, be given to someone like Medesi for his quest. Don't get any funny ideas about quitting the job to farm these for items, however. The item is removed when you quit the job and you can't drop it on the ground or stash it in a container. The reward for completing these jobs is a level scaled gold. At levels 1 through 5, you're looking at 50 gold per job. At level 42 plus, you'll be getting 500. Definitely not a bad reward if you're banging out the easy jobs. However, the more complicated jobs reward the same, so no real incentive to mix them up. I do think being able to just grind the same jobs is a bit too tempting. The lazy solution would be requiring the player to rotate jobs by making the ones they completed unavailable until they turned in some of the others. A better approach would be to make repeating jobs give diminishing rewards, and likewise, rotating jobs would grant bonus rewards. This way, if you want to just grind the same 2 jobs to get them done to unlock these special jobs, you can. We'll just have Delvin and Vex say they front load the highest paying jobs or something in order to explain why the rewards diminish. Speaking of which, let's discuss these special requests. There's not a whole lot to these quests, which is a shame because the concept of unlocking capstone jobs has tons of potential for designers to get creative, seeing as they're all optional. Each quest is unique, I'll give the designers credit on that front. However, none of them seem to have been given much thought or testing. Markarth's, for instance, is just a dungeon run. The guild contact in the city asks us to retrieve a mold for making silver candle holders. He ordered it, but it was stolen by bandits during shipping, which, why would they bother stealing a mold? They'd still need the silver to make the candle holders and a forge to melt it down, but whatever. A job's a job, and this one's pretty simple. We're free to kill all the bandits in the dungeon, but it's at least one of the more noteworthy dungeons that sneaking through can be a little fun. You can also stumble across the dungeon and the mold before getting the quest, which just lets you turn the thing right over immediately and wrap it up right then and there. But yeah, that's about all I got to say about this one. Increasing in complexity, we got Windhelm's quest, which has us eliminating a ruthless gang of high elf thieves from another dungeon. The Somerset Shadows have been a menace in these parts and recently killed our contact's daughter and stole her silver locket. He wants us to wipe the gang out and recover the locket. This leads us to Niranye, a high elf general goods vendor in the market. She'll deny any connection with the gang, but we got some options. Elrahil managed to just pass her hard persuasion check, but if you can't, you can break into her house and find evidence to confront her with, or apparently just tell her you're done playing nice and then cut her down where she stands, which isn't even considered a crime. Seeing as she ends up being one of the wealthiest vendors in the game after you complete this quest, you might not want to do that. Once convinced, she spills the beans and explains the gang pressured her into fencing for them and yada yada yada. She gives us the location of their hideout and we can go take care of business. It's neat getting to see the guild taking its job seriously as a crime regulator, though it would have been a lot cooler if we actually got some options with how we handled the faction. It also stretches believability that there are this many high elves living in Skyrim in general, let alone so many of them belonging to a high elf gang. Makes me wonder if maybe this was supposed to be a dark elf gang originally, but I don't know, maybe the designers figured that would be too damning for the dark elves of Windhelm. All roads lead to running through another dungeon. Not much to it, but our objectives aren't to just kill everyone there. I did, but you can sneak past all the thieves and just pickpocket the locket off the leader. There's a bonus objective to send a message by burning their banner, but that doesn't seem to affect the reward for the quest, so if you're doing this stealthy, you might not want to. Once we return the locket, we can return to Delphin and finish out the quest. The third job has us going to Whiterun to change a man's identity. The premise for this quest is kinda just odd. Ulfred Battleborn wants us to help his old war companion out of a jam. Arn is wanted by the Guards of Solitude for a very serious crime, so he fled to Whiterun and then got busted for drunken behavior. Ulfred is afraid the guards in Whiterun will figure out who Arn is and send him back to Solitude to face the executioner's block. So the job is to swipe the letter warning the Whiterun guards that they are looking for Arn, and then strike his identity from the prison records and set him up with a new identity we will forge in the books. Then, Arn will just serve out a few days for his drunken disorderly conduct, and be free to go live his new life under this assumed identity. Setting someone up with a new identity is a neat concept. I like the idea of having the Thieves Guild providing all sorts of illegal services. It really helps sell that they are a syndicate and not just a bunch of thugs stealing shit for a quick buck. But the setup for this is really awkward, and that's likely owed to the designers not wanting to have to make Arn an actual NPC we can interact with. Actually, Arn doesn't even exist in the game, even though the official Prima guide says otherwise. I guess a design doc for the quest said that, and that's what the guide writers were working off of. So everything we get here is secondhand from Ulfrid. You also have this involving 2 holds in 2 jurisdictions, needlessly making this even more confusing to follow. Fortunately for people speedrunning this questline at this point, this quest is laughably easy. The ledger we need to forge and the letter we need to steal are both located in the Jarl's quarters in Dragonreach. Normally, that section is off limits to the player, but if they did the quest to retrieve the Dragonstone of Bleak Falls Barrow, the Jarl is flagged friendly with the player, meaning they are free to roam the palace no problem. They are even free to grab the letter since it isn't flagged as property, and no one is standing by the ledger to catch the player for forging the records. With both of those tasks done, we just return to Ulfrid and then back to Delphin to finish the quest. There's no way this quest underwent any serious playtesting. Even if it did, sneaking around the restricted part of the palace isn't difficult whatsoever. That's to say nothing about the implausibility of Arn's identity not immediately being uncovered, because why didn't the captain of the guards in Whiterun not immediately read the notice from Solitude? Oh wait, we poisoned him in that quest a few hours back. I guess that's why the note is in the Jarl's chamber and not the guard barracks. How this quest should have gone was we'd get arrested in Solitude, because there's no reason for this quest to be taking place in Whiterun, and then bust him out of jail. We locate Arn in the Solitude prison, break him out, and escort him to Whiterun, where Ulfrid helps smuggle him out of the province under an assumed identity. You know, like what, hang on, I gotta look this one up. Cynric Endel in the Cistern used to do for a living. Or Arn was already extradited back to Solitude and we gotta track down the prisoner escort, deal with the guards somehow, ideally non-lethally, and again bring him back to Ulfrid to send him up with a new identity. As it stands, this quest smells like something thrown together in an afternoon since it's just reusing quest templates for shill and burglary jobs. The final special assignment has us going to Solitude, which I guess explains why the designers didn't want the previous job to send us there, but then why not have Arn's crime be committed in Whiterun? Is it because Solitude is the only city we see with a headsman on staff? Or did they just not want Bro Ballin to be seen executing prisoners? Whatever. The Solitude job has us working for that fucker Eriker. He had some shady dealings with a group of pirates, they backed out of a deal, and now Eriker wants the leader framed. We gotta get our hands on some Balmora Blue, a highly illegal substance that totally isn't just skooma with a stamina regen debuff. Actually, can we stop for a moment and pour one out for skooma? In Morrowind, its effects were fortify strength and speed by 20 points for 60 seconds, and drain intelligence and agility by these same values. You could pump those numbers up by stacking multiple bottles of it, making it quite useful. Also, I didn't know this until reading this just now. You can smoke skooma in Morrowind? That's awesome. Oblivion removed alchemy effect stacking, but to compensate, they made its effect 60 points for 20 seconds. Kind of a nerf, all things considered, but still a fun thing to mess around with. Can't smoke it anymore, though. Then Skyrim came around. Restore stamina 25 points. Yet another casualty of attributes being removed. You can now sell it to upstanding vendors, and guards won't confiscate it if you get arrested. I guess this is why Eriker wants us to frame this captain with Balmora Blue, because apparently skooma and Skyrim ain't shit. This stuff is so scary, our character won't even consume it if we try to use it in the inventory screen.
Coward!
We still gotta get our hands on it, to which Eriker points us to another known pirate docked at the Solitude docks. Guys, why are we offering pirates safe harbor here? Surely Tullius and the Empire would. Captain will sell us the goods for 1500 gold, which is chump change at this point in the game, so that's what Our Hill does. Any pirate who can dock up in the capital of a province is a queen worth patronizing in her books. The captain gives her the key and tells her to jump under the dock and retrieve it from a locked chest underwater, which is, odd. Really trusting those Dark Elf meth lab workers to have done a serious job bottling and sealing that stuff, huh? You could have just buried it on the shore somewhere. Wouldn't it look suspicious if the authorities found your stash right next to your ship? Just my opinion being, you know, the Guildmaster of Thieves Guild and all. You can also just steal the key off the captain and grab the goods without paying, which is a neat detail. I really wish Skyrim was actually consistent with those sorts of workarounds so that I would actually think to do that and not just hand over 0.005% of my wealth for the quest item. So I tried sneaking onto the Dainty Slode where I was instructed to plant the drug in the captain's quarter, but Karsho isn't very sneaky in his heavy armor and we kept getting detected. So I just decided to slaughter everyone on the ship and see what would happen. Turns out, nothing happens. Our Hill planted the drugs and Erica thanked her and that was that. Maybe all the pirates killed each other in order to steal the Balmora Blue for themselves. Yeah, that sounds like something the prosecutor can swing. Speaking of drug smugglers, we can do a quest for the guild which will open up the Khajiit caravans as fences for stolen goods. I actually like this quest in premise. The caravans are mostly independent, but some of them are organized into a syndicate with their leader Rasad parceling out trade routes to the group. If we bribe him with a bunch of moon sugar, he'll likely agree to start transporting illegal goods for the guild. What's that? Lore details that actually expand upon a couple of groups in a rational way? In my Skyrim? Surely they mess it up somehow. Oh, they give us a quest marker right to the caravan. Well, the caravan travels between Markarth and Whiterun, and when you fast travel, they won't just stop in place. So reaching the caravan is a slightly involved process. Tonelio is right, though. The bag of moon sugar is enough to get Rasad to agree to transport things for the guild. Which kind of begs the question how they didn't have this connection set up already. Let's not poke at this too hard. But that's pretty much it for restoring the guild back to its former glory. With all that done, we get access to tons of fences all over the province, many of whom are quite wealthy, and we get 4 new vendors in the Rag and Flagon who are also pretty wealthy. But richest of all is our first fence Tenelia down in the Flagon. Basically, by this point you'll probably have gold pouring out of your ass, which I think is appropriate for all the stuff we had to do to get to this point. But if that's still not enough and you want a way to really break Skyrim's economy, No Stone Unturned is just the quest for you. This is one of those quests almost every Skyrim player will have in their journal if they don't go out of their way to not pick up the unusual gems that will occasionally be found scattered throughout the world. No quest markers for the gems either. Honestly, I kinda dig random collectibles. It would be nice if we could self-ex each gem as we find them, just to act as a little incentive to pick them up along our travels. As it stands, we have to complete the whole set and then retrieve the Crown of Baron Zaya before we get our reward. Prowler's Prophet, a unique blessing that allows us to find gems in basically any container in the game. This power is pretty much busted. With it, you'll be finding more uncut gems than Howard Ratner. You'll easily offset the cost of having to buy Proudspire Manor in order to get one of the unusual gems. My god. My god. I think that's gotta be the clip, right? Oh no. Oh my god. Speaking of busted money-making schemes, I accidentally rediscovered how to do item duplication in Skyrim. That was pretty funny. I say rediscovered because I knew of its existence way back in 2012, but for some reason I kind of forgot it was a thing. So I returned to a Dwemer dungeon I had cleared previously in order to farm Dwemer metal scraps, and I found a whole bunch of my crap on the floor again. It was in that moment that it all clicked, and a memory of me doing the duplication glitch over a decade ago was unlocked. I think this stuff duplicated. Oh. What? I guess I'll be generous to Skyrim and say I never really felt the need to duplicate because getting things like lockpicks and soul gems is a lot easier than in Oblivion. Those are mainly the items I duplicated in that game. Well, that and watermelons in order to fill rooms with them. The duplication glitch in Oblivion is perhaps my favorite glitch in any game I've ever played. Tall praise considering how much glitching I did in Halo 2. Super bounces, sword flying, and butterflying ain't got nothing on Oblivion's duplication. Especially since it's so easy to do. You just activate a stack of scrolls and then drop the item you want to duplicate on the ground and watch them materialize before your very eyes when you exit the inventory screen. I have no idea what sort of conniption that series of actions forces Oblivion to have, but man, I sure got a lot of mileage out of it. I imagine there was a lot of discussions at Bethesda regarding patching that, but for whatever reason, maybe they thought it was too difficult to fix, or maybe they just thought it was too cool to patch out, it never got removed, and I wholeheartedly approve. My philosophy on bugs like this in single-player games is, so long as the player can't easily perform it on accident and ruin the experience for themselves, why patch them out? Let people have their fun if they're willing to put the work in. Now granted, while I did accidentally rediscover item duplication in Skyrim, it is a way more involved thing than it was in Oblivion. As well, I was abusing another bug, which is what set the parameters for the unduplication bug to unintentionally occur. So the bug in question is the follower pickup glitch. Basically, your follower has infinite carrying capacity if you order them to pick items up off the ground. I was abusing this to make Karjo carry all my super heavy Dwemer scrap, and in doing so performed 90% of the glitch's stages. I completed it when I returned a few weeks later to sweep the dungeon again for more smithing materials. How the process works is you drop a bunch of items you want duplicated on the ground, then you tell your follower to pick them all up, then you leave the cell and re-enter it. The items should be on the ground again, but because they're in your follower's inventory as well, now you have more. It's best to do this near a door. I did it in front of Whiterun's gates. Enter the city, drop the stuff on the floor, tell Karjo to pick it up, leave the city, re-enter, pick up duplicated items on the ground. It's not a perfect duplication, however. If you drop a bunch of items on the ground, some of them might not duplicate when you return. If that's the case, drop the original item and repeat the process. What's funny is if you tell your follower to then pick up the duplicated items, because you can leave, come back, and probably find duplicates again. While filling houses with watermelons is out of the question with this method, it still warms my heart to remember the bug was in Skyrim, and neither Bethesda nor the unofficial patch sought to ever patch it out. It's been a while since I've done Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood questline. In fact, out of the dozen or so times I've played the game, I'd only ever done this questline once. I remember the questline just not interesting me. Honestly, I couldn't remember much at all except for the big set-piece moments, whereas I've always been able to recall half the quests themselves from Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood. Going back and playing it again for this video, I think I've caught on to a lot of the things I was likely unconsciously noticing all those years ago that left me feeling so mixed. Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood questline is the work of Emil Pagliarulo, same as it was in Oblivion. Emil is keen on being known as the guy who did Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood. They even made a point about it leading up to Skyrim's release so that even normie consumer me at the time knew Emil's name. That's not to imply I believe the other designers are all embarrassed by the work they did. It's just that Emil's star was shining pretty brightly from Oblivion, and he was proud of what he'd made. So it's reasonable to expect the same level of pride and effort that went into Oblivion's questline would be present in Skyrim's. Well, that doesn't seem to be the case. In fact, it really felt like Emil was phoning it in with Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood. The questline is overall much shorter. The quests are less imaginative in ideas and execution, the characters are less memorable than their Oblivion counterparts, and even the quest rewards are much less rewarding. It all started to add up to something that just felt like a hollow, half-baked clone of Oblivion's incarnation. It felt like it was there just because it was expected to be there. The Folkreath Sanctuary we work out of for most of the questline is said to be the last remaining one after a serious crackdown on the guild's operations in Tamriel. In the end, the Folkreath chapter is also destroyed save for 3 members, and the player is given an optional chain of quests to rebuild the chapter in a new base. I really wouldn't be surprised if the canon outcome for the guild in TES 6 is that it got wiped out in Skyrim, also that Emil doesn't have to do it over for a 3rd time. There's a lot of reasons why Pagliarulo might not have been feeling it with Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood, but my biggest suspicion is that he just wanted to do Fallout instead. Following Oblivion, he got a pretty serious bump within Bethesda, landing him a big design and writing role on Fallout 3. He seems to have had a lot of creative freedom with that game, and he'd enjoy even more of that in Fallout 4. But Skyrim, he was back to sharing the design space with many others. Under those circumstances, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he'd rather be working on a franchise that suits his writing style better, as opposed to being pigeonholed as the Dark Brotherhood guy. What's funny is that, with me completing this questline, I realized my ranking of the guilds in Skyrim were exactly the same as they were in Oblivion. The Thieves Guild narrowly takes top rank, followed by the Dark Brotherhood, then the Magic faction, and then the Warrior faction in dead last. Had Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood landed the same as it did in Oblivion with its interesting jobs and decent plot twists, Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood could have pulled out ahead because the Thieves Guild quest department shit the bed so hard. I wouldn't say any of the major jobs we do in Skyrim's DB were bad, but neither were any of them particularly good. It all starts with hearing a rumor about a boy in Windhelm performing the Dark Sacrament. I know I just spent a few minutes saying how similar Skyrim's DB is to Oblivion's, but here we see a complete departure from how we were recruited into the guild in Oblivion. In Oblivion, the player is contacted by Lucy and LeChance after they'd performed something that was considered murder by the game, which without the unofficial patch installed was very easy to accidentally do. Still, for a lot of players, this unexpected encounter was so memorable that it is one of the first things players bring up when sharing their fondest memories of Oblivion. It was a strong opening because of its element of total surprise. Compare that to the opening of Skyrim's DB, where the element of surprise is completely spoiled. For starters, this rumor is very easy to come across. In fact, it's one of those famous Skyrim memes because of the absurdity that every guard and inn owner throughout Skyrim knows about this kid trying to summon one of the most notorious groups of assassins on the continent. Silly premise aside, it's likely the Dark Brotherhood was signposted so hard was due to its popularity in Oblivion. It was a safe assumption that a lot of people coming from Oblivion wanted to see the DB ASAP, so they came up with a way to get the word out to the player just short of the guild having a courier hand deliver an invitation. The thing is, the game already had a system that could have done this more dynamically and in a more memorable fashion. In fact, they also did this, but it's not treated as an on-ramp for the guild for some reason. This would be the random event system. In Skyrim, you got a very high chance of being ambushed by a Dark Brotherhood assassin thanks to the random event system. It was not uncommon for me to kill 4 or 5 of these assassins during my non-DB playthroughs. While this might just be a playful reference to something similar happening during Morrowind if the player has the Tribunal DLC installed, this was still a very weird thing to have occur in Skyrim, especially when we get to talking about the implications this random event really has with the story of the questline. But, okay. We'll just pretend everyone knows this kid wants to summon an assassin to their city, but is afraid to stop him because they're all superstitious and believe the house and the child are cursed. I would think that would only make the magic-averse Nords of Windhelm want to kick in Aventus' door even more, which begs the question of why does the quest start here? So the story goes Aventus was orphaned after his mother died from an illness one winter. Windhelm didn't have any place for the kid, and not wanting him to live by himself, the Jarl decided to ship him off to an orphanage in Riften. He hated the orphanage because the woman running it, Grelod the Kind, was cruel, so he broke out and made his way back home in Windhelm, where he's now performing the Black Sacrament to summon an assassin to go and murder the woman. This premise is stupid on many levels. For starters, the Jarl didn't kick the kid out to repossess the large house for someone else to move into. It was just because he couldn't have the boy living on his own. The kid looks to be about 8 years old, and the Jarl says when he's of adult age, he can move back into the house. So they're gonna leave this house empty and abandoned for presumably 8 to 10 years, in the middle of a civil war and a refugee crisis. And with several homeless people living on the streets, one of them being the brother of Ulfric's chief general. There's also an orphan girl living on the streets of Windhelm, but I'll give Emil a pass here because she was added with the Hearthfire DLC. Alright, second. The orphanage premise is tonally incongruent with the setting of the Elder Scrolls. Orphanages, in their form in popular media and their depiction in Skyrim, wasn't really a thing until the 1700s in England. Even then, the best-known incarnations made famous by Charles Dickens' work came about in the early 1900s. Skyrim is, at best, in the 12 to 1300s in terms of the tech tree, so institutionalized orphanages really wouldn't be a thing. Orphans would likely be taken in by the temples instead. Taking care of children back in those days was kind of the responsibility of society owed to a lower life expectancy and a lack of any automation to make work easier. Basically, children were cared for because it was beneficial for society to do so. With the Industrial Revolution, automation diminished the value of individual labor, and thus caring for unparented children wasn't as high of a priority. Ironically, Hearthfire allowing players to adopt children is a lot closer to what would have happened to orphans in this time. Usually they'd be apprenticed in some sort of trade, but having a child follower to lug around all my equipment and learn how to sneak attack bandits has implications I doubt Bethesda would care for. If the people of Windhelm aren't going to take in the children of their fallen Stormcloaks, which they absolutely would, but whatever, then there would have to be some sort of system for those kids. Shipping them far south to another hold doesn't really seem likely. Once again, if all the men and even women are fighting in the Civil War, you can bet there'd be a big demand for an extra set of hands on the farms. In Aventus' case, adopting the kid comes with free real estate too. Is the implication here that no one in Windhelm wants to take Aventus in because of his imperial-sounding name? Fun fact, his race is improperly assigned as Nord in the creation kit, even though he has an imperial-sounding name and is referred to as an imperial by some NPCs. This game, I swear. And before you ask, yes, there are different children for all the human races in Skyrim. I know it's impossible to tell because they all look like one homogeneous race of child, especially since Bethesda did do that with the old people in Skyrim whose race is all just listed as Elder. You can imagine my anguish when trying to figure out what races all the members of the Greybeards were. But yeah, Skyrim handles children very awkwardly. Take Braith, for instance. You've probably seen her a million times running around Whiterun. Can you guess who her parents are? It's Amren and Saphir. Yeah, fair-skinned Braith is a Redguard. I guess making a system that let the designers do crazy things like change the skin tone of a child was too much to ask for an indie studio like Bethesda. Also, keep in mind, they already had children in their engine with Fallout 3, so Skyrim is actually their second attempt at it. I can at least buy not having elven children in this game because elves are said to have a low birth rate, but they couldn't even get Braith to look a little like her parents. Personally, I've never really been one of those people demanding child representation in games, especially in a game like TES where players are supposed to be free to do anything they want to, up into and including indiscriminate murder. If I can mentally buy that Riften is meant to be an actual city, I can buy that the children exist off-screen somewhere. I don't need a bunch of invulnerable clones running around with awkward voice acting to sell me on their existence. I also cannot trust Bethesda writers to utilize the existence of children to the potential they really can bring to a story, especially one about the end of the world in a civil war, because yeah, this Aventus quest is about as poorly as I would expect Bethesda to use them. Anyways, if Riften had an orphanage, then Windhelm would absolutely have one too. I know why the orphanage is in Riften though, and that's because Aventus needs to run away from it. If he ran away but stayed in the city, players would just go, well, why doesn't Grelod just go and drag him back to the orphanage? Especially if he's sitting in his own house performing the Black Sacrament. If Skyrim actually had large cities that people could disappear within, this wouldn't be a problem, but alas. I know players take it for granted that it only takes about 10 minutes for them to sprint from the gates of Riften to the gates of Windhelm, but in universe, that's supposed to be an arduous journey through very dangerous territory. If we're keeping the orphanage in Riften meme, then we really only have to say Aventus was from Shorestone or Iverstead if we're feeling self-conscious about the scale of Bethesda's game maps. At least this way we can avoid crossing Hold's borders by keeping it within the Rift. Or how about the Ratways? We even see Esbern go down into the sewers to disappear during the main quest. With the peanut gallery that is the Ragged Flagon, it's not unreasonable to have the rumor of him performing the sacrament down there. Hell, we could even say someone in the guild sold him the materials needed to do the ritual. So, if we do what every NPC in this province thinks is unthinkable and go inside the house to talk to the boy, he instantly believes we're with the Brotherhood and are here to accept his contract. Despite whatever we tell him, he'll insist on sending us over to Riften to take care of mean old Grelod. This would have been the perfect opportunity to subvert our expectations and find that she's not evil, but just a stern disciplinarian, because orphaned and neglected children often have behavioral issues, which is why foster care and adoption has pretty much always been preferred over institutionalized orphanages. The dilemma then becomes, do we kill this woman who is providing a service no one else is, just to satisfy the bloodlust of a kid who is homesick and missed his mother, or do we, not do that? But no, we get there and find Grelod is a despicable woman who is verbally and physically abusive. Like, so abusive it actually borders on unbelievable that the guards or the Jarl wouldn't step in, because if I did any of the things she's said to have done, the guards would be on me in no time at all. Worse still, we have Constance there, a young woman who seems much more capable of running the place, who is just sitting there watching the abuse take place and not doing anything about it because Grelod is in charge. Grelod even banned the children from being adopted. Like, what? That's not how this works. Who is even financing the orphanage that Grelod can, on a whim, prevent the children from being adopted when having less mouths to feed would obviously be a good thing? Basically, this whole thing is a front to give us a setup to do an easy guild-free assassination. Now you might be wondering, why would I want a guild-free assassination in a guild that's meant to be evil? That's a good question I don't have any satisfying answer for, except Emil has a weird hang-up with letting players do evil things. This quest gives us a free murder pass with Grelod here because no one will report us for killing her even if we do it right out in front of them. As well, she only has 1 HP. This questline actually hands out murder passes more than it hands out meaningful rewards, but this one is the most egregious to be sure. No one, not even the guards or the Jarl, cares to investigate what happened to Miss Kind. So have fun with this one, your conscience should be clean. I can't help but imagine what this quest would have looked like if Aventus ran away from a monastery instead. In this version, he would be hiring us to murder all the monks there because they were super strict and Aventus is not well following losing his mother and his home. He offers us a key to their coffers where he promises there's enough riches to make the job worth the effort. We can try robbing the place without killing the monks, but events happen and we're forced to murder at least one innocent monk. This keeps the setting intact, adds some more depth to Aventus as a character, makes this job actually morally questionable, allows us to apply more nuance to our own characters, and makes Astrid's actions following the quest make a little more sense. Once Greylod is dead, we return to Aventus, who rewards us with a family heirloom that's worth a mere 100 gold. I don't know if this was intended to be a joke, but I genuinely felt so bad I just dropped the platter in front of Aventus and left the house. I mean, sure, he's got some primo Windhelm real estate, but I figure he's gonna need money to buy a trip back down to Riften because he's going back to the orphanage now that Greylod is dead, for some reason. With Greylod dead, you're also free to adopt children from the place so long as you have Hearthfire installed and you own a house somewhere in Skyrim. I find it funny how I can tell Constance I'm an assassin when I go to adopt a child and she thinks it's some kind of sick joke, even though she saw me drop Greylod in front of her and the children. I guess this is her politely telling me she won't report me for forcing her promotion through. The children love Constance though, so don't worry, you really are an agent of pure good during this quest. Upon sleeping, the player will be teleported to an abandoned shack in the marshes outside of Morthal with Astrid lording over them. The implication is that Astrid knocked the player out and dragged them out there while they were asleep, which, no, she didn't. Elrahil slept in her bed at Lakeview Manor, which meant Astrid would have had to slip past not one, but two trained bodyguards in the form of Karsho and her house steward. In Edwina Scissorhands' I can't believe I named her that. Jesus Christ. In Edwina Scissorhands' case, she slept in the Bannered Mare in Whiterun, which meant Astrid would have had to walk past dozens of witnesses and town guards with Edwina slung over her shoulder. Not only that, if you look at the game clock, you'll see that time has not passed even a minute since you activated the bed. So actually, Astrid didn't just use an illegal teleportation spell from a now forgotten school of magic. She's literally a Psijic monk because apparently she can stop time altogether. Let's compare this once again to how we meet Lucian Lachance in Oblivion. In that game, Lachance simply greets us the moment we wake up and makes an appropriately creepy comment that implies he's been sitting there watching us sleep. This instantly bequeaths Lucian with a large degree of power because he had the chance to do anything he wanted to the player when they were most vulnerable. This did not require giving him forbidden magical powers. The only power we see him possess is a long-lasting invisibility spell, which could just be an enchanted ring he puts on. It's simple and easy to believe, but it worked exceptionally well, and is why people cite that meeting so much when talking about Oblivion. In an attempt to one-up that encounter, Astrid kidnaps the player. Like the quest with Aventus, this isn't something we're supposed to think about. We're just supposed to be surprised we got kidnapped. When you start to think about all the logistics for kidnapping the player from anywhere in the world, your head is likely to explode. The story immediately begins to collapse on itself, and Astrid hasn't even opened her mouth yet. Astrid begins doing that Delphine thing of being unnecessarily cagey, only furthering herself more from her Oblivion counterpart. Lucian spoke with cold facts and simple observations. He's compelling because he's not taking on an adversarial role. He's a salesman there with a pitch. His pitch is deranged and a little bit edgy, but it worked for his character and for a certain type of player character. Astrid, on the other hand, immediately talks about how we owe the Dark Brotherhood a life because Aventus performed the sacrament and that meant Greylod's mortality was Brotherhood property. Basically, there was a miscommunication and through some bull in the fine print, we got a debt to pay off. Astrid isn't a saleswoman, she's the IRS. This setup only works if the player did Aventus' job once they heard about it. This questline was written with the deep-seated belief that Oblivion players would go running to the first sign of the DB. This led to a premise where timeliness is key. The moment you fail to answer the Dark Brotherhood's siren call, this whole thing falls apart. The most obvious thing the player might want to ask Astrid is where the fuck the Brotherhood was when the player was hearing about Aventus performing the sacrament for weeks, months, maybe even years. If they were not going to answer the call, what's to stop an intrepid freelance assassin from taking the job after a point? If it takes the Brotherhood this long to respond to a rumor that is this well circulated, why are people even afraid of the Brotherhood anymore? Why should we feel threatened here outside of her Psijic powers? The loose explanation is that the Brotherhood's in a rough patch with its aforementioned being brought down to just a single sanctuary. This means Astrid has to collect contracts the old-fashioned way, instead of relying on the magic of the Night Mother to inform her when a contract is made with the sacrament. Basically, she has to wait around until she's heard rumors that someone performed the sacrament, which we never hear outside of Aventus. Are there other rumors our character is just incapable of noticing? Or is the Brotherhood so diminished at this point that they simply cannot act on the most public instance of the Black Sacrament ever performed in a TES game? This is to say nothing of the fact that performing the sacrament, which is likely a crime in of itself, requires the individual to play with human body parts, which is most certainly illegal. So I guess Astrid has to work real fast to contact them before they get busted by the guards. This is the problem with this introduction. The game gets so sloppy with the details that it ends up forcing the player to ask a lot of inconvenient questions that either require a ton of mental gymnastics to answer, or for the player to assume the Brotherhood is just really weak and incompetent. That is not a charitable interpretation when it's meant to be the sales pitch to get the player to join the faction. Fortunately for us, the tax woman spent her time kidnapping 3 other people who have been tied up behind us this whole time, silently listening to this conversation. I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and assume they couldn't hear Astrid. She is a soft talker. Am I really meant to believe Astrid not only kidnapped me, but also kidnapped 3 other people? I'm guessing she did this in the time between me finishing Aventus' job and the moment she teleported me from my house, but like, who was watching her other victims while she was away? Did she teleport them there the same way she teleported me there? Why is she putting this much effort into this ceremony if she just needs us to return to life by killing in the name of the Brotherhood? Aren't there contracts out there she should be collecting? In a way, I actually love this conversation because it's doing a lot of the heavy lifting for demonstrating everything wrong with this questline's writing. If you're concerned we're about 22 minutes into this section and we haven't even set foot in the sanctuary yet, don't be. This introduction is probably the most interesting stuff to hyperanalyze because it really does set the tone for the rest of the questline because of its slow motion car crash of busted logic. The setup is simple. Someone in that room has a contract on them, and we gotta choose who dies to satisfy it. Astrid won't tell us who it is because she wants to see if we can murder on command. It's an interesting premise and is actually congruent with her as a character. Problem is, this flies in the face of the nature of the contracts and the whole reason we are in that shack to begin with. So the way contracts work is that a client performs the Black Sacrament, which allows them to commune with the Night Mother to express their wishes for someone to be killed. The Night Mother would then tell her listener, who would then go to see the details of the contract and secure payment. The problem Astrid is having is that there's no Night Mother or listener as far as she's aware. When we get to the sanctuary, we actually find out that they don't even follow the 5 tenets anymore, and the worship of their chief deity Sithis is vestigial at best. Basically, they're all a bunch of heretics in this religion, but no one is around to tell them to stop LARPing as the Brotherhood. This only further diminishes the stakes here because Astrid doesn't even believe in the sanctity of the sacrament, which makes me wonder then why she even cares at this point. This is like the IRS saying, yeah, we don't really believe in the value of money anymore, but you still owe us payment in cash. Suppose only one person in that shack has the contract on them, as Astrid states. Wouldn't killing the wrong person fail to fulfill the contract? Is Astrid going to kill the real target once we leave the shack if we guess wrong? Who are the other victims then? Do all of them have a contract on them and she's just lying to us? Or maybe none of them have a contract. I've even seen some people speculate she has a contract on her, which, sure. In the absence of a real answer, people will just come up with whatever because it's all equally valid. So I'll ask again. Why does Astrid care? If she doesn't believe in the rites and rituals of the Dark Brotherhood anymore, she obviously doesn't care that the Night Mother and Sithis got denied a soul. Is it money? Well, Aventus wasn't paying that much, and she's not asking us to pay her back in gold, so that can't be it. Is it reputation? Aventus still thought we were with the Brotherhood, so likely everyone is going to give them credit too. Besides, what's worse for your reputation, Astrid? Getting false credit on a job that was finished, or not responding to such a publicly known Black Sacrament? Was this all just an elaborate ploy to recruit us? If that's the case, how does murdering an old woman and a random tied-up stranger demonstrate our skills? How does killing in this circumstance even demonstrate our ability to take commands? Is she planning on manufacturing all my contracts so that I'm forced to kill them in order to escape her shack? How is this a demonstration of any marketable talents that she'd want in her organization? Did all the other members have to go through a similar hazing ritual? I shouldn't be asking questions like this so early into a questline. This isn't even me nitpicking, these are important details the game just brought up that it then immediately sweeps under the rug. This might be the quickest I've ever been pushed to asking, why should I care in one of these games? And that's never something you should have your audience asking when telling a story. The stakes are all illusory too. You can talk to all the hostages, you can watch the myriad of lore videos talking about who the real target is, you can kill one of the hostages, you can kill all of the hostages. You can even turn around and kill Astrid, which is a neat touch I do appreciate given. The only thing you can't do is use your 100 pickpocket skill to steal the key off Astrid to escape her shagging shack because she won't have the key until she's dead. Scripting reasons and all, I get it. If you choose to kill her, you're given a quest to then seek out and destroy the rest of the Brotherhood, which is a leap to be sure. You can do the classic, just don't do the quest. But the fact that my character took the time to write down in their journal that they should report Astrid's death to the guards really implies my character wants to do this at some point. This is a nice way to speedrun some of the rewards for the Brotherhood and allows any player to acquire the things gated during this questline. Once again, coming off the Thieves Guild, I really do appreciate having this option. On the road from Whiterun to Dawnstar, we can come across a man in a jester outfit standing in front of a broken down wagon and a farm. Now this might sound like the setup for a joke, and Skyrim sure seems to think so, but no, this is just the introduction of Cicero. Following the destruction of every Brotherhood sanctuary save for Shaden Hall and Falkreath, Cicero found himself as the keeper of the Night Mother's corpse. He came up north to make contact with Astrid and hopefully find the Night Mother a new listener so the guild could start rebuilding once again. After a pit stop at an abandoned sanctuary in Dawnstar, he was headed south when his wagon broke down. Elra stumbled upon the strange man and found herself at an unexpected impasse. Help Cicero by convincing the farmer to fix the wagon, or falsely report Cicero to the convenient guard patrolling the road. This is another example of Dark Brotherhood's writing feeling very out of place in Skyrim. It all feels manufactured. The remote farm, the random Pale guard patrolling the road. Yeah, that guard isn't a Whiterun guard, this is the Pale's jurisdiction. If you report Cicero to the guard like Elra did, Cicero gets taken all the way back up to Dawnstar. The farmer's conflict with Cicero also feels artificial. He doesn't want to help Cicero because he's weird and he might be up to something. I hate to do the history lesson bit again so soon, but back in the old days, people tended to help stranded travelers. It was considered really bad etiquette in just about every culture to deny someone shelter, mostly because that was basically consigning someone to die due to no fault of their own. The suspicion that Cicero might be transporting war materials is reasonable, but if that was the case, why would Cicero be drawing so much attention to himself with his dress and manners? Hiding in plain sight is one thing, drawing attention to yourself is never a way to ensure security though, especially in a setting where talking back to the guards can land you summary execution. Lorius also makes this assertion very disingenuously because he knows there's no basis for the accusations.
A jester here in Skyrim? Ain't been a merry man in these parts for 100 years.
How do you know that? Do you get a roster delivered to your farm daily on who is entering and exiting the entire province? This might sound like I'm nitpicking, and in the context of Skyrim writing, I kind of am, but these are all things that add up to make Skyrim feel like it's not a real place, or at least not as big and rational of a place as other aspects of its world building wants to imply. This is what unpolished writing looks like. And that's concerning because this is a questline that attempts some serious world and character building. As one final example of sloppy writing, we got some dialogue options that lack any sort of subtlety. No, I won't condemn an innocent man. This is the writer telegraphing to the audience what the situation is ultimately about. This is not a complex situation. I could write this whole premise onto a single post-it note. My brain might be turning to mush thanks to brain rot from playing a stealth archer, but I still caught on that we were talking about framing Cicero with no evidence. I understand the consequences of my actions here. These are all things that really should have been cleaned up by some sort of editor. Change Lorius's line about Merriman, just say, we haven't had a jester in these parts in many years. Cut the line about condemning an innocent man down to just, no, I won't do it. We can have some ambiguity here. That's often a game writer's best friend. Ultimately, none of this addresses the biggest issue with this encounter, and that it's pointless. I only went with framing Cicero because I found out he comes back and murders Lorius later as a result, and I thought that was hilarious. But there is literally no reason for me to side with the farmer over Cicero. He says he'll pay us to get rid of Cicero, but Cicero is also paying. What if the guard searches the wagon and finds nothing incriminating? Won't I then be guilty of making false accusations and wasting the guard's precious time? Once again, I find myself asking why I should care about any of this. What a wasted opportunity, because this isn't even a bad idea. I mean, the conflict is stupid and artificial, but there's a lot of potential in coming across future quest NPCs in the world and influencing your future relationships with them before you learn of their importance. It's a neat idea. It's just a shame it's completely wasted on a character like Cicero. I hate to spoil the future conflict of this questline, but Cicero is really inconsequential in the grand scheme of things. That might surprise you with all the fanfare surrounding him and all of his unique features, down to his character model being the shortest in Skyrim. But yeah, Cicero really doesn't do much in this story. The only thing that changes from this decision is a bit of dialogue later in the questline. With all of that out of the way, we finally make it into the sanctuary.
Oh my god. Fuck me. What is wrong with that?
Astrid is there to greet us at the door and give us the quick company orientation. Oh, I'm sorry. Management insists I refer to the company as my family and all my coworkers as brothers and sisters. As funny as it is to mock the family motif, it's not actually a fault. I mean, it's in the name, the Dark Brotherhood. It's just that, in the absence of their Dark Mistress, Astrid has taken to emphasizing the Brotherhood aspect of the organization. It's actually a pretty smart management tactic in a situation like this. The only issue you can really levy against it is that it's cultish in nature and ripe for abuse. However, this is a cult, so abuse and cultish behavior is to be expected. But okay, let's talk about the family.
Here's all you need to know. I'm a werewolf. I like killing things. I love Astrid. I hate annoying people. And the color blue gives me a headache.
Okay.
Well, I enjoy moonlit nights, taking long walks on the beach, knitting, and unicorns. In fact, I once took a seaside stroll on a moonlit night and discovered a unicorn, which I proceeded to stab in the throat with a crochet needle. I'm a woman of refined yet simple taste.
Joke's on you. Unicorns have been extinct.
Right then.
You could kill someone just as easily with a well-placed spell.
Not with Skyrim magic, you can't.
But I was a prodigy, casting simple spells by 1, completing complex incantations by 3, resurrecting corpses by 7.
I find that really hard to believe.
Nobody ever expects a fireball
In the
from
Dark
the
Brotherhood, I
darkened
found
corner.
acceptance, love, and
Yeah, of course they don't
true
expect
purpose.
Fireball, because you're supposed to spam Firebolt. How the fuck would you ever use Fireball?
I don't like mimes, minstrels, thespians, acrobats, jugglers, troubadours, or tumblers. Flutists give me a headache. I particularly hate jesters. I hear the mining business is extremely cutthroat, and those hours, they're murder. I could do this all day.
I've seen people roast a lot of the character dialogue we get from our fellow family members, and yeah, for the most part, it's warranted. While it certainly has been punched up a couple notches, it's not a major departure from the banter we got in Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood, and people love to praise and quote those characters.
You know what they say? Home is where you hang your enemy's head.
Oh, using poison is so deliciously evil. I once poisoned my aunt's stew, and she fell over dead with her face right in the bowl.
Oh, for example, this one time, I had a contract to kill a little Nord girl at her birthday party. She asked me if I was the jester. So I said to her, "No, I am a messenger of death." You should have seen the look on her face. Anyway, she won't be seeing age 6.
What makes something cringe? I think it comes down to appropriateness. Usually when something is described as cringe, it's in criticism of a joke. I mean, I've seen plenty of examples of cringe behavior in serious situations, but usually the best examples are when humor is being attempted because it's easy for a joke to fail. That's because there's a lot of elements at play to make a joke land well. First, we got the timeliness factor. There's a flow to conversations due to how we process information. A good joke teller needs to account for that flow, which invariably fluctuates during a conversation and between individuals. Then there's execution. Some jokes are easy to execute thanks to a strong punchline or an unexpected twist or some sort of appeal to a common belief. Others require a degree of charisma to pull it off. You can witness both of these elements being butchered during the infamous family meeting when we first enter the sanctuary. This is owed to the awkwardness of NPC to NPC dialogue scripting, suboptimal NPC voice mixing, and just poor voice acting, likely owed to bad directing of the voice actors.
Oh, a big doggy chasing a little kitty. How adorable.
I am not adorable. It was not funny, and he wasn't a merchant. He was a Khajiit monk, a master of the Whispering Fang style. But now he's dead, and I have a new loincloth.
Oof. But then there's the element that I'd argue is the most important: appropriateness. I'm not talking about telling a joke that's insensitive. I mean telling a joke that the audience just isn't going to appreciate. A good example is telling a joke that's too immature for an older audience, or too complex for a younger one. Put simply, failing to read the room. I believe failing this is the essence of cringe. Failing the delivery of a joke is a skill issue. Failing to understand when you should have shut the f up is a violation of the social contract, a faux pas. It's a social skills issue, and we take it for granted a lot of our social skills are innate due to evolution and constant passive practice. It's that innate element that makes violating appropriateness so universally and viscerally unappealing to most people. There's also the fact that, because social cues are nebulous, it's easy for us to fail them from time to time. That adds an extra layer of sting to seeing someone acting cringe, because we might be reminded of a time we were the ones being cringe. We might even sympathize with the victim because we understand sometimes it isn't your fault you were cringe. So let's take it back to Skyrim. Why does everything Babette say make me want to fling myself off a rooftop? It's because her entire character is inappropriate in this context. For starters, I already had enough exposure to Skyrim children during Aventus' misadventures. I really was not in the mood for more of that. Second, while yes, it is true vampirism in TES can halt the aging process, we've never seen a child vampire before. That might be an interesting premise if it was taken seriously, but without that precedent being set by a more interesting and serious character, poor Babette here has to bear the burden of explaining how this works while trying to be funny, a Herculean task she utterly fails at. Also, her voice actor just wasn't up to the task to deliver these lines.
I'm just a little girl. The Dark Brotherhood killed my mama and papa, and then they took me captive. Please, please help me. Rather convincing, don't you think?
Nope.
In truth, I'm no more a little girl than you are. I was once, of course, 300 years ago. Vampirism tends to keep one remarkably fresh.
Babette is an extreme example in the family, but almost everyone here can come across as grating at some point, with the one exception being Vizara. He's a real professional. There's not much to him though, likely due to him just being the obligatory Argonian shadow scale meant to explain that faction's fate between games. Festus is another good example of appropriateness being violated because his entire identity is built around being a destruction magic assassin, a playstyle that isn't even viable in Skyrim because spells don't get sneak attack bonuses. However, I think the biggest issue with this game's Dark Brotherhood feeling inappropriate is that Skyrim is a much more serious game than Oblivion was. It was one of the stated design goals for Oblivion that the game would be more lighthearted and approachable for a new audience compared to its predecessor Morrowind, whereas Skyrim was advertised from the start to be darker and grittier, and that's felt in every aspect of its design down to its art style. So where the on-the-nose, over-the-top psychotic family motif for the DB was appropriate and even appreciated in Oblivion, in Skyrim it just feels like a cold shower. Another reason I think players might not appreciate their guild members' antics is that almost none of them serve any useful purpose. In every other faction in Skyrim, our fellow guild members also serve as followers, vendors, skill trainers, and quest givers. The Mage's College is a great example of every member pulling double and sometimes triple duties. The only members who serve any extracurricular roles in the guild are Babette and Nazir, who serve as a vendor and a quest giver respectively. Also, Cicero becomes a follower if you spare his life, but he's not exactly a family member. I suspect most of the members don't do anything because they're all slated to be killed during the questline, aside from Babette and Nazir. Let's be honest, Babette only survives because she's a child, and children can't die in a video game without the ESRB taking notice. Oblivion had a vendor who was much more useful than Babby, and he still got during the purification. Oblivion had the same issue with the Shadenhall family, and in both cases the solution would have been to just replace the functions our original guildmates served with other NPCs when we reach the end and start rebuilding the guild. As it stands, the only service our guildmates provide is offering advice on our current contracts, which was dubious in Oblivion and outright worthless in Skyrim. The problem stems from both quest lines lacking any serious challenge or even many options for tackling their quests. Oblivion was more creative with its gimmicks when it came to the Shaden Hall contracts, but at best, the player really only had 2 pre-planned paths to success they were expected to follow. These were usually highlighted during the quest, so getting family members to point them out was unnecessary. Skyrim's Dark Brotherhood contracts are even less creative. Outside of Nazir's jobs, which are just the boring dead drop quests from Oblivion with a new coat of paint, the major jobs we tackle rarely have more than 1 pre-planned route. They try to spice things up with optional objectives, but even so, there's not much to most of these jobs. As a result, half the time we ask a family member for advice on a contract, they just drop a one-liner and leave it at that. Oblivion actually had an interesting system for unhelpful guildmate advice. So if you had a low disposition with a family member, rather than giving you advice, they'd hurl an insult your way, which, in the context of the guild and Oblivion's often overly cheerful NPCs, actually did come across as funny.
Blech. I would not feed on you if you were the last warm body in Tamriel.
Skyrim doesn't have a good disposition system, so we can't even get good insults out of these people.
Congratulations. You slaughtered an emaciated beggar in cold blood. You are truly an opponent to be feared.
As one final nail in the coffin for these NPCs the game tries really hard to make us love, we have a radiant conversation system. Oblivion pioneered this system with its generic NPCs who deliver generic lines to one another, which just came across as super artificial and led to many players memeing on it.
Hello!
Good
Well,
afternoon.
what is it? I understand the Fighters Guild is hiring new members. He's getting up in years, but he's still a good alteration
So I've
teacher.
heard.
If you need light armor, talk to Marrow Rufus at the best defense. Anvil is all in an uproar. First the chapel attack, now the prophet ranting about the end of the world. Good to know.
I think we're in for some hard times.
Absolutely.
The death of Uriel
Do you
set
want
to
to learn
learn
about
about
alteration?
changes everything. Speak with Dovin Arum.
I see.
He's getting up in years, but he's still a good
I understand
alteration
Daedra worship
teacher.
has become increasingly prevalent. I've heard
in
others say the same.
The Altmer have powerful
Goodbye.
wizards. It could be a dangerous situation.
It's a disgrace.
Be seeing you. Farewell.
Skyrim didn't really change the system, but instead gave NPCs more specific dialogue and just made it so that they'd only interact with certain NPCs. Skyrim's DB tried to create a hybrid of the two, where NPCs shared a pool of generic lines, and then the system would work down through a database of lines that, depending on the NPCs present in the conversation, would get more and more specific until landing on a line that was meant to reinforce the character of an NPC. It's an interesting idea, but due to the randomness of it and the sheer amount of generic lines, I often heard the same NPCs repeating the same lines I heard other family members using, making it seem like they are all in fact a hive mind.
Your latest exploit certainly has the sanctuary talking.
You're referring to that blacksmith contract.
You infiltrated the position, eliminated the target, and made it look like an accident. Impressive. I'd say you earned your bonus on that one.
You infiltrated the position, eliminated the target, and made it look like an accident. Impressive. The Rettering contract? Yes, you heard correctly. In and out of Vardenfell in less than 48 hours.
You infiltrated the position. In and out of Vardenfell in less than 48 hours.
I heard about what happened.
The Rettering contract? Yes, you heard correctly. In and out of Vardenfell in less than 48 hours.
You infiltrated the...
In and out of Vardenfell in less than 48 hours.
But really, a horker, some twine, 3 wood elves, and a hatchet? Points for creativity, if nothing else.
But really, a hawker, some twine, 3 wood elves, and a hatchet?
To kill triplets, secretly, and then have the whole thing blamed on the mother. Remarkable.
To kill triplets secretly, and then have the whole thing blamed on the mother.
Remarkable.
Oh, you mean in that manor house?
During the thunderstorm? What can I say?
It happened, just like you heard.
You must be talking about the caravan job. When I become wolf, I am treachery incarnate. And then, there is no one who can stand between the hunter and his prey.
You must be talking about the caravan job.
But to be outnumbered 20 to 1.
In the end, I relied on a woman's natural weapons, beauty and seduction. The rest was a formality, though a rather wet, messy formality.
It's the part with the severed head I find most impressive. My compliments.
In the end, I relied on a woman's natural weapons.
Alright, that's enough discussing the family. Let's knock out some jobs.
When I become Wolf, I am treachery incarnate.
After getting ourselves settled, we're told to pick up some jobs from Nazir. As I just said, these are a rehash of the worst quests Oblivion's DB had to offer, which isn't a promising start. I imagine it's a trying task to come up with good quests for a stealth player to engage with, because TES games don't have good stealth mechanics. As a result, the major jobs are going to be limited, which necessitates a good deal of filler jobs. Rather than building a wall of them at the end of the questline, these jobs were peppered throughout. I actually didn't know this at the time, but you only need to complete 2 out of the 12 Nazir jobs total to finish the questline. The way he hands them out in batches of 3 led me to think that each batch had to be completed before I could move on to the next major job for Astrid. As well, each job takes, at best, 5 minutes to complete, so banging out each batch is only a 10 to 15 minute commitment. Poor Narfi, if only I'd known. Each of these quests is brain dead simple. Get the job from Nazir, follow the quest marker to the target, then follow the NPC until you get a chance to get a clean kill with no witnesses, and then report back for your reward. No bonus objectives or anything like that. As well, a lot of these NPCs will be in locations that makes killing them without any witnesses pretty simple. And even if you get caught, you're only looking at a 1k gold bounty, which Astrid even states isn't a big deal to serve out. But failing all of that, you can always whip out your free murder pass by just talking to the NPC. If you talk to most of these targets, you'll get a line that you can use to bait them into striking first, in which case it's no longer murder, it's self-defense. The murder pass isn't even limited to Nazir's contracts, they can be used on some very high-profile targets during the major jobs too. I think my favorite example of this was when I tracked down Commander Morrow. The dude had such a hard-on for wiping out the guild that he just attacked me on sight and I was free to slay him in front of the guards while I was in my Dark Brotherhood gear. The Emperor's chief security officer got slain by a member of an organization that famously just tried to assassinate the Emperor, and the guards weren't allowed to lift a finger to help because Morrow struck first. Brilliant. I also used the same trick on his son in order to publicly kill him.
What? Filthy assassin! We'll see who lies dead.
Guards, help! I'm being attacked. I like how the guards are running away.
Hey, you mix potions, right? Can you brew me an ale?
Yep.
Someday soon you will all see battle, and what you do here today may well save your lives.
It's Skyrim, alright. After knocking out some of Nazir's contracts, we're given our first real contract from Astrid. That's not even me throwing shade on Nazir's jobs. Several NPCs talk down our first 3 contracts. I get where they're trying to go for to show us starting from the bottom rung of the guild, but having to listen to Nazir's diss tracks when accepting and turning in these jobs really soured me to the family dynamic early on.
I could do this all day.
We are sent to Markarth to meet up with our client, Muri. I actually like this job quite a bit, which is ironic because it's the only mandatory dungeon crawl in the entire questline. That's because its simple premise is pretty well grounded and realistic. We see the questline finally taking itself seriously for this one, and I couldn't help but get engaged. The story goes, Muri was once close friends with the Shattershield family in Windhelm. The mother, Tova, considered Muri a daughter, and Muri considered her daughters like sisters. So when one of Tova's daughters was murdered by the serial killer from Blood on the Ice, Muri went to Windhelm to join the family in their mourning. While over there, Muri ended up hooking up with the target of the contract, Elaine Dufont. Elaine was a leader of a group of bandits posing as a sympathetic stranger looking to aid the family in their time of grief. He ended up using Miri to rob the unsuspecting family, for which the family blamed Miri and severed ties with her. She performed the sacrament for Elaine, so it's him we are contractually obligated to kill. She has a second request though, and that's that we murder the last remaining daughter. Miri hopes that, in losing her, Tova will realize what she lost with Miri and invite her back into the good graces of the family. If not, well, serves her right. This is good stuff. It might seem beneath the player who thinks they should only be killing emperors or whatever, but in real life, this is the type of stuff hitmen really get hired to do. I love it. From an outside perspective, it's irrational, but from her perspective, it makes sense. It makes me want to sit her down and have a serious conversation about grief and talk her out of it. We're not allowed to talk her out of a contract, but we are free to turn down the extra pay and deny her request to murder the daughter. This is a moral choice done right because it makes me care. It also lets me define the morality of my character, which Our Hill not being a cold-blooded killer, yet, naturally turns down. Elaine being a bandit leader is a bit too convenient though. I'd have preferred it if he was just a con man to make his death a little more morally ambiguous. But this goes back to Emil not wanting to force the player to be evil, which some of those contracts for Nazir completely tramples anyhow. What the f? I don't think my character would say any of these things. I really wish more of our contracts were like this. I can't help but imagine the alternate universe where we're going around Skyrim being used by wealthy and petty bastards getting even with one another. Imagine getting sucked into the Greymane and Battleborn feud during this questline and getting into a tit-for-tat situation where the families keep hiring us to knock off another member of the other. Greedy business owners using us to take out the competition. Maybe a certain Thane from Solitude hires us to do a bit of political assassination. Maybe if we refuse to do a bonus killing like in Miri's case, that target might get taken out by another guild member or some petty cutthroat hired off the streets. I'd love to have a Dark Brotherhood questline where we're just painting the province red. There's a ton of potential to have some juicy, dramatic role-playing moments and good world building if we had more quests like Miri's here. The quest itself is, once again, brain-dead simple with it being a dungeon run. I only did stealthy because I wanted sneak attack bonuses, but there's nothing stopping you from going in dumb and loud. You can even kill Elaine before getting this quest because he's just hanging out in the ruins from the very start of the game, in which case you can tell Miri he's already dead and wrap up the contract right then and there. The bonus for killing the daughter is also not a worthwhile reward, which, let's talk about this questline's rewards. While I appreciate not having level-scaled rewards for this questline, I do not appreciate that all the rewards were designed to benefit players south of level 10. I guess because the assumption was everyone would rush on over to do the Dark Brotherhood first before even the main quest. Seeing as I was doing this near the middle of my playthrough, almost nothing I was given was useful. Miri's ring, for instance, just fortifies alchemy 15 points. She also gave me a poison that damages target's health 6 points for 10 seconds, which I guess would be helpful against the two targets since they both have fixed health values of 75. But yeah, at this point in the game, I could dish that out with one sneak attack, no problem. The set of shrouded armor we are given for joining the guild is also junk after early game. The only thing that might get some use later on are the gloves, which boost bonus sneak attack damage for one-handed attacks. The Thieves Guild circumvented this issue by allowing us to get upgraded gear later during the questline. The Dark Brotherhood does have an upgraded set, but it's hidden as a reward for an optional side quest. As well, it's still not that powerful. The assumption likely was that players would upgrade it via smithing at some point, but with all the gear being enchanted, that's a bit into a playthrough for even those dedicated to the smithing skill. The Blade of Woe is back, but in a stunted form. Once again, it's geared towards lower level players, so it's spec'd in such a way as to be able to be recharged with just a petty soul gem. Fortunately, that means its absorb health 10 points effect has a very limited number of uses. Its 12 base damage technically made it the best in slot dagger in vanilla Skyrim, but with daggers added by Dawnguard and the free fishing creation in the Anniversary update, it's lost that only distinction. Because I'm sure I'll get comments about it, yes, I know about Wind Shear. It's a unique scimitar that you can find in a hidden spot on the Emperor's ship during the final contract of the questline that has the unique property of paralyzing when bashing enemies with it. It's a good meme weapon to be sure. Thing is, this isn't really a quest reward, it's more like an Easter egg that can be missed if you don't grab it during the quest itself. Now, I totally approve of hidden items like this, but I still would have appreciated some worthwhile rewards from completing jobs too. Back at HQ, Astrid is having a crisis of leadership. Corporate has come down to the office in the form of Cicero and the Night Mother. Being a discount version of Delphine, Astrid is taking their arrival about as well as you'd expect. That is to say, with extreme paranoia that's leading to a lot of irrational decision-making. Recently, she's heard Cicero talking to someone in the Night Mother's chambers. She's concerned he's working with someone within the sanctuary to undermine her authority, and she's not going to stand for that. She doesn't suspect us for some reason, so she has a job for us. She insists hiding in the shadows won't work, which, Astrid, how high is your sneak skill? I promise you, I could hide in plain daylight and they wouldn't notice me. Also, I have a bow that lets me turn invisible. Could I just use that? No, of course not, because she wants us to hide in the Night Mother's coffin so we can eavesdrop on what Cicero was saying. Once again, Astrid, you are aware Cicero is the keeper, right? It's his job to open the casket and check on her body. He even has a key for it. Why would he not check in there? As well, how long do you think it's going to take for him to have this meeting with your mystery saboteur? Are we even sure I won't suffocate in there while waiting for Cicero to start talking? Can you at least promise you'll come create a distraction if I've been gone for too long? Obviously, this entire premise is supremely stupid. Any application of logic here makes this whole thing topple over, and unfortunately for Astrid, she's standing directly in the path of this collapsing building. It's so absurd that Cicero ends up appearing to be the most sane one in the room when this plan inevitably backfires. Maybe that was the point? But that's also stupid because if Astrid has been this clueless, there's no way her sanctuary would have survived all this time without the Night Mother. This is all just a series of contrivances needed to get us locked into the Night Mother's coffin so she can name us her new listener. Cicero is overjoyed by this news because that means he actually fulfilled his mission. Astrid is, of course, dumbfounded and furious to have her plan to save her authority backfire so spectacularly. The Night Mother gives us our first task as a listener. Meet Amand Motier inside Volenrund. Upon learning she's being overridden by corporate, Astrid has a conniption and orders us to go do more bitch work for Nazir instead. We're free to go meet with Motier regardless, which he tells us he wants the Emperor Titus Mede II taken out. He even gives us a very rare and valuable amulet that indicates he's a member of the Elder Council, making this by far the most important contract the Brotherhood has received in centuries. So I gotta ask, has Astrid and crew been heading down to Cyrodiil? Because there hasn't been an active chapter down there in over a decade. You'd think people down south would have noticed the Black Sacrament was no longer working and, stopped performing it and started seeking out other assassins instead. Did the Night Mother answer Motier's prayers before we contacted him? Or did he decide to just go hang out in this random Skyrim crypt on the off chance the Brotherhood was going to respond to this request for the first time in a decade? I find it hard to believe the Falkreath gang has been down there because even Maven Blackbriar was having trouble getting a hold of Astrid's crew and she's a frequent client. Or is the implication he knew the DB was no longer operating in the other provinces and that's why he needs to work out a way to draw the Emperor up to Skyrim so that he can use the DB to do this and just stop. The simple answer is they want the capstone quest to be killing the Emperor, and they also want to tell a story about the Dark Brotherhood coming back from the brink of death. Look, it's not the fault of the writers here that this is a story that would have been better served in a game set in Cyrodiil. In spite of going against Astrid's orders, we can go back to her with the amulet and Motier's request and do nothing with them. Turns out the questline won't progress until we knock out another Nazir contract. Once that's done, Astrid realizes she can't fight her bosses anymore and tells us to go meet Motieri. She even gives us a handy quest marker. Having already done that, I just talked to her again because this whole sequence really wasn't designed for the players to go over Astrid's head here and do their job as listener. But then, why is Motieri already out there? Oh yeah, please keep in mind that with the Night Mother's promotion, we are now Astrid's boss. We are literally the most important person in this organization. We are, by all rights, the head of the guild. Now, that's a subversion of expectations. Make the player the leader of the guild halfway into the quest line. We're then given a quick job to go get the amulet appraised by Delphine at the Thieves Guild. This is actually a neat bit of integration with Delphine recognizing our membership status and even calling us boss if we've made it to the top of the guild. He extends us a line of credit which, Delphine, are you sure the guild has funds to put up like that? Last I checked, our coffers are still empty thanks to Mercer. Anyways, it's time for another crossover, this time with the Civil War. As much shit as I've been giving this questline with it getting really sloppy with the details, I can appreciate the effort in trying to tie the world together. This helps make the world feel more interconnected, as opposed to the other questlines where each one felt as though they existed in some sort of quantum state. In order to draw the Emperor up into Skyrim, we need to murder his cousin at her own wedding. It's a politically contentious marriage because she's an Imperial marrying a Stormcloak, so this killing would likely be viewed as an escalation of the Civil War and convince the Emperor that this issue in Skyrim was finally worth his personal attention. So funny thing, Patrician TV had a totally different read on this situation. His take was that the Emperor would be coming up to attend the funeral of his late cousin. You really gotta hand it to the Bethesda writers here. They made this very important plot detail so nebulous that they managed to cause two Elder Scrolls Turbo nerds who between them made over 35 plus hours of Skyrim analysis videos come to completely different conclusions about the motivations for the main target of this questline. If that doesn't make you wonder about the premise of this whole series of jobs and ask questions like, what if Titus doesn't show up because it might be too dangerous up north? I don't know what will. Unfortunately, it's another quest that's only interesting in premise. We do have some options for how we'll tackle the actual assassination, and the bonus only requires us to kill the bride when she's addressing all of her guests. This is also one of the few contracts where talking to our guildmates for advice will have them spoil everything except the secret escape route. Gabriella leaves an enchanted bow and a potion of true shot in a good sniping location, and Babette tells us about a loose gargoyle statue that we can push over to crush the bride with.
Yeah. If you go have you ever been on the level above?
I found the rock.
I have to wait for the stream to catch up.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Wait. No way. What the fuck?
Elra Hill went the distance and got done up nice to do some social stealth. This is entirely unnecessary. You don't even really need to go into the wedding area at all. You'd think, with all the tension at the event, you'd be able to trigger some sort of argument or brawl, but no. There's no opportunity to do any kind of social engineering here. We are far away from the likes of whodunit. I tried using the Grey Cow to snipe the bride without incurring a bounty, but once her body hit the floor, all the NPCs and guards would go wild and spot me immediately. There are ways to do this without getting a bounty, but after a few attempts I gave up because after re-establishing the Thieves Guild in Solitude, I can pay off the guards no problem. Vizara also showed up to offer a hand in distracting the guards. Yeah, go get him, champ. I left the unkillable NPC to do the heavy lifting while I ran off through the secret escape route. Next up on the list is Morrow, commander of the Penitus Oculatus, the new bodyguards for the Emperor now that the blades have been banned by the Thalmor. We're not going to kill him because that would raise too many suspicions. Instead, we're going to kill and frame his son Gaius in order to distract Morrow Sr. and hopefully get him to slip up with his security duties. This quest is meant to be...
Look after yourself.
As I was saying, this quest is meant to be a tricky one. Gaius is being sent all over Skyrim to inspect each city's defenses in anticipation of the Emperor's arrival. Seems weird that he'd be inspecting places like Winterhold, or really any of the Stormcloak cities, considering the Imperials can't exactly install forces in those cities, but whatever. This is a spiritual successor to a similar job we got in Oblivion. We can remove all the guesswork by just sneaking into the command center in Dragon's Bridge and stealing Gaius' itinerary. Thing is, Gaius can get spooked if he spots the player, which raises questions for me, but I can't keep stopping every time I take umbrage with details of this story. If he gets spooked, he might deviate from the schedule and head off to a different city. This is a neat quest idea, but a few things completely spoil it. First, we get a convenient quest marker over the guy, so we only need the schedule to figure out what city we need to fast travel to in order to murder him in a public place to get our bonus. Second, we start the quest outside the HQ his schedule is located in and get to see him off from his starting location, making tailing him the old-fashioned way trivial as well. Finally, as I mentioned earlier, we get a free murder pass with him that makes killing him out in the open very easy. No one will even question the authenticity of the incriminating letter I planted on his body after killing him in front of the castle I'd be sneaking into in order to murder the Emperor in the following quest. I even killed him in front of a bunch of Imperial soldiers and their commanding officer. Truly a vintage Bethesda moment. When I say Skyrim is a game designed to be played with my brain turned off, this is what I'm talking about. Here we have the perfect opportunity to have a real job that forces us to hunt down a needle in a haystack in the tank of a cement truck. There was an opportunity to build a quest that required us to contact spies in an attempt to triangulate this man's whereabouts, and then orchestrate a scenario where we can cut him down in a back alley in one of the streets after being isolated from his entourage of city guards. He's not even a scary opponent like the destruction mages we're forced to kill during the Oblivion version of this quest. Gaius is a trained bodyguard of the Emperor. He should be one of the most terrifying foes we fight in this quest that necessitates we get the drop on him and fight dirty. But this whole questline is designed for a specific type of mouth-breathing player, and as such, this quest isn't even allowed to use the already limited tools Skyrim provides for an assassin playstyle to their fullest potential. With Gaius dead, we head back to the Sanctuary to find the place in chaos. Cicero went berserk and ran off after attacking some of her family members and making an attempt on Astrid's life. Astrid is outraged, but isn't surprised, probably because she's been trying to provoke Cicero since he got there in order to drive him away, and now she sees an opportunity to get rid of corporate once and for all. Already proving herself to be the most capable member in the place, she asks us to locate where he ran off to go take him out. Definitely not an attempt to get us killed or anything, no, not at all. At the abandoned Dawnstar Sanctuary, Cicero spells it out that Astrid has pit us against each other because she values her position over the traditions of the Brotherhood. We can even summon the ghost of Lucien Lachance here, and Hill states Sithis doesn't want us to kill Cicero. We're offered the opportunity to spare Cicero here, which just unlocks him as a follower at the end of the questline. The inevitable betrayal by Astrid is not affected by this decision. We do not get to do a purification of Falkreath, as we rightfully should at this point, seeing as they're all non-essential heretics now that the Night Mother is back. This choice is ultimately pointless because Cicero's only role was to get the Night Mother to Falkreath. Seriously, you could remove him entirely from there on, and the only change we need to make is a series of events getting us named Listener. Despite her bucking corporate, Elrahill still believed Astrid made a good office manager, so she decided to eliminate Cicero. There's supposed to be a boss fight here where Cicero reveals he's been pretending to be close to death this whole time, but it bugged out. So he just jumped up and immediately fell back to the ground, stuck in his wounded animation. If you spare him, he turns out to be a decent follower as a result of his level being capped at 50. He's got some decent stats that make him a tanky follower. Oddly enough, he prefers to roll sword and board or archery as opposed to dual wielding. He doesn't have much else going on to make him a compelling follower though, not even any unique dialogue triggers. Even Nazir and Babette don't question his return much at the end of the questline, probably indicating we are still meant to be on Team Astrid and kill Cicero as instructed. With Cicero gone, it's time to get back to trying to kill the Emperor. The next job requires us to uncover the identity of the world-famous chef who had been invited to serve the Emperor during his visit to Skyrim. One of the cooks in Markarth spills the beans on the gourmet's identity and location, and we head over to the Nightingale Inn to dispose of him and secure his invitation. We see an interestingly unique mechanic where we can physically drag and drop the gourmet's body into a specific hiding location, a system I've never seen any Bethesda game use before or since, despite the opportunities it could provide for quest designers. And that's about all there is to say about this quest. It's nothing more than chasing quest markers for 10 minutes and talking to a couple of NPCs. Eliminating the cook in Markarth can be a bit tricky, but that's about it. With the gourmet dead and hidden, we are rewarded with another worthless ring, and it's time to kill the Emperor. I was very surprised to find out that this was already the penultimate major contract. Once we get tricked into killing a body double of the Emperor during this one, the final major job is to kill the real Emperor. That means the only major contracts we did that wasn't in pursuit of the Emperor was the Muri contract. It's a good thing I accidentally did 6 of Nazir's bitchwork jobs, because the thought of doing only 3 assassinations for the guild before being named the Star Assassin ready to eliminate the Emperor is kind of insane. Astrid does the last of her foreshadowing that she's going to backstab us, but being stuck on this amusement park ride, we have no choice but to play along. Speaking of playing along, Commander Morrow dropped a line about my state of dress before I entered the castle, so I decided to see if he'd react to me wearing chef's attire.
You're not dressed as I would have suspected. But please, don't let me keep you. Gianna will be over.
Alright, Atmel, I'll bite.
By Azra. The gourmet. I'm sorry. The clothes, of course. I should have realized.
Ah, faction uniforms. You know, the Civil War had something similar, so obviously the game can allow it. The quest designers just never force us to dress for an occasion. It's sad to see so many elements present in this game to have this faction loaded with social stealth missions, and none of it being utilized. Anyways, once we're inside the castle, we get to LARP as the gourmet for a bit as we make soup for the Emperor's stand-in. We can tell the assistant to put a bunch of weird ingredients into the soup because someone thought that was funny, I guess. But the only ingredient that matters is a poison we were given that will instantly kill the Emperor. Interestingly, we can choose to not add the poison, which will result in all the guests sitting at the table awkwardly slurping on their soup until you manually terminate the body double. Once the body double is dead, either by poison or by other means, we gotta race on out of there because everyone will want us dead. Commander Morrow reveals himself, dropping the triple bombshell that 1. We just killed a body double, 2. Someone in the guild sold us out, and 3. The Penitentius Oculatus are finally wiping out the Falkreath Sanctuary. The only surprise there was that the Penitentius Oculatus were getting off their asses to wipe out the guild, but okay. Can I just take a moment to say how much I dislike the body double trope in stories? In reality, kings and other important figures had taste testers who'd... never mind. After using the same escape route we used during the wedding, we make it to the sanctuary to see the place has been put to the torch. I actually enjoyed stalking the agents in the woods outside the sanctuary, especially with my stealth dagger character. This was a moment that made me realize this game could have some cool stealth gameplay segments if the stealth-focused questlines bothered to put the effort into designing arenas for stealth players. Inside, we get to watch our wonderful family members being killed off.
No! Vizira, you were the only one I actually liked. Oh no, do I actually have to fucking deal with this dip? Oh no, he died. Sweet. Thank God.
After cozying up next to the Night Mother in her casket for the second time in order to survive an explosion, we are met with the 2 remaining members of the sanctuary. The Night Mother informs us Astrid is still alive in the sanctuary. We then find her in her chambers looking like something YouTube advertisers might not want their ads running alongside. Astrid confesses that she was the traitor. In a twist of irony, Astrid's paranoia willed her saboteur into existence in the form of herself. You know, this actually isn't a bad premise, and it's the first story I've seen in this game that can actually be said to have themes and messages. It's horribly told and written with the assumption the audience would not be able to follow along without huge amounts of signposting, but this is an actual story that could be analyzed as a piece of literature. It's not worth the effort, but there's some interesting ideas in here that, if committed to and told much better, would make for an interesting game story. What caught my attention the most was Astrid taking issue with the player's chosen one status. Despite her paranoia leading to a lot of really bad decision making that ultimately destroys most of the guild and herself, I can at least understand her point of view. They'd been doing well without the Night Mother and the old ways. The long-term sustainability was questionable, but I can get why she was threatened by the Night Mother, Cicero, and the Listener returning. She wanted to protect her family, and she feared they'd be in peril if she lost her position as boss, which, going back to the corporate joke I keep making, is a very warranted fear. There's also some potential to explore the nature of video game protagonist syndrome with this setup. While I'm not a fan of a game that shatters the fourth wall in order to make their story about how we're just playing a game, man, this is a perfect setup to explore that diegetically while keeping the fourth wall intact. Once again, I have no faith in 2011 Bethesda writers being able to pull that one off, but the pieces were here. Sure, the end result is us being the chosen one and being the guild leader, but at least we could have gotten some food for thought. It was at least refreshing to see someone not getting ready to suck us off for being the protagonist, even if it was just a remix of Delphine's bad attitude and paranoia. After hearing her confession, we grant Astrid's wish for a mercy killing, which only muddies the already murky water that are the rules and mechanics for performing the Black Sacrament. There's a lot of implications performing the Black Sacrament on oneself in order to commit I don't think we want to be introducing like this. The Night Mother tells us to go meet up with Motier in Whiterun to get the details on the real Emperor's location. To Nazir's surprise, the contract is still on. I mean, I'm not sure why he's surprised. Elrahil was already carrying 99% of this contract on her back. The odds of completing the contract is probably even greater now that the Imperial Security Force thinks the DB has been wiped out completely. He and Babette head off to the Dawnstar Sanctuary to get things set up there while we head off to Whiterun. Now, I gotta love the unofficial patch here. Motier is supposed to look very disheveled during this second meeting, implying he's been rightfully freaking out over the body double fiasco and news that the Falkreath Sanctuary had been destroyed. Giving Motier a different character model is a brilliant attention to detail that lends more depth to Motier as a character. That bit of subtle artistic expression went right over the heads of the authors of the unofficial patch, so they swapped his disheveled model back to the model from Vollenrund. I know it's very rare to see modern Bethesda paying that close attention to details in a quest. However, we can compare Motier here to the Body Double Emperor and see how they made sure to highlight the Body Double being a fake by giving him a different voice actor than the real Emperor. Emperor. This isn't even an obscure thing. There's hours of lore videos talking about the implications of Motier looking different here. And yet, the unofficial patch has kept this unnecessary change, which frankly I think is disrespectful towards the source material they're supposed to be helping. While we're on the subject, no, I don't subscribe to the theory that Motier is also employing a body double here, and that's why his model looks different. The voice is the same, and he has no reason to believe anyone survived after the sanctuary was destroyed. I believe if we choose to kill Motier as Titus Mede II requests, we are killing the real Motier. There's no reason for this not to be the guy. I'll be utterly surprised if we hear about this dude or even the fate of Titus Mede II in TES 6, so why bother doing a body double fake out to protect him? That would only cheapen the impact of doing the nice honorable thing of killing our client at the behest of a kind old man. Motier gives us the intel on the Emperor's ship anchored in the harbor outside of Solitude. So we head on over there, take a pit stop to take care of Commander Morrow, and then swim around the ship and board it via the anchor's chain. This is barely more than a dungeon crawl, as there's no consequences for getting detected or murdering everyone on the ship. I only did it stealthily because I just wanted one chance to feel like an assassin through gameplay during this questline. There's no gimmicks here, barely any alternate paths to reach the Emperor's cabin, and overall it's just a lackluster final mission whose premise is barely enough to keep me awake. We meet up with the Emperor, whose sanguine acceptance of his fate here is enough to disarm most players into fulfilling his final request to go back and murder Motier, which is actually a really bad idea if we want to rebuild the guild's reputation with this contract. I'm convinced half the players who had gotten up to this point would have turned around and left had Titus just asked them nicely. I ended up killing Motier for the sake of footage, the underwhelming reality of making these videos. After picking up the 20k gold Motier left in an urn back in Vollenrund, it was back to the sanctuary to tell Nazir the good news. He'll ask us how much we got paid for the job, and you can lie and tell him a lower figure, which serves no purpose because it's not like he's asking for a cut or anything. Either way, he suggests you throw those funds at Delvin in order to outfit the new sanctuary with some upgrades. This is basically the end of Oblivion's Dark Brotherhood questline, where we're put in charge of rebuilding the guild while doing our duties as listener. There's more Nazir side contracts, but honestly they aren't worth discussing. It's more of the same, and there's no grand reward for completing them all. We can also do endless Radiant assassinations for the Night Mother, but after rebuilding the Thieves Guilds, I did a couple of these quests and just had enough. The only other thing I got left to discuss were some of the Radiant events that triggered as a result of me doing this questline. So as I was going around slaying targets, I would occasionally get a letter from a named NPC in the world thanking me for killing the target. Turns out, this game has a rivalry system between NPCs. One contract had me killing a mine worker who was recently separated from her husband. Once I murdered her, the husband sent me a thank you letter for getting rid of her. Then there was a time I killed an orc bard and his father sent me a letter thanking me for killing his estranged son. The obvious question is, how are these random NPCs finding out who killed their rivals, and why aren't the guards taking notice? This isn't a system exclusive for our targets during these quests. It's just a Radiant system designed to create emergent storytelling moments like this. I just feel like our targets for these assassinations ought to be excluded from the system because it really craps on the notion that we are a clandestine organization pulling off these professional hits. If some random orc chief halfway across the province found out who we were and mailed us a thank you letter. Then there was the awkward moment Elrahill received a sum of gold and a letter of inheritance from Jarl Balgruuf informing her that her close friend, Armand Motier, had died and left her some money in his will. This is another Radiant system malfunctioning here. If you raise your disposition with an NPC and that NPC was to be killed, apparently even by your own hand, there's a chance they will leave you a sum of gold. What's even funnier is that the amount of gold they leave you depends upon whether they are flagged as wealthy or not. Turns out no NPC in the game is actually flagged as wealthy, including Motier, who was supposed to be a member of the Elder Council. So this poor dude must have mortgaged everything he owned in order to pull off this assassination. Maybe that's why he was still in Skyrim even after hearing about the Falkreath Sanctuary being destroyed. Once again, I think some NPCs needed to be excluded from this system. Maybe they just need a flag that excludes an NPC from all Radiant systems. But yeah, that's the Dark Brotherhood. It's crazy to think that had the quests been a little more thoughtful in their design, or even if the guild itself was functionally as good for an assassin player as the TG was for the thief players, this really could have been the best faction questline in the game. As much of a mess as the story was, with its sloppy details, cringe character writing, and ideas that go unutilized, it still managed to pull ahead of the painful mediocrity the rest rest of the faction questlines exhibit. I also gotta give credit to the effort that went into tying it into the rest of the game world. It's mind-blowing that we genuinely get more world building for the Imperials, the royal family, and the province of Cyrodiil than we do during the fucking Civil War questline. It really goes to show just how low of a bar the rest of vanilla Skyrim is, that even attempting to grasp just a little can put something like the Dark Brotherhood ahead of most of the other content in the game.
So there's a story where you worked on the Skyrim quest, Taste of Death, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I've heard the story that Emil pretty much came to you and was like, this is the worst quest in the entire game, and you need to level up. Now, I think if it was me, it would feel like a knife to the heart, but I'm wondering how you actually dealt with that and then just proceeded forward.
Oh, well, it was even worse because that was in public. We were having a design meeting. Yeah, we were having a design meeting, and he said that in front of the entire team. You know, this is an example of everything we're doing wrong, and you know, something needs to change. And I'm like, what? Does he mean I need to get better, or I need to like get fired?
That's brutal.
So that was super brutal. It was super brutal. What had happened was that gave me a lot of freedom because I knew the end was coming. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get fired at this rate. so let's just throw everything out. Forget it. Let's forget about how I was making everything before. Let's forget about why I was doing it. Let's forget about rules, any rules, perceived rules, or things that I should be doing because it's obviously not working. And let's just make something that I would actually play. And so I redid. It wasn't just the Taste of Death, it was everything. All of the content that I was on, including the city of Markarth, all the quests in the city of Markarth, all the Daedra quests I was responsible for, all the systems I was doing. It was a lot of content that I just sort of chucked. And I redid all of it. And that's when things finally started to work. And I was getting good reviews, and then all of a sudden they asked me to do the opening.
I'm curious what these quests looked like before Will Shen redid them, because after playing the House of Horrors and the Taste for Death again for this video, I wasn't all that impressed. They were just 2 more Skyrim tier quests, so I gotta wonder if the previous versions were more complex or simpler or what. What did Emil have such a problem with that he had to roast Will's work in front of the whole dev team? I say Skyrim tier quests, but I'd be lying if I said Oblivion's quests were any better. They may have existed in a more mechanically interesting game, but Oblivion's quests were about the same and never utilizing those mechanics in any meaningful way. At best, there'd be an interesting premise that distracted the player for a few minutes, before unceremoniously dumping them back into the game world to continue doing whatever it was that they were doing before the quest began. I think where Oblivion got a pass for me where Skyrim did not is that when playing Oblivion, I was thinking, man, this is a neat concept. I'd love to see them expand upon it in the next TES game. So when Skyrim came around and did not expand on any of those concepts and instead rehashed Oblivion with no signs of improvement, I was left feeling more annoyed than anything else. Where's the second stab at whodunit or a brush with death or where spirits have lease? Bethesda is a studio that doesn't seem to learn from their mistakes. Oblivion's quests just sort of existed. Skyrim's quests just sort of existed. Oblivion's economy was busted. Skyrim's economy was busted. Oblivion's item durability was kinda trash. Skyrim just removed item durability altogether. More bafflingly though, Bethesda doesn't seem to learn from their successes either. Whodunit, A Brush with Death, Where Spirits Have Lease, all of these quests were fan favorites in Oblivion. Why wouldn't you try to repeat their success on a bigger scale? When you find something that actually works, that actually resonates with your audience, why wouldn't you improve on it and give it a bigger role in the next game? Well, it's quite simple. It's because Bethesda really doesn't learn between projects, and that's on purpose. Many devs have gone on the record stating Bethesda likes to reinvent things with every new installment in the series. This is why there's a stark difference between TES 3, 4, and 5. I get the sentiment. They don't want to repeat themselves, they want each game to feel unique, and they want to remain agile and receptive to the changing tastes of gamers. Really fucking ironic then that Starfield, a game that was built from the ground up, felt like a remix of Skyrim and Fallout 4 mixed with industry trends that were already out of style by the time Starfield hit the market. Just as Bethesda has been accruing technical debt with their engine, they've also been accruing creative debt with their IPs. When Bethesda fails to adequately address the issues players had with their previous games, that debt only grows as players think maybe the next game will do it. It doesn't help that there are now studios like Larian running laps around most of the competition, showing players that studios can be receptive and responsive towards their fans. This was a debt that was going to be called when TES 6 or Fallout 5 released. Starfield just managed to call it early. The unexpected shock that TES 6 and Fallout 5 were pushed back 5 years so that Starfield, a game few were asking for and fewer still actually enjoyed, could exist, led to a sudden disillusionment in the Bethesda fanbase. As tempting as it is for me to sit here and gloat with "I told you so's," the truth is I fell into the same expectations disappointment trap when Skyrim released. There's a saying among the Bethesda audience that goes along the lines of, your first Bethesda game is always your favorite. That statement is a lot truer than any of us want to admit. And sure, a lot of that attachment comes from seeing something that's new and fresh. The Bethesda formula is something wholly unique in the industry after all. But I think this goes beyond that. Just as I was giving Oblivion the benefit of the doubt that Skyrim would be a worthy sequel that fixed what I didn't like and expanded upon what I did, I think we're all doing this to whatever ends up being our first Bethesda title. The Morrowind fans did it and got disappointed with Oblivion. The Oblivion fans did it and got disappointed with Skyrim. The Fallout 3 fans did it, and, well, that kind of gets murky thanks to Fallout New Vegas, but I saw plenty of Fallout 3 fans not happy with Fallout 4. Then Starfield came around and disappointed just about all the Bethesda fans when they saw all the shit that they didn't like in their favorite BGS title, and none of the stuff that they actually did like. I pointed out in my review that Starfield was exhibiting something of an identity crisis with how little of it was original and how unfocused it was. Starfield's identity crisis was inevitable because Bethesda is a studio that doesn't know what it wants to be. Up until that point, Bethesda had been riding on an ever upwards trend as each new game introduced the Bethesda formula to a new audience. Even if no one, not even Bethesda themselves, understood what the Bethesda formula really was, it was compelling enough that now TES 6 is perhaps the most anticipated game behind GTA 6. Fallout 76 was an anomaly in the minds of many fans. Just that weird experiment that didn't really pan out. But even so, they turned it around. They did it. They fixed the game. Even though they didn't, Fallout 76's retention numbers after the Fallout TV show don't lie, but whatever, I get it. Bethesda Ws are hard to come by these days, and the copium supply that TES 6 and Fallout 5 won't be piles of steaming uninspired slop is quickly running out. But no one can ignore Starfield. We all understand how big of a fumble that was. All that time, all that money, all that expertise, how does that lead to something as underwhelming as Starfield? It's been validating to say the least, seeing all these former Bethesda devs coming out of the woodworks to peel back the veil on what exactly happened during Fallout 76 and Starfield, and hearing them say exactly what I was speculating in my Starfield video. Fallout 76 was an unmitigated disaster for the company, so they rapidly expanded to perform damage control, except they didn't have the management structure to cope with doubling their size between Fallout 4 and 76, and doubling again between 76 and Starfield. As a result, Bethesda got way more bureaucratic, which stifled creativity and output, and ultimately forced lots of old talent to leave. I'm sure the Microsoft acquisition didn't help either. Oh yeah, and COVID happened. It was honestly a little depressing listening to Will Shen discussing why he left Bethesda, basically saying he was undergoing an identity crisis of his own where he couldn't seem to separate what parts of him belonged to him and what parts of him belonged to Bethesda. This is sadly not surprising given my whole thesis here. If the studio itself is exhibiting signs of an identity crisis, then of course its people, at least its creative leads, would be feeling that on some level. Art reflects some aspect of its creator. It's impossible for it not to, and studios are not monolithic, they are composed of many individuals. Listening to Will talk about this, though, he frames it in the context of success. What parts of BGS's games' success were the studio's, and what parts were his own? I believe this highlights the importance Bethesda placed on their own success. Their success became their identity. We are the people that made Skyrim and Fallout 4. Each of our games have been undisputed gaudy. Now we have Fallout 76, that was a disaster, and Starfield was just mid. If we don't have that success anymore, what do we have? I'd liken it to a young 20-something-year-old who has finally entered the workforce and realized they don't know who they are. Maybe they were valedictorian in high school, aced college, did a bunch of extracurricular activities, had tons of friends, went out to parties every Friday. Now they have a 2-hour commute to a 9-to-5 where no one knows their name and they aren't making enough to afford their rent and car payment. Their previous success defined them. Now they are in an environment that simply will not allow them to easily prove their worth with grades and low-stakes relationships unhindered by responsibility. Now life expects them to be an adult, and things are getting tough. When things get tough, that's when a person needs to rely on themselves, to trust themselves, But how can they do that when they don't even know who they are? I don't want to hyper-focus on Will Shen here because, frankly, the journey he's currently on is a long and arduous one, and having the hindsight of working on all those commercially successful games no doubt only makes that journey murkier. That's his journey, and I wish him the best. I will hyper-focus on his Skyrim quests, however. The House of Horrors takes place in Markarth. It introduces us to the Vigil of Stendarr and allows us to scratch Molag Bal off the list of Daedric princes we get to hop in bed with. After we break into the haunted house with Vigilant Tyrannus, we get lured deeper into the house so that we trip over a script trigger that causes clutter items to start flying all over the place. Tyrannus, rightfully scared out of his shit by this, beats a retreat, but the door is locked. Molag Bal tells us that only one of us will get to live, and Molag Bal promises us a reward in the basement, which I'll resist making the jokes in my head right now because I don't need another age-restricted video on my channel. He then traps us in his cage. Seriously, stop tempting me. Fortunately, unlike Maminaki's, Molag Bal doesn't want our soul. He wants the soul of some priest of Boethia who keeps coming by to diss his shrine and his rusty mace. So he frees us to go fetch the priest and bring him back to the shrine where we get to show him what Molag Bal thinks is a good time in his basement cage. The priest pledges his soul and we get the Mace of Molag Bal. A truly worthless piece of crap with its damage, stamina, and magicka 25 points, soul trap for 3 seconds, and 35 charges. What am I, expected to pull this slow-ass mace to whack my opponent with for a meager debuff, and then quickly switch back to my main weapon to finish them off to capture the soul? Or am I just expected to keep this topped up after every fight? Easy D tier. Will Shen went into depth with this quest when he hosted a GDC talk in March 2024 with another former Bethesda dev, Darryl Brigner. And no, I'm not mispronouncing Daryl. Daryl is how he pronounces his name, just like how it's Emil and not Emil. Also, I just found out it's Joel Burgess and not Burgess, as I've been pronouncing it. No, I'm not going back and correcting it in the intro of this video. Anyways, Will debunked Patrician's theory that the Silver Hands in the companion questline was originally meant to be the Vigil of Stendarr. The Vigil was the work of level designer D. Langlos, who came up with a faction of Daedra hunters that would roam the overworld, sniffing out Daedra, Daedra worshippers, and any pesky players running around with Daedric artifacts. They were going to try to repossess said artifacts from the player, which sounds like a neat idea I wish didn't get cut. Anyways, D wanted to work them into Will's quest. Hesitant at first, Will learned to accept and embrace collaboration with other devs because it would lead to better results. The FX artist who did the lighting for the house, for example, was the one responsible for stacking the chairs on the table. It's a Poltergeist reference. Yeah, okay, the story for how the quest was made isn't a very exciting one, but it's used to show a level of collaboration between departments Bethesda used to enjoy back when it was a small team of about 100 or so people. A lot of the standout stuff in Skyrim was the work of cross-department collaboration. D was responsible for scripting all the items to start flying around the room in the House of Horrors. The werewolf was completely redesigned and turned into the incarnation we see in-game by character artist Dennis Mejionis and animator Jeremy Bryant in secret on their off time. And as I've said before, Blackreach was made by level designer Joel Burgess and world artist Nate Perkypile. The entire point of the hour-long GDC talk was to emphasize the importance of cross-department collaboration when it comes to content design. It's the type of collaboration that became impossible at Bethesda during Starfield as individual departments became more siloed and more bureaucracy seeped in to keep everyone on the same page. This went about as well as you'd expect.
You know, game developers hate bureaucracy. We now have a ton of bureaucracy.
Oh my god! It's really no surprise that a studio like Bethesda that for decades relied on an agile collaborative team could not cope with becoming so big so quickly. When even conversations people were having in the hallways needed to be documented, a lot of devs decided to just say no to collaborating and instead just focus on the part of the game that they were responsible for. What's so interesting is that silo effect really bled through to the final product so much that even casual consumers were noticing just how disjointed the game felt. You gotta wonder then how a game like Red Dead 2, with its crew of thousands of devs across a few dozen studios on different continents, still manages to feel so tight and seamless. I suspect it just comes down to a much stronger vision and more competent managing from higher up. Sure, the individuals at Rockstar Studios are very much just cogs in a machine in comparison to the ones at Bethesda, but at least the leadership is there to run the machine well enough to put out a good product. It was amusing to see Will and Daryl's GDC talk switch gears entirely from sharing stories about creative challenges when talking about Skyrim and Fallout to talking about fucking Jira and Slack when they hit Starfield. Even the onboarding at Bethesda had to change. Prior to Starfield, new hires would shadow devs and learn the process and tools through osmosis. osmosis and probing their mentors with questions. During Starfield, however, they had department leads like Will recording tutorial videos with OBS and new hires sitting in a room watching said videos. Not only is this terrible for morale, creativity, the transfer of knowledge, and assimilation into company culture, it's also incredibly inefficient to have leads performing this sort of work. The leads did have producers. Actually, Bethesda was awash in producers. But those producers were no doubt inundated with the trying task of having to transcribe every note scribbled on a napkin and bathroom stall into Jira. After all, what if someone decided to move a chair in New Atlantis and ended up breaking the main quest because this is the creation engine and shit like that happens all the time? I honestly recommend watching the GDC talk. I'll link it below. For someone like me who studied counterproductive organizational behavior in college, which translates to how companies fuck up, this presentation was dumbfounding. If that's not your thing, then just hearing Will Shen putting Bethesda on blast in front of a bunch of other game devs and crowning himself king is also a worthwhile experience.
So what does level and quest design collaboration look like in this environment?
The jungle there! Will, he knows what he's doing here. He's like, this is what I was waiting for.
I like Daryl's like off screen. He's like trying to get off camera.
Yeah.
Like, look at that look he's giving him.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that's so good. I love you, Will Shen. This is amazing.
Bravo.
King, here's your crown.
Yeah.
Still in Markarth, we got the Taste for Death. The Hall of the Dead has been closed, and the Priest of Archery, Verilus, is being very tight-lipped about the matter. We can pry the truth out of him that someone's been munching on corpses down there. We can persuade or bribe him, which, this being Markarth, yeah, it's not surprising you can bribe a man of the cloth here. The only thing you cannot do is intimidate him. I mean, you can try, but there's no success state for it, so you're guaranteed to fail no matter what. Nice. Anyways, we agree to go down and check things out, and upon entering, someone calls us on the crypt's intercom and starts gaslighting us into thinking we are cannibals.
You were young when you first tasted human flesh, weren't you? A brother or sister had died? An accident, of course. Then the hunger set in. Curiosity. What's the harm in just one bite? It's okay now. You found a friend who understands you. You can let go of your guilt. A lot of our kind block out the memory of their first meal. The shame is too much. But you don't need to hide anymore. Namira, the Lady of Decay, accepts you for what you are. She has a place for us where we can sate our appetites without judgment.
That's a neat trick. Remind me to whip out that trauma-induced amnesia line next time I'm trying to convince the guards to let me walk. This is Aola, and apparently she really likes the taste of dusty human jerky given her activities down here. Actually, she's from another cave where cannibals are free to get their freak on. Unfortunately, something stirred up the dead over there, so she had to flee. I wonder what could have done that. You wouldn't think it had anything to do with you desecrating their graves and chowing down, would you, Aola? We agree to help her, not because Elrahil is into chewing on people, yet, but because I needed the footage. So after helping Aola stock her larder with a lifetime supply of Draugr jerky, we agree to help her host a feast in honor of Namira. Aola wants to serve up Verilus. Okay. Back in Markarth, we get another, even more depraved conversation with Verilus, where he shows his true colors. We can bribe him with gold, same as before, to help us rob some graves, or we can persuade him with the promise that he'll get a cut of the loot. You know, I was almost gonna spare you from being turned into cannibal feed, but seeing you abusing your job as a priest of Archery to plunder tombs, yeah, I think Namira will appreciate this one. I'll give Will the benefit of the doubt here and assume he's not trying to give the player a moral out like Emma likes to do, seeing as the reward for this quest is a ring that lets us eat bodies ourselves. Don't get too excited though, the ring only boosts stamina 50 points, and eating a corpse simply boosts health and health regen by 50 for 5 minutes. This quest is also super buggy, mainly due to how many NPCs are involved here. A bunch of named residents from Markarth will show up at the feast, and yeah, whenever you get a bunch of townsfolk being hijacked by a quest like this, quest scripting becomes an absolute nightmare. Even the unofficial patch doesn't fix all the bugs here. I don't know, Will, was it worth it to have a bunch of NPCs I didn't even recognize be closeted cannibals cannibals. I do appreciate the effort to add cannibalism into Skyrim though. It fits right in with the setting given we have necromancy, vampires, and werewolves. Attaching Namira to the lifestyle is also a natural pairing that finally gives the Lady of Decay something really solid to hang her hat on. I actually ranked this quest pretty high on the Skyrim Daedra Quests tier list just from the sheer amount of effort Will put into it. Will also got some proper recognition out of it too, as Todd asked Will to make the Cartwright intro sequence following this, and obviously he'd go on to become quest design lead from Far Harbor onward. Kind of ironic then that it's such an easy quest to miss, because hearing that the Hall of the Dead is closed really doesn't pique my interest. I'm not even sure if I've ever even done this quest before. This really might be the first time I've completed it. So yeah, I'd consider this one of Skyrim's more obscure quests. Alright, I'm gonna be honest here. I really don't have much to say about the 4 remaining Daedra quests. I wrote out a bunch of stuff, but it really was just me covering them for completion's sake, so let's just lightning round these things. Mephala, the Whispering Door. The quest has us unlocking a door the Daedric Prince of Deceit is living inside. She started manipulating Brobalin's children in the hopes of getting them to free her ebony blade that was locked up. Pickpocket the key off Farengar or Balgruuf, get the blade, go on a murder spree to juice it up to its true form. The quest itself is very underwhelming, thanks to a big part being cut that would have had Balin's children killing him and installing his brother on the throne. Points, though, for the process of powering up the blade, which involves finding people who have a positive disposition towards you and then murdering them with it. I ended up sacrificing a bunch of redundant companions and hirelings in the basement of Agatha's shack, and then sacrificed some of the NPCs I did jobs for in Riften. I like it. It encourages the player to get creative. The Ebony Blade is a pretty decent weapon that's hamstrung by the fact that it's a two-hander, and the two-handed playstyle in Skyrim is kind of ass. Its base damage is lower than an Iron Greatsword, and it cannot be enhanced at a grindstone or with any custom enchantments. However, it swings 25% faster than other two-handers, its Absorb Health enchantment maxes out at 30 points after performing the sacrifices, and it does not require souls to keep it charged, encouraging you to just go around chopping everything to bits with it. Definitely better than Volendrung, I'll give it that. Boethiah's Calling. Another quest that uses a disposition system to have us betray someone who trusts us. Another quest that saw the most interesting plot point getting cut where we'd have assassinated Elisif. Fucking I'm rolling with that take. Unlike Mephala's quest, however, Boethiah's Calling has quite a bit more runtime to it, leading up to us killing her former champion so that we can replace him and acquire the Ebony Mail. Her champion has some dialogue most players won't know about because he's hostile and attacks on sight, so you gotta hit him with a charm spell to get him to chat. Kind of a shame, because hearing him call Boethiah
"that heartless Daedra bitch"
is one of those lines that lives rent-free in my head now. The reward, the Ebony Mail, is an item with a unique poison cloak effect that activates when you sneak or when there are hostile enemies nearby. Unfortunately, it's kind of busted because it makes it very easy to assault non-hostile NPCs and makes doing things like pickpocketing impossible. Also, it's heavy armor, which is rarely the first choice for stealth players to be sinking points into. Even though the mail has a muffle enchantment on it that makes sneaking in it completely silent, you're gonna have a rough time sneaking in other heavy armor sets up until that point if you don't have custom enchanted muffle boots. Sanguine, a night to remember. It's basically The Hangover turned into a quest. One of those fan favorites I'm sure will not be repeated in TES 6. Sanguine Rose is a pretty beastly staff though, especially if you pick it up early. Summons a friendly Dremora for 60 seconds that is level scaled with the player, 13 charges too. Easily justifies the 10 pounds in your inventory for the duration of the game. Mehrunes Dagon, Pieces of the Past. There's a new museum opening up in Dawnstar, and if you aren't doing the Dark Brotherhood, this is likely the only reason you'd be visiting the town. I know, we got Vermina here too, but honestly, who actually uses the Skull of Corruption? The Mythic Dawn Museum gives off the same vibes as those weird niche local museums you'll sometimes see out in the middle of nowhere when on a road trip. It's that sort of place that I'm too socially awkward to check out because I'd likely be trapped in there with a curator who'd want to chew my ear off, seeing as I'm the first visitor they've had in weeks. Sorry, but I just really wanted to stretch my legs and check something out that wasn't a gas station. Silus puts us on the path to collecting the pieces of Mehrunes Razor in order to reassemble the thing. You can stumble across some of the pieces before picking up the quest since they're just at the end of 2 dungeons. I always approve of such things, so points there. The third piece is being held by some mill worker in Morthal who can be convinced to part with the thing, not really wanting to be bothered with continuing the family tradition of protecting it. Again, I approve. It's neat getting to see these different family trees reconvening all these centuries later. It creates a sense of continuity for this artifact that makes it feel like it was an actual item of significance and not just something that was spawned into Skyrim so the player can acquire it. After reassembling the pieces at Dagon's Shrine, we finally get our hands on one hell of a dagger. Even though it's kind of upstaged by Creation Club crap in the Anniversary Edition, it's still a serious contender for best in slot. Base damage on par with Daedric, but half the weight, upgradable via smithing, and a 2% chance to instantly kill your opponent with no recharging necessary. 2% might not sound like a lot, but if you've ever played a dagger build before, you'll know you need to slash an opponent dozens of times in a fight. As a result, the odds of this proccing, even at 2%, is pretty good. We also get a place to farm Daedra hearts in the form of Dagon's Shrine, which is the real reason a lot of players end up doing this quest. This seems like one of those cheeky farming spots Bethesda would avoid including in one of their games today, or the unofficial patch would come through and disable it to spoil the fun. I do want to discuss the cause before we get to the final topic of the video. For 900 Bethesda bucks, which translates to somewhere around $8 to $9, you can bring back the Mythic Dawn. Again. Yeah, so the Dawn has reorganized, somehow, and is working on opening a portal to Mehrunes Dagon's Deadlands, somehow. Okay, the cult coming back from the dead in large enough numbers to pull off this stunt is only highly improbable. Opening a gate, though, is supposed to be impossible. Look, I know Sheogorath did it, but Haskell said it was a-okay because it wasn't a hostile portal. Also, it gave us the Shivering Isles, one of the greatest expansions to a video game ever, so I'll give it a pass. The cause gets no such pass, though. It's not S-tier DLC. I don't think it even makes it to B-tier when grading on the Creation Club curve that assumes it's all not F-. I'm sure there's some cope explanation in one of the journals, but I really have no interest reading fanfiction to understand why this overpriced DLC is shitting on so much lore from the game it's nostalgia baiting. Wait, what's that? Creation Club content is actually canon, according to Bethesda? Well, I guess it's a good thing I don't respect what counts as canon. I'm still waiting to have a sequel to Mass Effect 1 after all. Look, if we accept Creation Club as canon, then we have to accept ESO as canon. I'm sorry, but this Forgotten Prince who gives me Halo 4 librarian vibes is not real. Don't lean on Inky Tentacle Daddy to retcon this shit. We already had Jiggalag use the memory hole meme. Which, speaking of, why isn't Jiggy in Skyrim? Oh right, he is. Kinda, thanks to Creation Club. We get to dive into an Ayleid ruin, which is neat, I guess. The assets are just ported from the Elder Scrolls Blades. You know, with how much Creation Club stole from that game, you'd think they'd just port the thing already and put it on Steam. I'm actually playing through Blades right now for the final Skyrim video, and it's surprisingly decent. It actually surpasses Skyrim in more ways than one, which I'm still having trouble comprehending. Does that make Blades a good game, or does that just show how bad Skyrim truly is? Yeah, I'm not ready to answer that. We gotta plunder this Ayleid ruin for a Great Welkin Stone, which, you know, we only needed that to open the portal to Mankar Cameron's paradise, right? Or is it we need the giant OP blue rocks so that we can invalidate Oblivion's ending? So we open the portal, slay the big baddies inside, and then just leave without closing the thing. I guess we do this so that we can use it to form Oblivion alchemy regents. As a reward for all of this, we get the unequivocal best in slot one-handed sword in the form of Torment. What an appropriately named item, let me tell you. It's been tormenting watching Creation Club introduce the Bethesda identity crisis into Skyrim, a real scourge on the game's legacy. You also get Scourge from Morrowind and Battlespire out of this quest. But yeah, this was the last thing I did before I started recording Dawnguard, which means we're done with everything in vanilla Skyrim. So, how are we feeling? Still alive? I feel as though we've plundered enough of this crypt to effectively answer a question that I posited in my Starfield video. What is a Bethesda game? A pertinent question to try to answer now, seeing as we've gotten confirmation from several former Bethesda devs that not even Bethesda knows the answer to that question. Going back to my college grad trying to find themselves analogy, where that analogy stumbles is that we don't get little labels we can slap onto ourselves to neatly answer that. I mean, post-2016 really seems to think so, but I was raised with the notion that putting labels on people isn't a good thing, and no amount of social media mind poison is going to convince me otherwise. However, we do have that luxury when it comes to video games. We call those labels genres, and they work pretty well to inform us what to expect from a game. Bruce Nesmith stated that Bethesda spends a lot of time trying to manage players' expectations. I'd say they've never really done a good job at doing that. At best, they'd succeed in tricking people into thinking certain features would be present or prominent in order to push sales, but they're never good at talking their audience off the ledges they'd be lining up along. Case in point, how interstellar travel worked in Starfield. It would have been very easy for them to showcase how all of that worked during one of the 2 showcases they did for the game. It's not like it takes long to show how fast traveling between planets works. To the game's detriment, it takes less than a minute. They didn't though because they wanted people to think there was going to be a more seamless method of travel. So when people realized that was not the case and took to the internet to complain, that's when Bethesda's marketing and PR people would tap the "we never said that" sign. Yeah, that's not managing expectations, that's exploiting them. And because Bethesda has a track record of doing this to the point that Todd Howard's name has become synonymous with telling sweet little lies, the debate over what genre these games inhabit has been raging for like 2 decades. They cannot be RPGs because we don't really get any opportunities to roleplay. They are not action-adventure games because they're stats. They are open world games, but that's just a feature now, not a genre like it kind of was back in the early 2000s. Action RPG? That's kind of a catch-all term that's been coined for these watered-down RPGs. Nothing really sticks, and that's because Bethesda games are in a category of their own, kind of like Souls games. But where FromSoft gets the benefit of having spawned a whole field of copycats that we now have Souls-like as a genre, we haven't gotten the same with Bethesda-likes. Which is funny because there are games similar to it. Kingdom Come Deliverance, Medieval Dynasty, Ardenfall when it comes out. Hell, we even had Elder Scrolls killers way back in the day in the form of Two Worlds, Risen, and Kingdoms of Amalur. There's also people making arguments for the new Zelda games and Dragon's Dogma having Bethesda DNA in them, which I think is a stretch. So I'm going to do us all a favor and use my YouTube video essayist privilege here to coin my own term for the Elder Scrolls genre. Fantasy Life Sim.
I refer to it as Fantasy Life Simulator. That's what I refer to it as.
Okay, I swear I wrote this line before I saw this live stream. Think Stardew Valley, but instead of a farming life it's trying to simulate, it's a fantasy life. Fallout can then be called a Wastelander or a Dumpster Diver life sim or something. I really was just making this comparison tongue-in-cheek when brainstorming this part of the script, but the more I tested the label, the more I actually started convincing myself it worked. Think about it, right from character creation, we're making a person whose life we take control of. We can't call Skyrim an immersive sim because Skyrim's stealth mechanics are abysmal, but being a sneaky rogue thief assassin, whatever, is absolutely something you can do. That's the life we decide this character's gonna live. All the different systems Bethesda put into Skyrim, Radiant AI, Radiant Events, Random Events, Smithing, Enchanting, Alchemy. Hell, we even have some Stardew-like mechanics in the form of marriage, mining, farming, homesteading, and even fishing. All of these systems are only meant to help players immerse themselves into this world, immerse themselves into the alternate life they are living. It's very similar to the fantasy World of Warcraft tries to sell. We can also see this in the popular mods for Skyrim that are not bug fixes and combat overhauls. Survival mechanics, camping, houses, armor, clothes, weapons, a religion system, companions, better dialogue with companions, prettier companions, a pregnancy system? Be a bard, be a trader, be a warlord, be a stocking-clad waifu with a size -3 waist. Or just insert yourself into the game because these days Skyrim is looking more inviting than the real world. I started to conclude that these games are best played when you're just pretending this is The Sims with more mechanics when I returned to Starfield several months ago. I wound up installing the creation kit for Starfield just to poke around and see how many dungeons were in the game, and then I started messing with altering perks, and then skills, and then backgrounds, and before I knew it, 3 weeks had passed and I had most of a total overhaul made for the game. Yeah, that wasn't something I was expecting, to say the least, but there was something there when all of the modifications I made to Starfield's progression started to come together. And Stendar have mercy on me for saying this, I was actually having fun playing Starfield. I was ignoring all the quest content and just banging out mission board contracts, another system I overhauled quite a bit. And I was basically playing the game like it was a space mercenary life sim. I had a ship that I spent a lot of time building up. Again, overhauls to the game's economy made this more involved than in vanilla. And I really can't describe the feeling when I finally had this ship kitted out completely. The thing was gorgeous, absolutely slapped in combat, and the interior was one of the best player homes I'd ever had in a Bethesda game. I was genuinely proud of this ship. You'd think I would have been proud of teaching myself the CK and rebalancing Starfield in about a month, but yeah, that didn't really compare to the attachment I had to this ship. I was actually going to do a Starfield Part 2 after Shattered Shit came out, where I was going to go really in depth with these mods and the potential Starfield actually has as a space mercenary life sim, but I decided to shelve it to finish out this video. I might still do that video in the future because it really is an interesting look at how close Bethesda actually got to having something really special. Ultimately though, it was their inability to identify what their games, not just Starfield, but all Bethesda games are meant to be, that ultimately led to Starfield's failure. So, when you inevitably return to Skyrim after watching this video, approach it with the intention of living a life in this world. I know I spent several hours talking about the quests in Skyrim, but really, those things don't matter in a game like this. A much greater emphasis should be placed on odd jobs, dungeon diving, and even the little distractions like building and decorating houses, collecting stuff, building relationships with companions, and everything else that really defines a person's life. Go ahead and install some mods to help you enhance that immersive experience, really commit to that character's life. And listen to my other videos in the background while doing it. Thank you for watching. So, where do I even begin? Yeah, it definitely wasn't the plan to only release Starfield in 2024 and then fall off the face of the earth for like an entire year, but I had a lot of things going on in my personal life. I was also working on several videos last year that all kept falling through, usually due to no fault of my own. There was that Starfield video that I was talking about, but there was also a City Skylines 2 review, a No Man's Sky review, there was even a 7 Days to Die video I was working on. The story with that one is that I had to go and get some footage for the lockpicking section, and then I found out 7 Days is actually fucking awesome. Oh yeah, I also spent a few weeks playing World of Warcraft Season of Discovery with Pat. I ended up recording that with the intention of making my own video recounting the improbable degree of bad luck we kept having during that campaign. But then we kinda just, stopped playing. We both fell off at the same time, so I never got to record the ending to it. So I'm still sitting on that footage and I want to use it for something, but I'm not sure in what form or even when that project will be. It's definitely not going to be an exhaustive analysis though, I know that. Point is, I was working, but just not on Skyrim because I pretty much lost all interest in this project for over a year. I ended up pausing my Patreon for a few months because after a point it just felt like I was stealing people's money and that was making it harder for me to work on Skyrim. Speaking of which, of course, I gotta say thank you so much to everyone whose names are going by on screen right now. I do apologize to anyone who was a YouTube member, but I couldn't pause that system, so I just had to disable it altogether, and that ended up deleting all the user data on my dashboard, so now I have no way of getting your names into the credits. Yeah, the membership system is pretty terrible, and I really don't see myself re-enabling it in the future. Also doesn't help that YouTube pretty much stopped updating it since I activated it almost 3 years ago. But seriously, I cannot thank you all enough. And even if you're just using the videos to fall asleep, you've all helped way more than you probably think. I'm not going to make any promises about when Skyrim Part 4 will be out because every time I set a deadline, I seem to jinx myself. There might be a smaller video between now and then, there might not be. I've already been working on it. I have a lot of the content and major talking points already sketched out, so there's a very good chance I just end up grinding it out to be free of it. Coming back to Skyrim Part 3 to finish it off has actually been an absolute joy. This has been, without a doubt, the smoothest a production has ever been for me. Well, as long as you ignore the year-long gap in its production, and the infuriating technical issues I kept running into, which all ended up stemming from an SSD that I do editing on slowly dying. Also, my editing software is kind of sick of this project, which is now at about 3 terabytes. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to start a new project database for Part 4. I might be pushing DaVinci Resolve just a little bit past what it was designed to do. But yeah, I'm back, and I got a bunch of new tricks for Skyrim Part 4 that's all about Dawnguard, Dragonborn, creations and modding, a few rants, and I guess I gotta come up with some kind of conclusion. So I'm off now to go finish what may very well be my final Skyrim playthroughs. Again, thank you for watching and for sticking it out all the way to the end. Take care of yourselves, people, and as always, I'll see you in the next one.